Her expressions began to grow to the point they could be compared equally to the jungle lord in size and ferocity. And not only that, but with her mana-s attunement with her movements, she felt her body move with much more power and speed. The feeling was similar to how Marionette's Crimson Nocturne affected her, except that instead of her body being forced to increase its physical output, it was only her mana. Lillian felt the Jungle Lord's vine spear pierce through the side of her lower abdomen. Her eyes flashed with pain, but she only let out a grunt before lashing her cutlass out. With a stab of her cutlass, she aimed at the Jungle Lord's shoulder and pierced through it with her illusory harpoon. A hole appeared and took off his entire shoulder. Lillian dashed back and ripped the vine spear stuck through her, ignoring the pain and blood loss as she continued on fighting with a look of fervor. She dashed forward and raised her sword for a tide-breaker slash. The Jungle Lord, having regenerated his arm, watched as Lillian roared out the technique's name and found himself face-to-face with an imposing wave. Not only did he sense the danger of the attack, but also the amount of mana flowing through it. It wasn't something he was going to be able to parry. Dodging out of the way of Lillian's attack, he watched as the illusory wave crashed into the tree previously behind him, and, in an instant, swish. Felt it. Thud. A trunk of the tree that was at least 5 meters thick was cleaved through in an instant with solely technique, mana, and physical might alone, no fancy enchantments. Just a plain-looking cutlass. The smirk Lillian had on her face morphed into a grin. A wide and devilish grin as the grip on her cutlass tightened even more. Such progress, just for putting her life on the line. What an addicting feeling. Once Lillian fell to the ground, she looked for the Jungle Lord, but then realized he had disappeared. She twisted her body around, looking for the Wendigo, who was suspiciously unseen. Could it be that the Jungle Lord had suddenly begun to move at a speed she couldn't see or react to now? Just as she was about to move away from the spot she was standing on, her instinct sparked in her mind. It was telling her to move out of the way. As Lillian was about to do just that, she caught a sight of something above her. It was the Jungle Lord. The Jungle Lord, having leapt into the air, transformed his arm into a dull stick of vines before lashing it through the air at a rapid and consecutive rate. Then, in that moment, a large illusory net appeared in the air, followed by the vibration of mana that lingered around it. Lillian widened her eyes. It was the fourth technique of the deep-sea hunter, the drowning net. Had it already learned how to do that technique? It had only seen it once. Lillian raised her cutlass and summoned all the might in her arms. Then, with a hurried yell, she yelled, "First technique of the deep-sea hunter, tide-breaker slash." As the illusory wave formed around her and rushed upwards, it was ultimately carved into pieces as the net cut through it seamlessly. Lillian gulped. "Vuvelp. It seems that The girl felt the drowning net crash in her body, pushing down on her body and thud, causing the entire area around her to erupt with stone and plant debris, as well as a dust cloud to form. It seems that she still had a lot more to learn. Chapter 466. Assisting Viesta in her hunt? After the Jungle Lord's surprising show of the drowning net technique, Lillian had decided to end their spar so that she could go help Viesta with her needs. Of course, that was only when she had healed from her injuries. They weren't overly severe, since the Wendigo had used a blunt vine weapon, but the feeling of her body covered in connected bruises in the shape of nets wasn't the best sensation. Lillian cracked her neck and rolled her shoulders, looking down at her clothes with a slight frown. They were a mess. Without her chest plate to protect her, the Jungle Lord's attacks had caused her clothes to be covered in cuts and tears, not to the point where it exposed her most sensitive and inappropriate areas, but enough to where the chilly winds flowing around them caused her to shiver. She looked towards Viesta, who was sitting beside her. Currently, the woman was wearing a chest plate made out of a glossy, metallic material, something Lillian found to be a rather familiar-looking piece of material. Currently, they were riding on the beetle as they strolled through a forest looking for a suitable monster. That was when she remembered that this was the item that Viesta had requested to be made out of the body of the alpha barrel mole. And with that reminder of the monster, Lillian held her chin in a momentary thought. She knew that if she had utilized the Black Maw in the beginning, they could VE1 with much fewer issues that had occurred. However, at her current self and time, would she be able to win with pure technique and magic alone? If we factor in the earring, then it is a definite win without a doubt. The Jungle Lord was several leagues above the Alpha, even with the Mole's overwhelming amount of minions. She was sure that, if it had somehow brought the Jungle Lord down to its second form, it would be reduced to nothing more than fuel for its regeneration. As Lillian was in deep thought, Viesta shot her occasional glances. She still vividly remembered the intense spar between Lillian and her monster and the number of times she needed to run away due to the collapsing trees. She sighed and looked down at her hands. She was being beaten by her juniors faster than she could even process it. Viesta was definitely sure Lillian was in that small percentage of people Beatrice was talking about. The small percentage that were labeled as geniuses in the field of combat. Or was it because Lillian was an extremely hard worker that she was able to get to this level of strength? She is, without a doubt, a hard worker. Given what she had watched, that was certain. However, she couldn't help but think Lillian was growing a bit too fast. It took days, weeks, or even months to grasp the expression of a technique if you weren't talented enough. And yet, Lillian managed to grasp the flow and concept in a mere hour of pure fighting. I don't get it. I really don't. Compared to the other main members in the student council around 6, including her and Beatrice, she was undoubtedly the weakest if they were ranked in a list. The only thing that she had going for her was her intelligence and skill with firearms. As Viesta was cursing her talents and lack of progress despite being a second year, she was suddenly interrupted by a swift swing coming her way. Dodging to the left and stepping back, she settled her gaze upon the monster before her. It was a monster with the shape and size of a brown bear and had a vine-like tail that hovered in the air like a serpent. Its fangs were menacing, and so was its hostile gaze. The opponent that Lillian had picked out for her was a savage gnarl. Luckily, the moment she summoned her weapons, her revolver and sound blaster, the predatory aura she felt from the bear vanished. She had a fighting chance. Viesta stepped out of the way again, warming up her legs as she continued to dodge the flurry of sharp swings from the bear's claws. She always had a keen sense for danger, something that had kept her and her group alive during her first trial. And because of it, it enabled her to grasp the best moments to attack. After dodging yet another swing preemptively, Viesta dashed back and flashed her revolver out. The bear noticed this and lashed its tail out, aiming directly for Viesta's heart. Click! Pushing down on the hammer and hearing it click in response, Viesta imbued her echo element into the current bullet in the chamber. Her eyes reflected the sight of the tail, but that wasn't something she was focused on. Instead, she was focused on its heart as well, just like how the bear was focused on hers. The only difference was that, bang, it would lose its heart and life faster than it could take hers. Her bullet, echoing in force, doubled its initial force. It burrowed through the vine-like tail, destroying it before it could reach Viesta, and burrowed through the bear's chest, causing it to cave in and create a fatal-sized gaping hole that overflowed with blood. Since she didn't have an infinite supply of bullets, she needed to ration them, especially in a place like a trial. Blowing the smoke coming from her revolver, she pinched the rim of her cowboy hat before waiting for the notification of her kill. You have slain a savage gnarl. Jungle Bear, upon hearing the whisper of the jester, she waited a second in anticipation, but found no other following messages. She sighed. This one was no good either. Lillian watched as Viesta put down the collapsing bear and smiled. She noticed the obvious look of disappointment on the woman's face and chuckled. No shard? That's fine. We could just keep hunting until you get one, Miss Viesta. Viesta nodded, but then watched as Lillian gestured for her to come back on the beetle. She smiled a bit before shaking her head and raising her sound blaster to a random direction in the forest. There was a reason why she didn't use his sound blaster in her short fight with the bear. It was because such a loud sound would ultimately attract a large amount of attention, which would prove to be a good way to bring in more opponents for her to kill. Ding! Lillian covered her ears, feeling the sound ringing inside her mind. Then, not even a moment later, she felt the ground tremble slightly. Something was coming to them. These were undoubtedly monsters that were awoken by the sound, and enraged that they were stirred awake. As their stomps throughout the forest caused the tremors through the ground to worsen, it gradually became more peaceful and quiet the closer the sound neared. The number of monsters coming their way has dramatically decreased, and Lillian definitely knew the reason why. The monsters that were rapidly approaching them had begun to attack each other. That was the most common reason and the most logical one. However, it wasn't only for that reason. Looking across from her and past Viesta, she settled her gaze on the jungle lord casually sitting and leaning his back against a tree, his predatory aura drenching the area they were in. Due to the Wendigo's overwhelming aura, monsters would obviously be apprehensive about entering any distance near them. But that was only if they were even the slightest bit intelligent or confident in their own abilities despite their instincts. After a few minutes, something emerged from the wall of trees to the side. It looked to be some kind of Chapter 467. Types of shards? A two-headed snake emerged. Its body was around 5 meters long and about 2 meters wide. They had emerald green scales that occasionally switched between brown, similar to the color of the trees. It was also partially covered in blood and gore, most likely from the nearby monsters it had come across. The two heads looked around. Due to the sound that had awoken it from its lovely home on top of a tree, it had decided to go out for a midnight snack, which it had managed to achieve. It was previously about to return to its tree before feeling an imposing pressure fall upon its body. Such a feeling sparked its interest, leading it to arrive here. But to think that it would find itself surrounded in a wide half-circle formation by 4 entities with varying strength put it off. It ignored the humans and used both of its heads to keep watch on the Wendigo to the side and the beetle on the other side, who gave it a cold look. The jungle lord shot it a look of cold indifference as it clutched its spear. The beetle gave it a sadistic look as it licked its teeth due to it having no lips. The two-headed snake immediately turned around to leave, but was intercepted by the jungle lord, who lashed its right leg at it. Holding back a tremendous amount of strength, the jungle lord kicked it in the center of the area they were in, causing it to land near Viesta before walking back to where he was previously. Slowly getting up from the ground with a groggy flicker with its tongues, the two-headed snake found itself in grave danger. Blocked on all sides and surrounded, it can't escape. Wariness and caution flickered through its eyes as it eventually settled its gaze onto the human beside it, who had already flashed its gun towards the snake. Bang! With speed beyond what it could react, one of its heads had been blown off. Blood of its brother splattering onto the remaining head's face. Lillian watched as the enraged, once two-headed snake rushed towards Viesta with its fangs out before being inevitably killed off. This one was also a dud. No shard. They continued this cycle of using the sound blaster to summon more enemies and killing them in hopes of shard. While the number of enemies was slow at first, with continuous use of the sound blaster, even their instincts faltered under the massive weight of their curiosity. Some ran away. Some stayed to devour the weaker monsters that might attempt to go find out what was happening, while the others went off to face whatever was causing the ruckus. In the end, those who went to encounter the cause ultimately didn't return. Viesta's strong. Lillian continued to spectate Viesta's consistent victories over the monsters. It had been an hour now. Most battles that Viesta fought had either ended with a single bullet hole or 2, rarely ever more. That wasn't the most impressive thing, though Viesta had still managed to remain unscathed despite the number of enemies that she had already gone through. This was something that Lillian couldn't help but respect. Even she wasn't this nimble or skilled when she was still a first-tier mage. She still remembered when she struggled against that particular catacomb dweller back in the catacomb. If her memories weren't failing her more than they already were, She remembered that she didn't come out of that battle unscathed. Lillian knew about Viesta's insecurity about her strength compared to the other main members of the student council. So, she decided to boost her ego and confidence a bit. After all, what better way to boost your ego than consistently destroying your enemies and reigning victory over them? Meh. That's just my opinion, though. Lillian glanced to the side and towards a wall of trees that had been smashed through by something large. A dozen minutes ago, she had sent the beetle off alone for its lunch break, since it gets rather pissy if it didn't get any whenever it was on the job. Lillian sighed, stepping back and dodging a splash of blood that landed in front of her. Has Viesta still not received her shard? She had counted that they had killed around 12.5 monsters already. Lillian knew they were extremely rare, but why am I getting impatient? If it's rare, it's obviously going to take time. Slapping her cheeks a few times, Lillian knocked her impatience out of her head. And as she did that, her ears were met with a screeching yell from Viesta, who had her arms raised towards the sky. The woman's face was covered in sweat from all of her dodging, but it was worth it. All her efforts and the uncomfortable amount of sweat on her body were bearable for what she saw. Standing over the corpse of what looked to be a large brown hawk, which had a metallic sheen to it, she stared into the sky, reading the system screen in the air. You have gained a shard. The jester had identified the completion of a requirement. The jester had now unlocked the next feature of the system for you. Viesta turned towards Lillian with a childlike and joyful smile as she yelled, "Lillian, I got a shard." "Oh, really? Show me. Show me." Viesta nodded and willed for it to come out. She had been waiting for this chance for years and had studied the feeling to summon it for this very occasion. Watching as Viesta summoned her shard, Lillian widened her eyes as brown wings stretched out from Viesta's back. This was Viesta's shard. Wings. Those types of shards are incredibly rare. There were 3 types of shards: items, monsters, and features. Features were essentially the body parts of the monster you killed, allowing you to use them and their abilities. The common items usually used by mages are the wings of monsters, but you could even acquire for yourself a pair of arms, a third eye, or even rabbit ears. Lillian held her chin for a bit as she imagined herself with them. They seemed rather endearing in her mind, but she couldn't help but feel as though her dignity would take a hit if she wore them. But anyway, they're still less rarer than monster shards, but rare nonetheless. They were also wings, which added more to their value. Vuvov, this is my shard. Viesta looked at her wings with sparkling eyes, akin to a child getting their birthday gift. It seems I got quite lucky to receive a feature shard. Viesta tried to move them around. Unfortunately, the jester didn't give instruction manuals for these types of things, so she unsurprisingly failed her first attempt. Viesta rubbed the back of her head with an exasperated sigh, failing to move them more than just a twitch. She then turned to Lillian for her opinion. What are your opinions on them, Lillian? Do you think these could be better than a regular shard? These wings feel quite metallic, so they can act as shields. Can't they dash? Right as Viesta was about to fall into a scholar's muttering, she found Lillian's current expression rather odd. Lillian's eyes shook, not because of Viesta's wings, but because of what she had just heard. The jester had whispered into her ears, and it was about the beetle. Chapter 468. The State of the Beetle? Blurring in between the trees, the jungle lord ran with immense speed, carrying 2 attractive young ladies in his arms as one of them guided his movements. Their surroundings blurred. Both Lillian's and Viesta's hair whipped and fluttered behind them. Viesta didn't know the reason why they had suddenly ended up in this situation. Casting a glance over to her partner, she stared at Lillian's eyes, which expressed clear signs of shock. As she was about to ask, the jungle lord immediately stopped in place, ceasing his built-up momentum and causing a gust of wind to blow over from behind them. Then, he leapt back, dodging as a large object crashed through the trees like a hand sweeping through a bed of flowers and uprooting them. Lillian held an arm over her face, blocking the shredded splinters flying their way. What was that? She lowered her arm and squinted her eyes, piercing through the cloud of splintered wood and settling her gaze on the body of a familiar, oversized insect with a human face. The beetle stood in the center of a large, open area. It was dreadfully injured. It was missing two of its legs, that its stumps oozing with blood, and had countless shallow cuts covering its face, with one of them stretching over its closed right eye. What had it encountered for them to give it so much trouble? Even its glossy black shell had sustained damage. Not enough for the beetle to appear as a turtle with a cracked shell, but still. Lillian watched as the beetle spun around, swinging something through the air by its teeth with a furious look on its face. She looked closely and found it to be biting down on what seemed to be a root. The beetle strolled through the jungle happily, looking for its meal before its half-an-hour lunch break came to an end, before it had to return to act as guard. It salivated at the sound of a meal, daydreaming slightly as it intentionally slammed its large body into the surrounding trees with clear dislike towards their existence. And without knowing, it had suddenly found itself in an open area in the jungle. It looked around and found the surrounding plant life was shriveled and dead, as though they were stripped of their needed nutrients. Had they suddenly been inflicted with some sort of decay? Even the trees around the perimeter curved around from the center of the area, clearly wanting nothing to do with whatever was there. They were clearly afraid. If the beetle had an eyebrow, it would definitely raise it, although it cared not for these trees in the slightest. Even going out of its way to tear them down, it knew something was suspicious when it saw it. Shifting its attention towards the center of the area, the beetle found what seemed to be a tree larger than the rest around it. Its bark was of a darker color, and its green leaves had a tint of lilac to them, which caused its face to twitch. The sight of anything remotely purple caused its mind to flash with remembrance about the cursed tree, and the fact that this color was found on a tree gave it even more of a reason to unreasonably tear it down. As it strided forward, the tree's roots that covered the ground beneath it lashed upwards like an awoken snake, sensing its malevolent and hostile thoughts towards its body, covered in a sheen of manna. The roots sliced deeply into the joint of one of its legs, slicing it off completely and causing blood to overflow out of it. Its eyes bulged and reddened at the pain as it roared in pain. Then it was assaulted with countless lashing roots that attacked its body from all sides like a flurry of whip-like swords. Sparks flew off the area it struck its exoskeleton, and blood flew out of the area it struck its exposed flesh. Soon enough, the seemingly endless attacks ceased. The roots hovered over the beetle, making them look taller and more frightening as they seemed to deter the monster away from the tree. Having endured the attacks and feeling its body riddled with slash marks, the beetle's eyes flashed with an enraged light as it let out a distorted roar. Already adapting to the loss of its leg, the beetle warmed up its spider-like legs, which were taller than its body, and stomped them rapidly against the ground before charging in. The sound of its charge thunderously roared out like a stampede of countless migrating monsters. Sensing that the beetle wasn't going to back off, the tree decided to devour the beetle instead. Lashing its roots again, it struck the beetle, knocking it off course for a moment, but failed to stop its charge. The beetle roared thunderously, biting through the roots that charged towards it. Even when they wrapped around its body, it continued to move forward. Even when one of the roots slashed through its right eye, causing it to lose half of its vision, it continued to move forward through the storm of attacks. And when it eventually reached the tree's body, a root wrapped around one of its legs, ripping it off. It was at this point that any other monster would turn tail and leave. A loss of several limbs could be considered a death sentence in such an environment. After all, but the beetle was no ordinary monster. It was instead a monster that was given another chance after its death. With a burning look in its eyes that was fueled by the unbearable and familiar pain of the loss of its legs, it thrusted its tall, black spire-like horn through the center of the tree's trunk. Wooden splinters bursted out from behind the tree as the horn pierced through it. Then, with a shake of its head, the beetle ripped the tree in half and threw it off its horn. Thud! With the tree now separated from its stump, which connected it to its roots. It lost control over them and also over all forms of attacks. Seeing as the tree was now defenseless, the beetle bared its teeth and began to devour the tree before looking up towards the night sky and letting out a victorious and distorted roar. Carapace Hunter had slain a dire gnarl rooting tree, and as it did that, the beetle felt something bubble deep inside its body right next to its heart. It was a warm feeling, a feeling that spread throughout its body like it had finally broken the dam that kept it sealed away. Soon enough, the feeling that coursed through its veins bursted out of its body in the form of a supernatural energy. Carapace Hunter had accomplished its requirements for its mana core, Savage Dire. The remains of the tree that the beetle had slain swept past them again like a wrecking ball, causing destruction through the surrounding trees, which seemed to irritate the jungle lord slightly, as evidenced by how the glowing orbs acting as its eyes flickered a bit. He lowered Lillian and Viesta gently to the ground before stepping forward and catching the swinging tree with its hand, causing the beetle to pause and turn to them. Lillian, who was staring in shock, watched as the beetle flashed its mana at her smugly before collapsing to the ground, falling asleep. She widened her eyes and let out a stuttering sigh as she scratched the back of her head. It was only yesterday she had checked the Beetle-S requirements to be able to use mana. To think it would be completed in the matter of just a day. What else with my luck? A smile stretched across Lillian's lips as she strolled over to the beetle, which had its eyes closed, now asleep. She chuckled a bit and patted its back as she said, "We all are working to get stronger. You did great, Beetle. Get some rest." While she was sure the Jungle Lord would be willing to share a bit of its vitality with the beetle to heal its injuries, she felt it was more appropriate if she allowed it to rest and heal within her mana realm instead. After summoning the beetle back into her mana realm, the three of them continued to go around and try to give Viesta another shard before inevitably returning to camp. And upon arriving, they found that everyone else had already returned from their hunting as well and had now gathered around the campfire, waiting for them. "Ah, Kumet, you have finally returned. Kaha!" The captain loudly greeted them as he, John, and Emilio stood up to come meet them. As Viesta showed off her new pair of wings to John and Emilio, Lillian strolled over to the captain and asked, "Have you guys have anything to eat yet?" "Absolutely not." Lillian tilted her head at the tone of the captain, which made it sound like she had said something completely preposterous. Was there really something with what she asked? "Okay, how come?" The captain grinned down at her before spinning around and gesturing towards the log benches around the campfire. "Take a seat, matey. Yar fellow captain shall tell yar the tale of the greatest pirate to ever roam the sea." He paused and then said, "And of my discovery of what epic we currently are in." Chapter 469. 3 epics? The world of Hearth, the trial world, had gone through exactly 3 epochs, each encompassing and spanning over several eras. But to jog Lillian's memories, she recounted the eras that had passed. The first era, the era of echoes, started at the dawn of the world, the forgery of the world by the 4 gods of creation: earth, fire, water, and air. Although light and darkness played a role, it supposedly wasn't enough to brag about. It stretched from 0 AE all the way to 500 AE, AE being the abbreviation for After Echoes, which stood for the moment after the very beginning of the first era began. The eras following that were Era of Luminaries 1000 E, 1500 E, the Era of Shattered Veil 2500 E, 3200 E, the Era of Hollowed Silence 3200 E, 3600 E, the Era of Twisting Currents 3600 E, 3800 E, the Era of Fractured Light 3800 AE, 4000 E, and then lastly the Era of Silent Resurgence 4000 E. The last era still remained of how long the period lasted, but what we did was that it was the era where the strongest had begun to rise and fight back against the Jester. And over all of those eras, 3 epics existed: the first, second, and third epics. The first epic spanned from the first to the second eras and was predominantly known as the time of peace and prosperity, the Epic of Peace. Following that was the second epoch, which spanned from the third to the fourth eras. During this period, the dreaded War of the Gods happened, the Celestial War, and because of that, this epoch was labeled as the time of destruction and abandonment, the Epic of Apocalypse. Then, lastly, they had the third epic, the Epic of Heroes, which spanned over all the following eras that came after the second epoch. Lillian soon awoke to the boisterous noise of the captain's laughter. It seemed to just finish jogging everyone's memories of the epics and eras, something she had just finished doing as well. But instead of her vague recalling over the eras, he went in depth into one of them, the era of twisting currents, which was also the exact era that began after the second epoch and started the third. How much do you all know about this era? The captain asked. John scratched his head. Coming from a family of commoners and normal folks, he and T had much opportunity to learn about unrelated topics that didn't help with his survival. This couldn't be said for the three nobles around him, though: Lillian, Emilio, and Viesta. Emilio tilted his head. That's when the entire world became flooded with water. Wasn't it? The captain nodded. Correct. Matey, but do you know the reason for the flooding? It was because of the moon, right? Viesta tilted her head, pointing towards the fractured silver disk in the sky. In the Celestial War, it was stated that the moon god fought against another god that was linked to the water element, right? Indeed, matey. For all her brilliance and beauty, for allowing us sight in the night with her silver glow, she is quite the petty person to cause the entire world to flood. But that wasn't all because of her. Lillian, who was keenly listening in, gave her input. The culprit of the flooding was by one of the four mighty sea kings, the Flood King, who is also known as the Flood Goddess Champion. What fine knowledge you have, crewmate. The captain smiled slightly before looking up at the sky. Oh, the mighty Flood King, a name known by many, yet only a handful had managed to see him in person. It was even said that he was the cause for the other members of the four mighty sea kings to exist. Shaking his head, he waved his hand dismissively. But we shan't talk about him for now. Such a topic is left for another and more benefiting time. Abruptly standing up, the captain struck a heroic pose as he placed his foot on the log he was sitting on. The sound of his stomp caused everyone, who may have been daydreaming, to return back to him. Instead, we shall talk about the greatest captain of the sea. He was a pirate, oh so cruel, sacrificing the inmates aboard his vessel for his benefit. Yet so benevolent as he allowed even the smallest and weakest of children to join aboard his crew. The captain went on to describe this mysterious captain's exploits with an enthusiastic look on his face. He faced countless foes, and none yet could put him down. Even monsters with a threat rating of 6 fell with a single swing of his sword. The captain made a slashing motion with his hand. He then gave a smug look as he said, "He was also my personal teacher and the one who taught me my beloved combat style." He then sat down and continued to rant more. In the middle of his rant, he was asked a question by Emilio, the young master of the Nightraven family. If he is a captain, what about his crew? He has a crew, right? You can bet your booty he does. And the most powerful and most versatile crew I had ever laid eyes on. The captain puffed his chest out. His crew was plentiful and powerful, one of them even having the ability to resurrect the dead. What? Resurrect the dead? Emilio yelled in clear shock. He was baffled by what he had just heard. Was the ability to resurrect the dead truly something a mortal could obtain? I thought that was only an ability the divine could wield. The captain clicked his tongue and wagged his finger at the young man. Unlike our world, these humans do not gain their abilities through trials. Instead, they gain them through the gods themselves. As long as they promise their patron benefits, of course. Lillian nodded slowly, and also, the gods are more generous towards them. Unlike with us, they intentionally hold out on the more broken abilities that they could grant us. She then hummed slightly, but I suppose for the benefits we were getting from the jester in exchange for that, it could almost be fair. The captain continued to rant on about this mysterious captain, speaking of a massive vessel that held the remaining portion of humanity on it, and how it was like a mobile civilization. The ship was called Noah's Ark, just like the Noah from the Bible, who managed to bring on one pair of each animal onto his ship during a global apocalyptic flood. Except for pairs of animals, it was all humans. Although she knew what it looked like through the game, she would like to see it in person for herself. After all, it wouldn't be a normal scene to be able to gaze upon the sight of something based on something in the Bible. On Noah's Ark, there are 4 large fleets that protect it from all sides. The Leviathan Drowners, the King Crab Snappers, the Seagull Brigade, and lastly, the Blackbeard Cutlass. This captain I have been talking on about happened to be commander over the Blackbeard Cutlass fleet. The captain watched as everyone's eyes opened slightly in shock and surprise, except for Lillian, who seemed to be smiling in amusement, something that the captain found joy in seeing and led him to carry on. Right as he was, though, Viesta held up a hand and asked, had one of these fleets ever been, destroyed or retired before? Retired? No. Men do retire from the line of duty when struck with a fearsome and crippling wound. Otherwise, they do stay in their posts. The role of a defender of Noah's Ark brings lots of benefits. As for whether a fleet has been destroyed, I can't remember. Viesta nodded in understanding, but before she was about to lower her hand, the captain sat up immediately as he bursted out loud. Yes, I remember now. The Leviathan Drowners. They are the ones who had perished during the line of duty during a ravaging storm. He shook his head slowly. All other fleets tried their best to save them, but alas, they couldn't escape that storm that fell upon them, is what the captain told me. Time passed, but the captain still had plenty to tell. However, such peaceful moments had to come to an end as it had gotten too late. But before they all could head off to sleep, Lillian decided to ask the captain a question that she felt would bring her amusement. Hey, Captain, what was that man's name? The captain, who had his back turned to Lillian, stiffened. He turned around and stared into Lillian's eyes. His eyes darted around, almost as though he was thinking up something. I cannot say, but anyway, you're all shouldn't be focused on such a thing. If you want to get stronger, I shall wake you all up first thing early morning. And after saying that, he scuttled away into his tent. Lillian gave a slight and crooked smile as she looked up into the sky, staring at the fractured moon before muttering, soon, the day after tomorrow, is when we'll escape this place. Her crooked smile then turned warm and gentle. Wait for me, Marionette. I'll call you as soon as I get to the Eastern Nation, and then I'll think about what to do for that day coming. Marionette's surgery. It was near now. Chapter 470. Marionette speaks with the family head. One marionette stood in front of her father's desk, staring down at the robotic man that continued to look through countless paperwork, all that could be linked to the new mysterious group that appeared within their territory and was seemingly growing bigger by the day. With a pleading look in her eyes that could only be hidden by her emotionless facade and mask, she opened her mouth and spoke. Family head, please reconsider your decision. Do you truly believe anyone in the upcoming event would be worth more in terms of potential than Lillian? The Crown of Roses paused his scribbling with a mechanical quill held tightly in between his fingers. He placed it aside and rested his metal chin on top of his interlocked fingers. So that's the reason why you intruded into my office. With your permission. An intrusion is still an intrusion, even with consent. You knew I was busy dealing with matters? Marionette unconsciously clutched her hands into fists, tightening her grip with an apologetic look on her face as she muttered out, and for that reason, I'm sorry, but please, I'm joking. The Crown of Roses interrupted, leaning his back into his seat as he watched his daughter respond with a silent and surprised look, something he managed to identify due to body movements. The eyes of the mechanical body seemingly frowned when it saw this reaction out of the girl. The Crown of Roses then sighed. It seems we must have you retouch on your past lessons. After saying that, he tapped his finger against the armrest of his chair before asking, You come to ask about the daughter of the Arias family. I'm sure I've already made my expression of dislike clear. So, Why is it you still come to bother me about such matters? Please don't avoid the subject. Family head. Compared to all those who will come to the legacy table, Lillian has a much higher rate of learning than they do. At this moment in time, she gradually nearing the small percentage of Tier 2 mages that could be considered the peak of this stage without enhancements. The Crown of Roses listened to his daughter as ran about her lover while eerily tapping his finger against his desk, which seemed to unnerve Marionette a little. She then heard him speak. You speak of her strengths as though I have seen them for myself. From what I've gathered, using my extensive resources, that girl has made little achievements to be considered connected to our family in any way, especially as someone who has a relationship with one of ours. The Crown of Roses then paused for a moment before continuing. And our family does not gain much if we were to interact with the Arias family, for their research and expertise are something we already have some grounds on. Marionette watched as he father sat up and picked up the mechanical quill once again, intending to return to work as he made a shooing gesture towards her. The sight of her father disregarding her feelings and even thinking of her as a pawn for more resources for their family made her ill. Was that all she really was? Merrick, the Crown of Roses, seeing as his daughter was still standing inside his office, sighed again. He then asked, Have you taken those supplements the gardener supplied to you, daughter? Marionette, breaking out of her stupor, gave a reluctant nod with a frustrated expression. Since taking the medicine supplied to her, she felt a sense of unease inside her chest and also a sort of weakness. Upon taking them, she felt her mana within her core tighten uncomfortably. She had even felt as though her darkness had weakened in strength. As Marionette thought about the pills she had been taking, an idea suddenly appeared inside her mind like a light bulb flicking on with a switch. What if? Family head, I wish to speak about that surgery with you. The one that the gardener will be putting you through on the 2nd of May? Yes. What about it? Marionette drew in a deep breath before offering a solution to her issue, and also a proposal to the man she called her father. I wish to have it today. The mechanical eyes of the robot stirred for a moment, not widening nor narrowing at his daughter's request. However, despite that, a complex emotion could be seen in the eyes of the robot. For what purpose? From what I've gathered from the gardener from your daily checkups, your body isn't stabilized enough for the surgery yet. That's fine. Marionette placed a hand above where her mana core would be within her chest and said, If I manage to adapt to the changes that and exceed your expectations, would you allow Lillian into our family? Have you forgotten what this surgery is about? The eyes of the machine turned cold as they narrowed their gaze onto the girl. This surgery is not some simple surgery for biological enhancements. Daughter, you will be taking part in a surgery that would undoubtedly bring negative impacts to the surroundings if all goes wrong. Marionette nodded slowly and muttered, Integration with true darkness. There has been a theory lurking within the scientific world. Since the existence of monsters that had evolved and integrated themselves with a portion of the true corruption, they ultimately become a corrupted entity. Why couldn't humans? Had there ever been a corrupted human? There hasn't. While this surgery was built upon theoretical science and information, Marionette was ultimately the best test subject. Her body had a high amount of endurance and tolerance to pain, while also being stronger than just the average person or mage. She also had the element of darkness, which was the final proof that made her the perfect vessel of the true darkness. All other patients who had undergone this surgery had ultimately perished on the same day or days after the surgery. Marionette still remembered her first time encountering true darkness in her second trial with Lillian. And although such a substance was extremely dangerous, so was everything else that could be found within the trial. The only thing that gave her the sense of ease and comfort was ultimately because of Chapter 471. Marionette speaks with the family head. 2. Yendi, since the first day of the trial, she had been expected with the feeling of loneliness and even dreadfulness. She didn't even know where to begin in the trial, but with Lillian with her, she felt more at ease. At least she wasn't going to be alone, was what she had thought back then. She had even come to find herself enjoying the moment where they trained and Surprisingly, the physical contact. It was the first time, after all, when she met someone who looked almost like her. And since then, that exact girl she had been so obsessed over had made grand and enormous strides in progress to become stronger, while she still remained the same. Even though Marionette had recently comprehended the expressions of her techniques and had entered the middle stage in the night realm, that was about it. She had stagnated. Her strengths and abilities had stagnated. Merrick, seeing that Marionette's body had straightened and become much more confident, became more serious as his tone adopted a strict and unappreciative tone. Although this surgery will not cause your flaw to worsen, your mind will always be in a state where even the darkest thoughts feel normal. Even though your body and magic would leap in bounds beyond what you are capable of now, you will feel as though something deep within you is eating you alive. The medications that I dash. The gardener have been putting you through would allow you to control the true darkness and cause your body to become more of a vessel for it. Merrick then paused for a moment before asking, "Do you still wish to undergo this surgery despite what I had just listed? And do be truthful." Marionette listened to what she had just heard and gave a firm and fearless nod. She knew what it would entail. She also couldn't help but feel as though her father was trying to deter her away from this decision, and also away from the surgery? Although this surgery wasn't of her own choice. If she could somehow convince her father. Marionette slowly took off her mask and stared into the eyes of the robot, and asked with a slight smile, "Would I have your blessings for my marriage and relationship with Lillian?" Merrick's finger began to rapidly tap at his desk, as if he was uncomfortable with the situation. From his point of view, their family would be at greater risk of loss rather than gain if something were to happen to Marionette during the surgery. Any logical and cautious man would turn down such an offer and call the one who offered it a fool, and get on with their day. However, he couldn't help but feel an illusory face of someone he knew overlapping with his daughter's stubborn and firm look. "If you manage to exceed my expectations and survive without even a hint of visible trouble, fine. You will get my blessing and everyone else in the family as well." After a few minutes of responses and even information about the upcoming Legacy Table event between nobles, Marionette left with her mask on. However, if one were to look into her eyes, they would find them to be shining brightly, glittering even, akin to stars shining in the night sky. She walked forward, one foot in front of the other, before rapidly moving into a sprint as she dashed towards the gardener's office. Lillian, Lillian, Lillian. One after another, the only thought she had in her mind was Lillian. Why am I in one of the torture chambers? Unfortunately, her desire to bring Lillian into her family might take a moment or two, for she had somehow gotten lost even in her own home. Marionette's surgery is coming in a couple days. This piece of key information was something each player knew about greatly, to the point that they knew what day it would happen, because this surgery would kickstart Marionette's journey to becoming the final boss, a wall tall enough and strong enough to put down the player and cause them to restart each run. Not only would Marionette's existing number more than double after her surgery, but it would only continuously multiply the more she would be able to control the true darkness within her. Lillian's hand shook as she swung her cutlass, clashing with the captain, who had once again become her sparring partner. She needed to get stronger, much stronger. Even now, she wasn't enough. If she wanted to protect what was dear to her, she needed to keep on fighting, learning, and adapting. Otherwise, what good was she for? The captain took a step back as he felt Lillian's movements become even more rapid. He had been stunned once he found out Lillian had achieved the expressions of his technique. It had taken him a month, and because of that, he was envious of Lillian's talent for combat. But he was also proud. The captain hadn't ever taken in a student before, and even though he knew that Lillian had only gotten this far in progress with her monster, it was still good to know he had played a role. With that, he decided to use the second-to-last technique of his combat style. After parrying Lillian's overhead swing, the captain swung his fist and dealt a devastating blow to Lillian's stomach, causing her to vomit blood as she shot back. He was told not to go easy on her. With a tremendous leap with his strong legs, he appeared parallel to Lillian, a 5-meter gap in between them, and began to swing his cutlass wildly. Fourth technique of the deep-sea hunter, drowning net. Lillian quickly recovered from the captain's staggering blow to her stomach and watched as an illusory net appeared over her. She gritted her teeth. "Don't falter." Lillian twisted in the air and landed on the ground. Then, with a tight hold on her sword, she swung horizontally with all of her strength and, first technique of the deep-sea hunter, tiebreaker slash, summoned a Titanic-sized, illusory wave to appear behind her, rushing upwards. This scene reminded her of the exact same scenario yesterday, when the Jungle Lord used the drowning net against her. But would it happen again? Would the exact same result happen again? Lillian watched as the illusory wave she had created was sliced into individual cubes and dispersed. Then, not even a split second, she felt several cuts sink in her body, severing and reaching her bones. Fortunately, nothing fatal to her life occurred. However, the fact that the same result happened again caused her both anguish and frustration. She had only one more day to train for what was to come, and yet, she was still too weak. Chapter 472, System S Title Section. Afterwards, everything went as planned. Everyone trained in the Captain's gauntlet of traps throughout the jungle, which he had reset, and she went off with the Jungle Lord to learn the rest of the techniques. The captain was kind enough to teach the last two of his techniques to the Wendigo, who only found the last technique to be the most difficult to understand. What was he planned was Emilio trying to train with her as well. She wasn't sure if it was so he could somehow get close to her or to actually improve. Lillian narrowed her gaze on the young man, who sparred with the captain. Her eyes looked over his figure and form. Unlike her, Emilio wouldn't make as fast progress due to his talents. Well, talents when it came to martial arts, that was. Lillian took a quick look at her status. Name, Lillian Ker. Arias titles. Rejected Jungle Lord. Pathetic Rabbit of Fated Truths Affinities. Water. Parasitic Traits. N.A. Shards. Maximum Limit. 6 Regular S. Last Grasp. Lady Fate S. Lucky Necklace of Entertainment. Carapace Hunter. Hardened Coral. Kelp Strider. Jungle Lord Quests. 2 Theatrical Points. 42,788 System. Shop. 2,000 or so theatrical points in 2 days. Yikes. Lillian whistled. It was bad. Her eyes then trailed around her status before settling on something she found was unfamiliar. That S new. Lillian looked at the title section on her status and smiled wryly at what she had so far. Rejected Jungle Lord? Pathetic Rabbit of Fated Truths? What were these titles? Did the jungle god not find her appealing enough for her to be a guardian of one of its jungles? And why was it that she was called a pathetic rabbit instead of just a rabbit? Did she really resemble a rabbit that much? Sighing, Lillian tapped on one of the titles and decided to look into it. Title: Rejected Jungle Lord Description. The jungle god looked down upon your vicious battle against one of his guardians. He laughed loudly, amused and much entertained, especially with your last spectacle. With one of the requirements fulfilled to become his guardian, he stretched his hand out before shrinking back under the striking glare of several higher concepts, thus leading to the rejection. Lillian's face twitched when she read this. The jungle god shrunk back by a higher concept? By a higher concept? Did that mean another god of a much more prominent and powerful element? And several of them? Did she have several higher-level gods interested in her? If so, didn't that mean she would have become the next jungle lord if it weren't for their intervening? I could have gained so many abilities. Lillian shrieked before snuffling out her despair. Although she lost a chance for extra abilities, she was ultimately glad, since that would meant she would be stuck here. I definitely wouldn't want that. Title: Pathetic Rabbit of Fated Truths Description. Lillian frowned slightly at the mysterious question marks. She looked around in hopes of finding something, but was disappointed to find nothing. Why was this one hidden? Seeing there was no point in looking any further, Lillian swiped away and instead went into her system shop to acquire something. Lillian gazed upon the 2D image of a familiar-looking pill that cost 100 TP, lesser affinity pills. At some point in the past, she had wastefully spent points on some of these in hopes of increasing her affinity, but to her dismay, she found them ineffective and no longer proved any effects. And considering that she could only buy these qualities of pills from a shop, it was rather disheartening. Only the more higher quality pills would suffice now. Luckily, there were other consumables she could buy, like potions that could boost her endurance, intellectual prowess, or even poison. But right now, she was only focused on the lesser affinity pills. She was planning to give them to Emilio. Since the level of talent was usually linked to the amount of impurities found on a mage's mana shell around their mana core. There could be other reasons, but this one was the most prominent. My mana shell had a lot of impurities as well. Going by how weak she was previously at the start of this year, that was definitely a sign of the ridiculous amount of impurities hidden inside her mana shell. They're usually permanent under normal and natural circumstances. One couldn't remove the impurities within a person's mana shell. Well, no one but the jester could. With each progression, the jester would step in and forcefully remove the impurity infection from the person. After all, if the person managed to survive that long, they should be granted the ability to live longer to entertain their heavenly audience. Although, if I remember correctly, wasn't there a major affinity pill back at the top of the Cliff Goddess Temple? Lillian remembered there would always be a reward for a player whenever they reached the top of each temple. However, Lillian eyed the captain, who was going easy on the sweaty Emilio. He must be taken it when he was stealing all of the furniture at the top. If she weren't so focused on planting the crystal into its stone slot and retrieving the flower, she would claimed it for herself. Sighing, Lillian waited for their spar to end. When it did, she sent her jungle lord to go spar with the captain, who was still brimming with energy, and strolled over to the young man. Huff, huff, thud. Emilio fell on her rear before completely falling onto his back. His muscles were sore and his eyes slightly droopy. Although he was a first-tier mage, he still required the minimum number of sleep. And because of the captain's rude awakening when he arrived at his tent, he didn't manage to get it. If anything, he could still blame the captain, even if it wasn't for training purposes. He had been the one to keep him up last night with his thrilling tale. Holding a hand above his eyes, he flexed it and tried to control his mana, but grimaced when he couldn't. Unlike the second tiers, who could control their mana freely, he couldn't and could only rely on his pure physical abilities and magic to survive. Fortunately, though, with the help of Lillian, unexpectedly, he had been able to enter his mana realm, something he wouldn't have expected. Summoning a reflective glass shard into the hand hovering above his face, he stared into the face of an abominable beast hidden within the mirror world of the glass shard. This was the creature that had almost killed him the first day he arrived in this world. And with Lillian's utter benevolence, she granted him this shard after killing it. Once you give a shard away inside a trial, you can't get that exact shard back, no matter what. So, the fact that Lillian had casually given away something as valuable as a monster shard was shocking to say the least. This bastard still brings them dreaded dreams at night. Although the monster was dead and now within his control, he was still afflicted with horrific dreams of that day. The feeling of his life slipping away and the corner of his vision darkening. It was chilling, but that made him even more grateful for the lady who saved his life. If only he could repay her the same way she had helped him when he needed it. He doubted his savior would want something as meager as money as payment for saving his life. So the only thing he could offer was his strength. But with his god-awful talents, all he would ever be capable of was acting as some worm bait for some large fish. He had prayed every night to each of the 4 cardinal gods in hopes of them granting him some kind of blessing, or just to fix the poor impurities within his mana shell. But of course, like most deities would, none answered his prayers, thus leading him into despair as his siblings grew up far stronger and taller than him. Some of his siblings even had lovers already. What good is an element like mine if I can barely cast any spells with it? His element cost a foul amount of mana to use. One that would leave even a single spell leave him dripping in sweat and panting if he were an average person. Fortunately, he grew up in an established, noble family with countless resources that could support him, although not enough, of course, due to his talents. Even now, with just a small spar with a man as strong as the captain, he could barely comprehend even a little into his combat style, much less the expressions of its techniques. Why must the heavens be so cruel? When he had heard that Lillian had already learnt most of the combat style-esque expressions in an hour, he was dumbfounded. How'd she do it? In terms of talents, how much of a difference was there between him and her? How could someone decrease the efforts needed from days to months down to just a singular hour? Emilio gritted his teeth. Why was it that he was given such horrid talents? Did he not come from a powerful family of individuals with superior genetics? Why was it that only he was met with misfortune in their family? He had even struggled with the most basic forms of his family's combat styles. Why was the world so unfair? As Emilio continued to dwell on his negative thoughts and feel his tears bubble in the corners of his eyes, he noticed a shadow loom over him, lowering his hand away from his face. His eyes settled on the beautiful face of a girl with alabaster skin and white hair with blue eyes akin to the most gorgeous of gems. As Emilio quickly wiped away the tears in the corners of his eyes, intending not to make himself appear as a weak fool in front of his savior, he opened his mouth, almost about to ask if she needed anything, until his words got stuck in his throat. Hey, Emilio, I know of a way to increase that talent of yours. Want me to help you with that? Emilio gulped and sniffled as he said with a stutter. Huh? Chapter 473. A minor deal for improvement? His talents? A way to increase his talents? Was that even possible? He had heard people being able to remove the impurities within their mana shell and boost their existing abilities by double, usually through surgery. But he had also learned that those same people died not too long afterwards. The act of interacting with the physical state of someone's mana core was taboo. Even if it was for a good cause, for just even the slightest mishap could cause them to be crippled or lead to their death. That was why some would only rely on the jester to assist them with improving their talents. She was thinking of opening him up now, did she? Although he had seen the things she had done and was grateful for her assistance when he was about to die, he couldn't allow the lady to open him up like a cardboard box and let her fiddle around with his mana core as if it were a snow globe. Ignoring the pain from his sore muscles, Emilio sat instantly up, his eyes wide as he stared at the girl, who seemed to look back with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Could it be she was just playing around with him? Did she figure out his poor talents and was now mocking him through this sick joke? Even if his heart did feel something for the girl, he couldn't tolerate such behavior. He opened his mouth, intending to speak out against the white-haired girl's claims about improving his talents, but was then met with splash, a faceful of drinkable water. Emilio gulped down the water on instinct before flinching back and turning away. He wiped his face vigorously, having already forgotten about the soreness in his arms. Ashi, what was that for? You looked thirsty. Lillian tilted her head, still holding her amused smile as she continued to remain crouched beside the young man. And I also needed a way to jolt you out from those thoughts of yours. Thoughts? Could it be that she had the ability to read his thoughts? Lillian continued to enjoy the panicked and shocked look on Emilio's face as she swiped her finger and wiped his body clean of water and sweat. She then pulled out 5 identical-looking light blue pills in between her fingers. Emilio raised an eyebrow as he saw this. While he had seen pills with the same color as them, he felt as though these ones were far different and magical compared to the ones he was thinking of. What are those, Miss Lillian? These are the solution to your problem, my friend. Lillian smirked and waved them in front of his face, instantly causing his eyes to follow them like he was mind-controlled. The solution to my problem? Gulp one of these down, and your mana would feel much more refined. Even your affinity would further increase. My affinity? Emilio watched as Lillian flicked the pills into the air with the back of her thumb, akin to someone flipping a coin before swiftly catching them with ease. Was Lillian truly speaking the truth? Could these pills actually help him with his issue? He hadn't ever heard of a mystical drug that could purify a person's impurities, regardless of the level of their world's current technology. Wait, I had heard that the humans who lived on Hearth were able-produced mystical drugs capable of removing a person's impurities. They were known as affinity pills. Was that what Lillian had in her hands? How did she get her hands on them? From what he knew, these pills were highly sought after and were rare to ever be seen. In fact, nowhere in the public market or black market had such an item. Emilio slowly held his hand out to the magical pills in Lillian's grasp before watching as they were slowly brought away from him. He stiffened at the sound of Lillian's chuckle. If they truly were affinity pills, he needed to get his hands on them. On all 5 of them. I want to ask where you got them from, but please, what do you want for them? Name your price, and I have it. Bearing the name of a prestigious noble family, Night Raven, one could say that he was filthy rich, to the point where even 1/3 of his current wealth could last a low-income family with 3 children for several years and pay for their tuition. He was, without a doubt, not short on cash. But would someone like Lillian really accept this? He watched as Lillian's lips curled into a sly smile as she tilted her head. Emilio assumed this head gesture of hers as a way to make fun of him. After all, what good was material wealth inside a trial, if she wouldn't be able to use it if they didn't escape? Coming to this dreaded conclusion, Emilio's eyes turned teary and his lips trembled, causing his face to become extremely adorable without him knowing, something he was rather known for in the family. This face of his seemed to unknowingly inflict quite the damage onto Lillian as she flinched at the sight of him. He watched as the corners of her lips twitched wryly. Lillian, shaking her head with a slight smile, patted his shoulder with her free hand before muttering, "You want to hear the price?" "Sure. In exchange for these pills, I won't ask for much. I just want your unquestioning trust and loyalty, as well as another thing, which I will ask later from you." Emilio froze at the request. Was this really all she wanted? Just his trust and loyalty? For such a precious and highly sought-after item. Wasn't she asking for too little? He knew someone would ask for 100,000 semis for even one of these. Maybe. He was ever good at pricing things. But what is that other thing? Emilio wanted to ask her about it, but he felt that if he asked or said anything more, then this deal might increase further in price. Just my trust and loyalty? Well, you already got them with how capable you've proven yourself, but very well, Miss Lillian. I shall follow you wholeheartedly. 42,847 TP. 42,347 TP. Lillian stared into Emilio's eyes, which seemed to glitter at her. The way he smiled as well caused her eyes to squint at how bright it was. Was it just her, or did he look a bit too feminine? Deciding it wasn't worth thinking about it, Lillian passed over the pills and instructed him on how to take them. It wasn't that different from taking any other pill, with the sole exception that these quite literally melt in your mouth. After giving them over and leaving John in charge of looking over his body, Lillian threw a glance over to the Jungle Lord and the Captain's battle. They seemed to be still going at it, full of vigor. She envied their strength, but could only keep moving forward. Walking over to Viesta, who was seated in a cross-legged position, Lillian couldn't help but smile a bit. Since this morning, the woman couldn't do anything but speak and describe what the inside of her mana realm looked like. This was the sort of reaction Lillian would have had as well, if hers wasn't so plain and boring. Viesta even has a guardian in her mana realm. So lucky? Sighing, Lillian shook the woman awake before summoning another 5 affinity pills from thin air. 847 TP. If she had the ability to grow the strength and talents of those around her, Lillian was fine with parting with a few hundred theatrical points she had stored up. Chapter 474. Gratitude? Lillian overlooked the Viesta, Emilio digesting the pills, and felt a surge of mana radiating from them. She smiled at the activity of mana in the air, akin to the static feeling of an area recently struck by lightning. It had taken a great deal of effort from her to convince Viesta to take these pills in exchange for nothing. But fortunately, with her charismatic skills, she had managed to succeed in the task. With this, their talents and rate of growth should speed up. She knew in the future that having strong allies would become an invaluable resource, especially those with unorthodox elements. Lillian raised her hand and looked down at the center of her palm, controlling her mana into her as she sighed. It was unfortunate that her body no longer grew from the consumption of lesser affinity pills, but that was fine. If she remembered correctly, the last time her affinity was measured, she had received 1323. Although she wasn't too sure what it was currently, she was sure that she still needed around 700 more affinity to reach the next rank. I really should get it measured after this trial. She should also remember to tell the last bit of her deal to Emilio. It was crucial that he heard and obeyed them. Lillian continued to watch them take down the pills she had provided, watching as their faces contorted and shifted between a variety of expressions, the most common being relaxation and also uncomfort. This was most likely from the purifying effects of the pills mixed in with some level of pain from taking them in such short intervals. The pain from taking these shouldn't be large, at least the level of soreness after a long or short workout. They'll be fine. Pain to the mana shell naturally makes it grow back stronger. Their mana core was just expanding into their shells from the large intake of mana they were absorbing, nothing much. Nor was the amount she had given enough for their mana shell to crack and cause it to form another shell. If that were to happen, it would have been quite bad since it would have limited their potential a bit. Once the two had finally awoken from their meditation and felt the purity of their mana through their bodies, they immediately leapt onto their feet and tested their abilities. Emilio aimed his hand towards the trunk of a nearby tree and yelled out, "Eclipse beam." Both light and darkness wrapped around each other in the center of his palm before creating a beam that tore through the trunk with ease. Viesta walked up to a nearby tree and gently smacked it. Then, a moment later, a powerful delayed impact occurred and caused a deep dent to appear in the trunk. Both of them widened their eyes. Emilio widened his, not because his attack had been able to destroy the trunk of the tree, but because he still felt ready to go. He wasn't tired even after firing off an offensive spell. Viesta had widened hers due to the increased force behind the delayed impact. It was much more powerful compared to before. If only she didn't have a limited supply of bullets, she would been shooting them to test out the extent of her element. Watching as the two tested their abilities, Lillian watched as their faces became even more incredulous and amazed by their abilities. She smiled at this, finding joy in their reaction, but then watched as they turned toward her. Lillian tilted her head at this before raising an eyebrow as she watched them rush towards her. Were they intending on ganging up on her in the name of sparring? As Lillian was about to prepare herself, she felt no sort of fighting intent behind their movements, causing her to lower her guard and find herself knocked onto the ground as they climbed on top of her. "Thank you, Lillian." X2W what the dash. Lillian looked down with a baffled expression as she watched they cling to her body like little kids. Was this really going to be their way of expressing their gratitude toward her? She had somewhat expected this kind of reaction from Emilio, given what he was like, but Viesta? Wasn't she too mature for this kind of gesture? Gee, get of. Lillian hesitated from pushing them away as she looked into their thankful eyes. She let out a groan, but then sighed, smiling a bit as she looked down on them. Not many people in the world were able to express themselves, especially their childlike selves, in fear of being judged. If they want to act like this, who am I to deny them this right? A motherly look appeared in her eyes as she raised her hands towards their head. But then, the face of a certain assassin flashed through her mind, which prompted her to immediately transform into water. Lillian swiftly leapt out of their clutches and reformed back into her original self. With a slight blush on her face, She waved her hand at them before looking back towards the fight between the Wendigo and the captain. And that was when she heard fifth technique of the deep-sea hunter, Leviathan-S descent. Lillian's eyes shot wide open as a humongous illusory Leviathan appeared in the sky, towering over them as it descended at a rapid rate, grabbing onto Viesta and watching as John grabbed onto Emilio. The two of them leapt out of the way with their respective person and thud, dodged the destructive attack of the Captain's attack. The winds rolled over from the thunderous impact. The trees stumbled and fell as the ground beneath them became uneven and torn apart. Under the sea of dust clouds was a crater that had a radius of 15 meters, which became progressively deeper the further you moved towards the center. And lying in the center was Jungle Lord, who had the center of his body crushed to a pulp. Its eyes, which were once a soft and cold white, flickered out into a pure dark viridian as its body began to put itself back together, and the grass in its blood grew at an exponential rate. The captain climbed out of the crater and walked out of the dust cloud, approaching Lillian, who stared back in surprise. "Did you just randomly decide to use your last technique?" The captain shrugged and pointed back with his thumb. "That fiend of yours is durable enough to survive that attack, I'm sure." Lillian's face darkened, and she planted her face in her hand. That wasn't something she was worried about. Instead, DUM, Kriya, she was worried about the Jungle Lord's descent into its second stage. With the sound of the spine-chilling roar, everyone snapped their heads towards the dust cloud and watched as something shot out in dozens, all targeting the captain, who was shocked by what he saw. Raising his cutlass, he defended against the seemingly endless number of vines targeting him, parrying them towards the ground, which exploded out from the force of them. Thud, thud, thud. When the barrage of vines soon ceased, the captain sliced through them with a single slash before looking back. Is everyone all right, Dash? But what he expected to see was now there. Everyone who was supposedly behind him had already run away in search of safety. His expression became blank, but he soon let out an exasperated sigh. What a bunch of unfortunately. He wouldn't be able to finish this sentence of his as he felt the ground tremble beneath him and noticed that the trees around them were suddenly impaled by vines extending from the inside of the crater. With a mana pulse, the captain found something digging through the ground towards his general location. He leapt towards the sky and watched as the ground beneath him erupted with spike-like vines. Sensing that this situation was a lot more serious than it should have been, he grew a pair of wings from his back using his element and took to the skies. But then he watched as all the impaled trees around him exploded out with vines, all targeting his airborne figure. Their speed was faster than he expected. Taking a stance in the air, the captain swung his sword and took down all the hostile vines. He scowled. Was the Jungle Lord that butthurt that he took it down in a single strike? As he was thinking this, he looked down and found the body of the Jungle Lord exiting out of the dust cloud. The Wendigo's eerie eyes settled on him, and within a few seconds, its elongated neck extended drastically. The skull of the Jungle Lord rushed towards him in the air at high speed, like a true horrific fiend. The captain made a wide frown as he readied his sword, preparing to cut down the monster, before watching as another head appeared, darting towards him. It was made out of pure plasma, and was closely reminiscent of the two-headed Leviathan he had faced. Could it be the spirit of the Leviathan had now been awoken and after him? Was it also butthurt that it was defeated as well? He clicked his tongue and shifted his stance, intending to take both of them out. But then he watched as the plasmatic head made an abrupt turn towards the Jungle Lord's neck and bit through, causing the Wendigo's skull to fall to the ground. Thud! The head of the Jungle Lord plummeted and crashed into the ground, shaking as it began to reconnect with its main body before noticing something. Lillian slowly walked to its head with an annoyed expression. She flicked her hand and summoned the corpse of a random beast. Grabbing onto the deceased monster, she began to shove it inside the Jungle Lord's mouth. Come on, eat it. You're hungry, aren't you? After Lillian began to stomp countless corpses she hid within her spatial ring down the Jungle Lord's now regenerated throat, the Wendigo's rampage finally ceased. Once the situation regarding the Wendigo had been solved, everyone went on with their training. This time, with many more improvements. Emilio's insight into his magic and even physical activities was far more enlightening compared to before. Viesta had even begun to use her element passively, using its echoing effects to increase her hearing. All in all, Lillian felt she had done some good. Clang! Lillian parried a swing from Emilio's cutlass with her own and countered back. She had accepted Emilio's request for a spar, although she was taking it extremely easy on him. With her current level of experience against powerful foes, opponents of Emilio's level weren't her match. However, she did find that sparring with Emilio did improve her own skills a bit. It was said that teaching others ultimately refines your knowledge of that subject. Lillian slashed down and watched as the young man blocked her strike, albeit barely. Her eyes looked over his arms and found them to be quite stiff. She knew Emilio was trying to implement some of his family's combat style into his movements, but seemed to be failing a bit. A lot less compared to before, though, at least. After pushing him back, she said, "Bend your elbows a little. It helps absorb the impact." "Ah, right, I was taught something like that." Lillian sparred with Emilio for a bit before leaving him with the captain, who was much more ruthless in his teaching, mostly because the bearded man was still new to the art of teaching others. She was a bit gentler in the art, considering she used to have countless colleagues and also acquaintances in the past who occasionally needed her help. After making sure everything was good with Viesta, she went back to sparring with the Jungle Lord, where after half an hour or so she managed to comprehend the next expression of the deep-sea hunter, the drowning net. Once carving a tree into cubes, Lillian quickly moved on to trying to comprehend the next technique, the Leviathan's descent. Chapter 475, Desperation isn't enough? However, there was only so far her talents could get her until she became stumped. Even the Jungle Lord was stumped on how to move forward. No matter how many swings they did to mimic the captain, it was as if the soul of the technique was refusing them. Number of hours later, and the number of spars that happened, both of them made not even a meter of progress into the attack. All kind of overhead swings they did came out basic and boring. Refined and efficient swings, but boring nonetheless. And not only that, but as the day drew near, the more stress Lillian felt as she swung the cutlass about, clashing it against the Jungle Lord as she roared out the names of techniques one by one. She had yet to awaken the cutlass, and neither had the Jungle Lord either. The requirements needed to awaken the cutlass were to be filled with a heart-clenching amount of desperation towards succeeding in a certain task. Lillian's eyes darted around, watching as the Jungle Lord leapt in between the trees, while dragging behind a heavy, great sword in its hands. And anticipating its pounce towards her, Lillian spun on her heel and swung her sword horizontally. First technique of the deep-sea hunter, Tidebreaker Slash. The illusory wave manifested behind her upon her roar. At the sight of this, the Jungle Lord raised its great sword over its head before swinging downwards with both crushing force, trying to draw out the expression behind the Leviathan's descent, but ultimately failing. Clang! The two fighters clashed once more, but this time, a sense of tension brewed in the air around them. Specifically Lillian, who winced from a shock of pain through her arms, followed by numbness. She could even feel the bones in her legs groaning at the weight behind the Jungle Lord's downward swing. But Lillian didn't care for that, for she was currently frustrated beyond belief. Her fingers twitched erratically, and her movements became more impatient and inelegant. Was she not desperate enough? Did the cutlass truly not acknowledge the amount of stress she was under just to get it to stir awake? How desperate did it need her to be for it to wake up? Her life was on the line here. Everyone's life was. If she didn't awaken her cutlass, then everyone's chances of getting out of this trial would plummet. Soon enough, night quickly drew, and with it, a night of hunting also occurred as everyone was taken out to hunt for a chance to acquire a shard. Lillian tapped her foot against the ground frantically. Am I really needed here? Why was she brought out of her training? Any sort of shards she could acquire from these monsters was unlikely to give her anything strong enough for the battle ahead. Couldn't the captain protect everyone in her stead? Miss Lillian, John, check this out. Pulling herself out of her thoughts, Lillian looked towards Emilio, who called out for her. John also shared her sentiments as they looked towards the young master. Emilio smirked at the attention on him and waved his hand, causing a flash of light and a surge of darkness to envelop his hand, soon stretching and forming a long spear of light and dark. Looking towards the 2's reaction, he found Lillian's eyes to be widened slightly while John was clapping his hands energetically. Excellent work, young master. To think you managed to shape your magic in a matter of a day. Lillian nodded slightly as well, clapping. That is certainly impressive. Although Lillian was making drills back then, the level of shaping it into a long pole with a sharp tip was definitely noteworthy, especially with how long Emilio was maintaining it for. If she recalled, his element took a ridiculous amount of mana. Emilio puffed his chest out pridefully, appreciative of the compliments before rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish look. It was all thanks to you, Miss Lillian, truly. I would have ever thought I could achieve such a feat before I reached the second tier. Smiling a bit, Lillian walked over and ruffled his hair, chuckling a bit. It's also your hard work that led you to this achievement. Keep on working hard, and soon enough, I'm sure you'll be able to make hundreds of these spears of yours. After saying that, Lillian walked past him and went towards an open area where the sky was laid bare before her eyes. And that was when she saw Viesta elegantly flying through the air with her brand new wings. Elegantly might a stretch, but Viesta was flying nonetheless. She was even engaging in air combats against the occasional flying monsters migrating through the air. With the help of the metallic material her feathers were made out of, she managed to prevent most of the damage she would be sustained, and because of how sharp her wings were, she had even managed to behead something. The severed head of a bird fell towards Lillian before being swept away by levitating water, which Lillian summoned with a casual swipe of her hand. Lillian envied Viesta slightly, wishing to fly in the air just as freely as her instead of constantly having to create platforms made of solid water to even engage in air combat. She then sighed in disappointment. One day, time then went on, as usual. Lillian watched over Emilio and how he triumphantly reigned in victory with his new light and dark weaponry, and also over Viesta, who had managed to solve her issue for another form of combat besides her revolvers. The captain was even enjoying the outing, treating it as a casual stroll as he awoke every monster he came across and put them down without even a slight thought. Then, without Lillian even knowing it, they had already returned to the Jungle Lord's arena and gathered around the campfire. For what reason besides resting? Well, it was yet another tale told by the captain. However, seeing as everyone already knew about how great the mysterious captain he spoke of was, he moved on to a different topic. The 4 mighty sea kings, the most frightening existences out at sea, even more so than giant sea beasts. The Flood King, the Storm King, the Tidal King, and lastly, the Drowned King, all 4 ordered chronologically. Everyone leaned closer in, inclined to listen in on what the captain had to say. Even Lillian, who found herself bored and forced to be here. The captain, seeing he gained everyone's attention, nodded strongly. They were a group of powerful entities. Chapter 476. Depression is not a simple matter. While they were said to be human, their nature towards humanity and strength were anything but that, and their control encompassed over one of the 4 cardinal seas in this world. But tonight, I shall only talk about the Drowned King, who is the youngest out of the 4, and said to have the pressuring presence equivalent to the Flood King, the oldest and the strongest out of the 4. Viesta raised a hand, but was then shut down. Questions at the end, matey, the captain said, watching as Viesta lowered her hand before beginning. Now, then, it was said that the Drowned King appeared from the deepest depths of the South Sea, the sinking sea after a gigantic storm caused by the Storm King himself, although the name Sinking Sea wasn't its original name. The people of this world quickly adopted it, as most ships that traveled through this sea were ultimately sunk by ship-eating leviathans, and also from an unknown pressure, they call it. He then went on, talking about a few details about the Drowned Lord before coming to a topic that caught everyone's attention. Except Lillian. The Drowned Lord had once reached the 5th tier, a tier only a handful could ever reach, while many dream of reaching. But during the Drowned War against the Storm King, the Drowned King sustained a dreadful blow to his mana core that knocked him down to the 4th tier and caused him to be somewhat of a shell of what he used to be. Lillian looked down at the captain's hand, which was tightly gripped into a fist, so tight to the point where Lillian could see his white knuckles. He was obviously holding something relating to the Drowned King, which Lillian obviously knew about. The captain that he speaks so much was killed by the Drowned King. This confrontation happened after the Drowned War, which the captain spoke about, and despite the Drowned King's state, he still won over the mysterious captain, who was of the same tier. Lillian sighed internally. He must be hurting inside talking about the Drowned King. I remember he saw the death of that captain before his very eyes. Viesta, seeing as the captain seemed to be hiding some sort of anguish inside his eyes behind a smiling facade, raised her hand and asked, "Could I ask about the Drowned King's name? I've heard of the 4 mighty sea kings before, but I'm still unsure why they are called that." "Oh, their names? Well, their names derive from the god who assisted them in their times of need. In this case, the Drowned God assisted the Drowned King during some turning point in his life. What it was, nobody knows besides the Drowned God and the other gods that helped him along the way. After possibly an hour, everyone left to return to their respective tents, tired and resting for the day tomorrow. The awaited day when Lillian promised to get them out of this trial, despite their doubts and skepticism. Everyone who was. Fiesta. Lillian poked at the fire with a stick that had blackened at the tip before looking to the side and finding Fiesta doing the same, sitting beside her. Lillian smiled a bit and asked, "Aren't you going to sleep, Fiesta? Tomorrow is going to be an extremely long day. You know?" Fiesta side-eyed Lillian and smiled as well, placing the stick aside as she adjusted her hat. "I'm aware, Lillian, but you seemed rather stressed today." The corners of Lillian's lips twitched. Was it that obvious? She chuckled self-deprecatingly and thanked the woman for her company. Even though it wasn't tea needed, it felt nice. Fiesta nodded, glad that Lillian wasn't intending to push her away, and looked up towards the sky, holding the edge of her cowboy hat, and muttered with an amazed look on her face, "To think today is the 1st of May." Lillian paused her prodding of the fire and nodded a bit. She had been so focused on tomorrow that she had completely forgotten what day it currently was back on their own world. Fiesta, noticing Lillian's strangely forlorn expression, sighed and hunched over a bit, leaning against her thighs as she watched Lillian poke at the campfire. She then asked, "Lillian, what is troubling you? You've been like this since this morning. It's concerning, you know." I'm like, "What?" "Well, you've been lost in your own world, or I guess just have this aggravated look on your face that made it seem as though you failed in something important." Lillian widened her eyes and rubbed the back of her neck. She put aside the blackened tip stick and gave a sigh that was filled with stress, I suppose. "I'm nervous about tomorrow. I promised you guys that I would get you all out, but I'm now feeling the weight of our situation. Since this morning, the weight of whether they can escape or not caused her mind to feel heavy. She could even feel her heart clenching in fear." Fiesta listened closely to what Lillian had to say and nodded. "I understand what you mean. The day when that destined day comes, you can't help but feel scared or anxious. But that's the way life is. The most expected things are always followed by fear and anxiety." She took off her hat and placed it beside her on the log bench. Then Fiesta turned back to Lillian with a serious expression. "However, what I want to understand right now is, why is it that you keep wanting to do everything by yourself and not rely on others?" Fiesta raised an eyebrow. "If it's a matter of how close you are to them, why don't you share and depend on me? We're friends, right?" Or do you just not depend on me because I'm weaker than you? Are you that foolish? It's not that. It's not because of your strength. Lillian shook her head rapidly as she heard that, refusing such an assumption instantly before letting out another sigh, falling into a momentary, deep thought. What Viesta said was true. She tried her best to avoid scenarios where the thought of depending on others was the recommended solution. If possible, she would rather face things alone. I just tend to like doing things on my own. It was a foolish preference, and she knew that very much, mainly because if it was only me on one team, then Lillian slowly raised a hand towards her face with a self-deprecating smile. Wouldn't that mean if I were to fail, I would only be failing and disappointing myself rather than having others feeling disappointed in me? She hated disappointing others, to the point where it had become a fear that trumped even the fear of death. Viesta, hearing this, widened her eyes a little at what she heard. She felt something inside her chest boil at what she heard. That's an idiotic reason, Lillian. What about the people who depend on you secretly? Then, what about them? What if one day you die to some fiend and leave them behind, Dash? I know I am an idiot. I get it. Lillian abruptly shouted, interrupting Viesta, who flinched away. This was the first time she had heard Lillian shout before. Lillian hunched over and held her head with both of her hands, hiding her face as her eyes and lips trembled. Despite having the mental age of a 24-year-old and the maturity and knowledge gained throughout her past life, she was immature, childish, even. She knew that, no matter how much she may try to be or was hailed as smart by her peers. She was still a fool at the end of the day. She knew that. She was a fool with a foolish reason for her behavior. She knew that better than everyone. And yet, I am an idiot. I'm an idiot who is so scared to face even the slightest bit of disappointment directed at me. Lillian suddenly lowered her hand from her head as she sat straight up, facing Viesta, and grabbed the center of her chest with a pained and grieving expression. Drip, drip. Viesta watched as tears streamed down Lillian S.'s face with a shocked expression before stiffening at Lillian S.'s words. But am I so wrong to feel this way? To be scared this way? Be because of me, because of a promise I made. Someone I loved so much died. Lillian S.'s eyes wobbled again, spilling out more tears as she recalled the blurry sight of her sickly mother in her hospital bed. Do you want to know what they said to me? They said I was a disappointment for not getting them the treatment they needed. Ha ha. Lillian laughed a bit with pain in her voice. How do you even respond to that? How do you even live on from that, huh? The hand gripping her chest tightened, while she began to wipe off the seemingly never-ending tears. No matter what I do, I just can't seem to stop disappointing people. Is it so wrong for me to want to please everyone I know and love? I know it's impossible, but it is not entirely impossible for you too. Well, IT is for me. Viesta, having tried to interject, was interrupted again by Lillian, who had even more to say. Phone calls. Just some phone calls. I just needed to call one person every day, and yet I somehow messed that up. How much of a screw-up do you have to be to forget something like that? Unable to say anything to that. Viesta kept quiet with her hand still raised in the air towards Lillian, silently listening. Lillian S.'s body shook, her body growing hotter, her throat parched, and her lips dry. And yet, she continued to speak with a shaky breath. How bad of a person do you have to be that you can't even keep a promise to save someone who depended on you? How bad of a person do you have to be that you can't even keep a simple mental note to contact the love of your life who trusted you every day? Huh. Lillian clenched her jaw and gritted her teeth as she stared down at the shaky hands. She then immediately stood up and summoned the Jungle Lord, who stared down at her. Viesta, seeing the appearance of the Wendigo, instantly held up her arms as the Jungle Lord disappeared a moment after its summoning, leaving behind a fierce gust of wind that blew out the fire. Quickly setting up the fire again with a lighter, Viesta found that Lillian had disappeared. Had she gone off with the Jungle Lord? Immediately getting up, she went to wake up the others, alarming them of Lillian's disappearance. Since entering this trial, Viesta felt a weird feeling about Lillian. Now she knew why. She knew the reason why Lillian kept doing things on her own, the reason why she kept putting herself in danger without asking for help, even when her life was at risk. Shit! Wake up! Everyone! Viesta's eyes wobbled as she remembered the look in Lillian's eyes. She knew that look. Anyone would if they were around people long enough. To think she was secretly suffering from depression. Could it be that all this time, when Lillian intentionally put herself in harm's way, was her unconscious way of wanting to commit suicide? The jungle lord carried Lillian with gentle but swift speed, fast enough to get where she wanted them to be, and slow enough for her to calm down. His hooved feet thunderously stomped throughout the forest, disturbing the sleep of countless monsters, which awoke from their slumber, and due to his current speed, they were able to intercept him and Lillian's path. But to prevent his master from focusing on other matters that weren't calming down, the jungle lord immediately eviscerated the dangers, plowing through them like a bulldozer. Not even a splatter of blood reached Lillian, and yet blood was spilled everywhere. Soon enough, the two of them exited the jungle and stumbled onto a beach, where they were met with a massive temple off in the distance, settled on top of a large hill of stone in the water. And right below it was a deep hole where the beach lord's arena would be. Lillian was intending to kill the beach lord and tear down the beach god's temple by herself, and she was going to do it with the cutlass. Chapter 477. Culling of the Beach. When I keep messing up, I should have said anything. Striding forward, Lillian summoned the fluttering prowl her black cloak and wrapped it around herself. She clutched the edges of it as she moved towards the village of sand surrounding the large pit in the distance. Lillian breathed shakily, feeling her hands shake from the cold as she was lost in her own thoughts. I'm such a screw-up. She ran away again, a regular occurrence in her past life, which Lillian didn't wish to remember. As she approached the countless large mounds of sand in the distance, she tripped and fell on her knees, causing her tear-covered face to contort in frustration. Fucking shit. She hated sand so much. With the support of the jungle lord, she was pulled back on her feet. However, because of her depressing clumsiness, her fall had caused vibrations to spread through the ground, causing a species to awaken. SKR. Crab-like creatures the size of humans began to crawl out from holes formed in the tall mounds, the sand cascading down their exoskeleton. They had two parts to their bodies. Their lower half was largely reminiscent of a crustacean, and their upper half was similar to that of a human. The only difference was that, unlike humans, they had a large claw for an arm and another for an actual hand. They were covered head to toe in a tough, dark orange exterior. From a dozen to a few dozen, to even 100, these creatures began to leave the comfort of their own homes. Under the night sky that was splattered with stars, flames began to appear below, held in the hands of the subjects of the beach god, who now brandished torches. The flames of their torches pushed back against the darkness of the outside world, and with the moon's celestial light, they managed to find something. Someone was approaching them with slow and unstable steps. Lillian, ignoring the fact that she had just awoken the entire species that worshipped the beach god's temple, extended her hand out from her cloak before summoning a reflective glass shard. With red eyes and a look of indifference on her face, she tossed the glass shard beside her, listening as it shattered, followed by a heavy thud. Jaya, landing beside her, the beetle manifested with a boisterous laugh with its distorted voice. Although it wasn't fully healed and was still missing a leg, most of its injuries had now passed. The beetle stabilized itself and shot the jungle lord a look, who glanced back and silently gestured with its head towards Lillian, who continued to walk forward silently. It raised its non-existent eyebrow. As it was about to raise its voice, it then stopped itself and kept quiet, sensing that something was off about Lillian. Skitter. Watching as the stranger suddenly summoned a fearsome beast, the crabmen immediately took position, their bodies skittering around quickly as they formed a wall with their bodies between her and their village. They placed aside their torches and now wielded spears made out of wood and stone, similar to the kind that the jungle lordess weapons were made out of. And as they got to the position, they quickly moved the women and children of their tribe far to the back of their village, far away from the possible dangers. Those who stood against the incoming threat expressed obvious signs of anxiety and fear. Lillian, tiredly blinking at them with her red eyes, flashed her hand out and, without stopping, even once summoned the jungle lordess stone weapons. The Wendigo caught his weapons out of the air before watching as Lillian pointed towards the sand village tiredly. Destroy them. You could do whatever you want to them. Just get them out of my way. Ushu. Miss Lillian ran away. Why? Emilio yelled, looking toward Viesta for an answer, who seemed rather crestfallen at the situation. Just when he had been able to get to sleep, he was awoken by the sounds of Viesta's cries for them to wake up. Viesta explained what happened, but vaguely. She explained enough for everyone to grasp what happened, but kept some back so that she wasn't spilling all of Lillian's vulnerable secrets to the world. And while she described the situation, she couldn't help but feel guilty about not being able to comfort Lillian right then and there. The situation was just too abrupt and sudden. Not once did I think she was going through something like that. The captain rubbed his bearded chin, obviously serious about the situation and the current turmoil his crewmate was experiencing from within. It is said that those with the most burdens on their shoulders tend to keep them to themselves to prevent bothering others about themselves. It is a foolish perspective, but the most understandable perspective. He had been around countless people who experienced a severe case of depression out at sea, and those who spoke nothing about it to others. It would be safe to say that none ended their depression as well as he hoped. If what you say is true, matey, then we must find her as quickly as possible, as strong as she is right now. Fighting while your mind is clogged with utter chaos is but a death warrant. After saying that, the captain quickly sprouted wings from his back and carried everyone off to the skies. If they knew Lillian well enough from their short time together, they would know she was probably fighting. And where there was fighting, there would always be obvious signs of it. Viesta flew right behind the captain, trying to keep a close eye on her surroundings as worry flashed through her mind. Just stay where you are, Lillian, please. She hoped Lillian wouldn't do something rash, something dangerous, or anything that could put her life at risk. A half-wounded crabman ran through the ruins of his sand village, passing by countless half-eaten corpses of his brethren and friends. He threw them fearful and heartbroken glances. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Chapter 478. Culling of the Beach. 2. Yindi, his species, was born with the ability to think, a blessing granted by the beach god. And because of that, with their combined might, all monsters that may stumble upon their village were inevitably deterred. However, these threats were different. Whatever kind of monsters they had deterred before were in no way comparable to what they were facing now. They tore through their line of men in an instant, decimated their homes with a single charge with their horn that pierced through several of their companions, or with a single swing with their weapons, which swept everyone away. The crabman flinched and hid behind a torn-down sand mound, watching as a fearful creature in the distance devoured his brethren. It had multiple legs and was clearly wounded, but the thing was, these wounds didn't look like stab wounds. With its seemingly impenetrable exoskeleton, all attacks made against it were useless. It was also the one who began the attack on their village. The crabman hid and watched as this fearsome abomination slowly passed by, dripping in blood as its eerier voice cackled in the cold winds, who paused and looked in his direction. Crimson blood coated its teeth and dripped through the gap in them, while sizzling from its saliva. It grinned broadly, taking a step towards the mound of sand, sensing something hiding. The crabman shook terribly. He was afraid. He was scared. Please don't come over here. He listened to the vibrations through the ground, his heart gripping at his chest as foam began to froth at his mouth from the overwhelming fear. But then, he felt the vibrations no longer approach him. Instead, it seemed to be moving away, getting farther away. Quickly noticing this, he braved himself and looked around the sand mound and found that the nightmarish creature was indeed moving away. Why? It had sensed him, didn't it? Why was it moving away? As he was thinking this, an undeniable chill shivered through its muscles. The feeling was colder than any wave that came from the sea. With his instincts spiking, he looked forward and was face to face with a tall creature with black skin and a frail body, whose hands were covered entirely in blood. And in its hands were two humongous stone weapons that were dripping in warm blood. He looked up and stared into the monstrous creature's eyes and found them to be hollow, replaced with two white, glowing orbs that flickered at him, as though it was blinking. He couldn't stop shaking. It was like he was standing before death itself. The glowing orbs in the monster's eyes then slowly shifted to a dark greenish light as it lazily raised the tip of its spear. With his experience as a spearman, he knew that the way the monster angled his spear told him everything he needed to know. It was going to skewer and kill him with a single thrust. Was he really about to die? He looked towards his large claw, which was commonly used as a shield in his tribe, and looked down at its crushed appearance. His eyes shook and shivered terribly, looking at the spear that was about to descend upon him. But then, SWIP, Zoom, one of his brethren arrived, saving him from certain death by knocking away the spear with all of his strength. His brethren were in tatters, his shell was cracked, and blood leaked out like he was a broken storage unit. More and more of his wounded brethren arrived, engaging with the enemy, who didn't seem the slightest bit bothered by the arrival of his tribe members. At first, he wanted to fight. He wanted to get up and keep fighting. He wanted them all to live through this nightmare. But then, he caught a glance of the brethren who saved them, who made a gesture with their half-broken claw. He was telling him to run away and that he was no longer fit for combat. His heart clenched when he was reminded yet again of his condition, the moral from seeing his brethren fighting dissipating inside his chest. He knew his companion was right, and yet he couldn't help but feel guilty as he ran away with tears in his eyes that wobbled through the air. It was even worse when the person who saved him was someone he had known since the moment he was born. The moment he was born, he had been the weakest in his tribe, a failure of their species. His body was the softest, and his claw hadn't been the strongest. Even a single scratch to his claw would cause him to bleed profusely. And yet, he kept pushing on to become a warrior of their tribe, just so he could get some level of respect instead of the pity he had throughout his entire life. And yet, what was he doing? He was running away. He couldn't even look back as he ran away, his legs skittering as fast as they could, trying to get farther away from the screams of his brethren behind them. Sorry. Sorry. He apologized over and over in his mind. What kind of sick trial was their God putting him them through? Why couldn't he do anything right? Why was he born so pathetically weak? What had he done in this life? The crabman, no longer being able to hear the screams of his brethren, dropped as he grasped his head with his fingered hand, screaming through the foam bubbling out of his mouth. He was such a disappointment. At the sound of a screech that sounded feminine, he looked up and pushed around a corner. And that was when he found a woman of his tribe clutching onto her child, hiding them behind one of the destroyers of his village. They were small, smaller than them and the destroyers they came with, and had white hair. And yet, his instincts told him that this one was as fearsome or even more dangerous than the other two that he had met. He watched as they raised a hand towards the woman and children, watching as something began to magically manifest in their hand. He needed to do something. He can't stand on the sidelines. His injuries aren't an excuse. He was a warrior, a proud warrior of their tribe that was meant to protect everyone. The crabman looked around and found a bloodied spear nearby, held in the hand of his half-eaten brethren. He couldn't stay to mourn for their loss, but he could avenge them. Grabbing onto his spear and dashing from behind the corner, he rushed towards the attacker, intending to defend the mother and her child. Although he knew that he wouldn't be able to do much, he hoped with his death that the two could escape. Raising his spear, he aimed the tip toward the attack. The world became slow, dangerously slow as he watched the destroyer slowly turn in his direction, staring at him with saddened eyes, similar to his. But why? Why was she sad? What did she need to feel sad about? He watched as the destroyer aimed their hand towards him, smiling. He then heard something come out of their mouth that sounded like words. Facing the issue head-on, even when you're scared. You've earned my respect, crew scan of the Kakra tribe. In that exact moment that he heard them speak, he watched as something leapt over the destroyer. The thing was large and had multiple legs. Its face and glossy black shell were covered in blood and gleamed at the sight of him, as though he had fallen into some kind of trap. It opened its jaws, intending to crush and devour him whole. However, he couldn't take care. He knew he was already going to perish on this very night. And yet, despite this fear of death clutching his heart like a vice, he felt a warm sense of comfort permeate through him, a feeling he felt the moment he heard the destroyer speak. He didn't understand them, and yet he could feel their intentions of respect behind their words. Was this what feeling respected feels like? Snap! Crush! Soon enough, after his death, one by one, everyone was devoured, and his village was left in ruins. The only thing that remained was the lord of the arena below, who had noticed the disturbance in the village above. But that wasn't the only thing it noticed for. It had felt something step into its arena. Was it another participant aiming for the position of lord? Chapter 479. The Beach Lord, wearing a crown of sand that spun and hovered right above its head like a halo of sand. A crab that was 20 meters tall and 40 meters wide sat in the center of a humongous, deep hole. Its body was covered with a bronze-armored shell that shone under the moonlight, highlighting its glossy appearance despite its smooth surface being ruined by the countless barnacles living on its body. Similar to that of a king crab, spikes protruded from its 3 pairs of legs. It also had 2 pairs of claws, one pair above the other, and twice as big. Its compound eyes, which were respectively attached to its white stalks, blinked open as it looked around its arena sluggishly. Its arena was built deep down, at least 60 meters deep, on the walls that were made with a mix of sandstone and regular stone that had obviously eroded over the ages. The ancient crab gazed at the murals etched into its walls. This was the Beach Lord, the one and only Beach Lord on this island that hadn't lost a single bout for its title. Shifting its attention away from the history of his past battles recorded in his arena, it listened closely as it sensed an odd turmoil through the moisture in the air, as well as an unusual amount of activity above. Looking up, it found the darkness of the night repulsed by a large bonfire, which it only managed to catch a glimpse of. This was odd. It didn't remember the crew scans having this sort of festival before. Was it recently put into place by some young one of this generation? While mildly annoyed by their surprisingly loud and abrupt festival, it chose to close its eyes, bringing them back inside its head. It would deal with them when it wasn't dark. Such a time caused its body to feel sluggish. But the moment it brought its eyes into its head, it immediately pushed them back out before widening them in an instant. It sensed something within its arena. The crown of sand hovering above its head spun like a rusty cog in a machine, which picked up speed as the Beach Lord slowly pushed itself off the ground and onto its legs, shrugging off the faint sand on its body. And as it did that, it focused its gaze on a random puddle that had fallen from the sky, more accurately, from the cliff that led down into its arena. The moment it looked up towards the cliff, it locked eyes with 2 large entities standing at the peak of the cliff, looking down on it. The Beach Lord scrutinized them, completely ignoring the multi-legged creature, and settling its gaze on the one next to it, the one that wore a crown melded to the top of its head. Was that the one aiming for its position as Beach Lord? No, it sensed a sort of familiarity with them, a divine feeling. Were they similar? Deciding it wasn't worth much to continue using up whatever sluggish brain power it had, it looked towards the puddle of water that had landed before it. For some reason, the Beach Lord sensed a certain presence from the puddle, a powerful one at that, but it looked like just any normal puddle of water that could be formed by mild rain. Had that crown monster above poured into its arena as a form of tribute or taunt? No, there had to be more to it. After commanding the jungle lord and beetle not to interfere, Lillian fell a grueling height before splattering against the ground into a puddle of water. She slowly reformed herself like a humanoid slime and raised her hand to brush the locks of hair that dangled over her face. Lillian then faced the towering crustacean without a shred of fear inside her heart as she summoned the boring cutlass into her hand. The most optimal and logical solution to awakening the cutlass would be to use it after severely wounding the target. It would not only make the battle much easier, but also less dangerous. However, if Lillian wanted to prove herself worthy for someone like Marionette, who belonged in a family that only accepted the strong, but why? Why would she prove something that someone wouldn't come to know or see? Why do I keep taking the harder ways of things? Was it so she could put on a more entertaining show for the gods above? To curry favors with them? To get on their good side? So that future trials would be easier when they're variable? No, that wasn't it. Lillian bent her knees, crouching and pushing herself low to the ground like a compressed spring before shooting forward. The beach lord sensed her approach and raised one of its larger claws to the sky before smashing down, intending to reduce her to paste. But when it did, it was met with a powerful resistance. First technique of the deep-sea hunter, Tidebreaker Slash. With the force of a mighty crashing wave, Lillian repelled back the attack with a horizontal swing. However, in exchange for her move, NGH, she was met with a bone-numbing vibration that coursed through her entire body like a hollow metal pipe to a metal pole. Lillian dodged a swing from the crab-ass lower pair of arms, which were much smaller, but still just as deadly. She fought and fought. She swung and swung. Her mana boiled through her veins like it was her blood as she summoned countless water-based attacks, her sword slashing through the air as it was followed by the attack's name. This act of hardship she was putting herself through wasn't so that she could entertain, curry favors, or get on the good side of some divine being. It was instead a way for her to prove not only her strength, but also to herself that she was strong. Time passed, seconds quickly turning into minutes, and minutes quickly multiplying into a dozen. No matter how many times Lillian attacked, none of her attacks managed to bravado the obscenely durable shell of the beach lord, whose attacks had expanded throughout the battle. Lillian watched as the sound from above and the sand in the corners of the area began to move, coalescing above the beach lord, whose crown of sand began to spin rapidly. Then, in just a moment, a hailstorm of hardened sand fell. Lillian widened her eyes and immediately got out of the way, her speed managing to outrun the bullets of hardened sand. But that didn't last long. A wave of sand intercepted her, moving toward her faster than she could react and pushing her into the attack zone of the hailstorm of hardened sand. See crap dash. Hidden under a cloud of sand, Lillian's body was pummeled into the ground repeatedly against the fist-sized bullets of hardened sand. Bruises formed on her body, and groans escaped her mouth as she protected her vital areas. The jungle lord, who watched the battle happening below, twitched as he saw this. Should he intervene? Chapter 480. Lillian's past? One looking towards the beetle, which didn't have a single sliver of worry on its grinning face, he dashed away the thought. He must have faith in his new master. As the hailstorm of hardened sand continued to fall, the crown of sand hovering above the beach lord continued to spin before slowing down. And with the crown's decreasing spin, the size of the hailstorm began to gradually diminish before ceasing. The beach lord blinked its eyes, looking at the cloud of sand that was lingering around its target, settling. But then it noticed that some part of the cloud was spinning rapidly without its consent. Its crown of sand began to spin again, rapidly. Lillian, who was hidden under the cloud of sand, had surrounded herself with a spinning dome of water, allowing her to survive the harsh volley. Albeit, she wasn't unscathed, obviously. Pain throbbed through her body, causing her foggy mind to clear up slightly. How foolish was she? Did she expect to beat a lord with only a single weapon without armor? Did she expect to beat it solely with her skills and magic? If she had tried to do that with the jungle lord, she would be inevitably lost, even with the use of her techniques. She barely managed to leave anything but shallow scars and remove the barnacles stuck to its glossy bronze shell. It was a monster that had evolved solely for defense. Lillian, who was in a crouched position, slowly pushed herself up and gripped the handle of her cutlass. Her eyes were glowing a bit as she flicked her hand, intending to put away her cutlass. But Rumble was momentarily distracted by the tremors through the ground. The beach lord rapidly approached and swung its large left claw in a wide arc, creating winds that dispersed the cloud and revealed Lillian underneath, who widened her eyes. Splash! Lillian watched as the claw crashed against the side of her water dome, creating a massive dent that was soon buffed out. She poured her mana into the dome while also making a counterattack aimed at its eyes. Unfortunately, the beach lord managed to shift its eyes away, avoiding the attack. However, that shouldn't matter. She had faced crabs once. They were the first enemy she had ever thought of since entering this life. And she had faced this enemy before as well. She knew about this monster-s attack, which was based solely on the use of sand and its claws. She knew its weaknesses, like how it was sluggish at night and far more difficult in the day. But not only that, she knew that on the underside of every crustacean, that was where they were the weakest, summoning several spears of water. Lillian sent them towards the beach lord's exposed underside, a weakness that could only be exposed due to its towering size. And, to further split its attention, Lillian summoned another batch of projectiles aimed at its eyes. By doing this, she knew the sluggish mind of the beach lord would become overwhelmed by the actions needed to defend or dodge. While maybe simple movements, it was still a large effort for a body so large. Met with this conundrum, the beach lord moved its eyes out of the way, dodging the water spears. Lillian's once crestfallen expression brightened into a wicked smile. The beach lord had chosen to prioritize its eyes. Her wicked smile, once broad, slowly curled downwards into a frown as her eyes shook. Splash! Splash! The water spears she had created for the exposed underside of the beach lord failed, not because they were off course or met their target at a wrong angle, but it was because they were too weak to do any damage. Was her magic always so weak? This unexpected sight left her in a stupor, and, following this unexpected result, there was another. SWIP. Splash! One of the smaller claws of the beach lord had stabbed through her dome, managing to bravado and reach her. Lillian quickly held up her cutlass. Clang! Splash! But the force behind the attack managed to push her out of her protective water barrier. Seeing this, the beach lord wasted no time in moving forward. After a fierce struggle, Lillian managed to parry away the claw and moved to dodge a downward slam that caused the stone ground to erupt. Stabilizing her balance and blocking the flying stone shards, Lillian continued to fight onwards. She planned her next moves. She roared out her next moves, and she willed her body to move. But the more she attacked, the more she swung her blade or used her magic. It barely left a result that could even be noteworthy for a used napkin. And with each disappointing result, her sense of unease clutched her heart and spread throughout her body using her bloodstream, like a ravenous poison that caused her mind to be impatient for results. As Lillian fought on, a subtle trembling occurred in her hand. She wasn't the one trembling. It was the cutlass. She widened her eyes. She was close. Just a little bit more. Lillian screamed in her mind. Placing one foot after the other, Lillian pulled back her arm for a wide swing for a tiebreaker slash. But something happened that she or anyone else could have expected. Ashu? She tripped as Lillian fell towards the ground. She caught a glimpse of a certain necklace with a rabbit foot charm dangling around her neck. Was it the necklace's doing? Was it fate's doing? Lillian had no time to think as something struck her waist, gripping it in a tight hold. It was the smaller claw of the beach lord. She bent over instantly, her eyes shooting wide open as she was dragged through the air, crashing into the sandstone wall of the arena. From an impact on her back, the air in her lungs was squeezed out in an instant, causing her to feel lightheaded. But then, a pain like never before came. Lillian vomited blood profusely, her eyes becoming bloodshot as she felt the pain stemming from her internal organs, stirring around like a cramping stomach ache that felt warm and sharp. They're crushed. Her internal organs from below her waist were crushed. Weakness fell over Lillian as her eyelids struggled to stay open. Was this the end? Lillian, who still kept a firm hold on her cutlass, began to fall into a foggy daze as something from the past became unfurled for her to relive. A past she didn't want to remember. Lillian's POV, I was never planned to be born. I was never planned to be had. I was a child born between two people of a single nightstand. Despite the countless birth control pills she took and the contraception my father used, I still managed to come out of my mother's womb despite the odds against my favor. The saddest news of all, no one besides my parents showed up to my birth. No grandparents, no uncles or aunts, or even friends of my parents showed up to celebrate the day of my birth. I was fortunate that my parents were able to get together for my sake, but instead of a blessing, some other parents would call their child, I was more of a burden. My parents weren't the richest or well-off, even before getting together. With me on top of their heavy shoulders, we barely got by. Even if my parents smiled, I knew, even from an early age, that it was all a lie. It was hard, really hard. Once I reached an age where I was eligible for school, I did my best. I kept my head down and silently learned all I could. I partook in all educational competitions I was allowed in and scored in the top 3, all so I could show my parents and make them happy. Happy enough to where they could momentarily forget about the hardship plaguing our family. But because of that, I didn't have many friends, and many would be considered stretch. Due to all my time studying and keeping quiet in the corner, I never managed to build upon my social skills much with those around my age. I was an outcast, even among those my age. And because of that, it started to show when I got into high school. Because of my quiet and introverted nature, I was an easy target. To say I was surrounded by bullies in high school would be an understatement. Every chance they had and any reason they could use, they always did something. A main reason would always be because of my slightly above average intelligence. Because I came from a similar household to theirs, they always thought I was better than them, but that wasn't true. Since I had no one around me, friends or acquaintances, I was always isolated with no one to come running to save me. The only time I felt safe was when the school's staff stumbled upon the scene. But that scenario could only happen so many times before my peers learned to become smarter. But I didn't care. I really didn't. As long as I learned what I needed from that place, I didn't mind my body covered in injuries that were hidden under my clothes. I wanted to earn a high-paying job as a doctor, if possible. I knew as long as I studied hard enough, I would be given a scholarship. This was all so I could support my family. As long as I could give them what they always wanted first, then I didn't mind experiencing what I missed out on during my younger years. Unfortunately, such a life plan could only go so far before being interrupted by life itself. By the age of 16, my mother had suddenly developed an illness that left her unconscious at work. That illness only continued to worsen to the point she lost the feeling in her legs. Her immune system weakening to the point she couldn't even leave a completely sterilized hospital room. She was barely alive. I didn't even know if such a condition could even be considered barely alive. And just like that, all the money we had in our family was funneled into supporting my mother. The hospital covered some of the cost, but it was ultimately us to pay. I admired the doctors who took care of my mother. But soon enough, our emergency funds were bled dry. There had even been times when we begged the landlord of the building we were renting to give us more time, due to the need for money. My father and I grew apart. The time we saw each other was scarce and rare. Since I was at an age where I could work, I spent most of my time trying to make some money for the due date to pay for my mother's treatment. I spent so much time that my grades had begun to fall severely, from an A all the way down to a D. The next time I visited my mother and stared through the window of her door, I was reminded of the due date of her treatment coming up in a couple of weeks, 10,000. A payment for every couple of months. It was a tremendous amount of money, something that I never once even managed to enjoy as I asked the banks for loans. But it would be worth it if my mother could one day be cured. I knew it was wishful thinking, but that was all my father, and I had to keep on going. But then, during another one of my visits, at the end of this month, we will be stopping any treatment towards your mother for your sake. Why? What do they mean for our sake? Hadn't they been the ones bleeding us dry? This was such bullshit. Chapter 481. Lillian S. passed? 2. In 100,000. That was the price they told us to convince them to continue the treatment on my mother. Was it not against the Hippocratic oath to do injustice against them? Was this not 10 times more than the original cost? Your mother's condition had reached a point where it would be more optional to let her go. I've already checked your family records, and the amount of money you are spending will only cause you to have a bad life in the future. It's best if you call your father here and go in together to say your last goodbyes to your mother. All I could do was grit my teeth and glare at the doctor. What gave him the audacity to tell me this? Were these really the doctors I was admiring in the past? What they said was true. The amount of money my father and I have been putting into this was far more than they could make back. Their debt to the bank was far more than they could have hoped. But, fine. At the end of this month, right? I'll get the money. I'll get the money and shove it in your face, you damn vampires. She couldn't give up on her mother, not when she had sacrificed so much for her. After putting on a sterilized suit and entering my mother's room, I clutched her hand and promised from the bottom of my heart, I promise I'll get the money for you. Please wait, Mom. Me and Dad will find a way, I promise. My mother was weak, but I knew she had heard me, given the way she smiled. She heard and promised. She acknowledged my promise. And yet, in the end, I failed her. No matter how many jobs I took, I couldn't earn enough. No matter which bank I went to, they refused my request for a loan. After checking with the past banks I had been to, this was the same for my father. We could only watch from the insides of our sterilized suits as they pulled the plug on my mother. And as I looked down at my mother, who moved her lips weakly, I read, I'm disappointed in. Although the way my mother's lips moved was hard to read, I still managed to decipher it. And it was something that had stuck with me ever since. I knew she would hate me for not upholding my promise, but to say to my face, after using whatever money we had scrounged for my mother's treatment to pay off the due bills for the rented building, we grieved together. The worst part was that no one showed up to my mother's funeral. I knew my other family members didn't want to associate with us, but why? Even when someone had passed away, was it not common courtesy to come and pay some level of respect for the dead? As time went on, I began to find beer bottles scattered throughout my home whenever I returned from work or school. The state I saw my father in left me heartbroken. He had become an alcoholic after my mother passed away. Because of the state that my father was in, it was up to me to do everything around the house. Cleaning, cooking, working. Whatever I could do, I tried my hardest. This led to whatever time I had for myself for leisure or to study disappearing, with only sleep being my only moment of rest. Because of that, my mood hit an all-time low. The next time I was bullied in school, I lashed out, leading to their hospitalization. Due to that, I was suspended for a few days, not expelled since it was self-defense, but still. When my father heard the news of her suspension, he lashed out at me, drunk and half-conscious about the world around him. Why? Why was he lashing out at me? It's his fault. He was the reason for this. He may be grieving, but so am I. Yet why am I the one needing to do everything myself? Why can't he lessen some of my burdens too? Please focus on your studies from now on. Leave anything outside of that to me. One day, my father approached and begged me on his knees. I wasn't sure what had happened. I remembered he had gone out for something, but never told me. But whatever it was, it seemed to have caused my father to stop drinking entirely. He had even found work. I was glad, joyful even, after so long. Once I was let back into school, I pushed all of my attention to studying like he asked, scoring top marks and fixing my horrible grades. I had even tried to socialize a bit, which, it was rather difficult at first, but I soon got the hang of it. I even managed to pull together all of my courage to ask someone out. Although, I did get rejected in the end. But that was fine. It was much easier to handle compared to my mother. And unlike that time, I felt like I was moving forward, especially when I was given money by my school to pay for college was and this a scholarship. Everything was going in the right direction. I felt like nothing could go wrong. I now had the money to go to college. My father had a promotion at an office company he was working for, and all of our rent payments had been on time. Things were looking up. But when I returned home to tell my father about the scholarship, I found him lying still on the ground. It was his day off, something he usually spent on the couch watching a sport. Of all places, why was he lying still on the kitchen floor? When the ambulance arrived and took him away, I learned that my father was suffering from a severe case of liver failure. He was hiding this from me. I looked around my home and found a hidden stash of alcohol. He hadn't given up drinking like I thought, and because of his decisions, he had passed away, leaving me all alone by myself. How could I not have known? Why did it take me so long to find out? I had always been alone, but why? Why did this feeling of loneliness feel much more painful and cold? Why? Why did you two have to leave me all alone? I cried, and cried for several days straight until I lost my own voice. I spent the scholarship on myself to forget the pain I felt, to forget the loneliness I felt. I knew it was a dumb decision, but I just couldn't move on from that. I invested in alcohol like my father to drink away my sorrows. I invested in cigarettes, but threw them away due to the smell of them. Luckily, I was still in a state of mind where I was responsible enough not to purchase narcotics. The thought of ending my life had appeared more than once in my mind, but I could never go through it. I'm not sure why, but I felt as though I should wait a little longer. Waiting for what exactly? I wasn't sure, but eventually I ran out of money. Having used up the money that would been for my further education, I looked for a place to work and managed to land at the company where my father used to work before Well, let us say that after acquiring that job, I managed to make some steady income at the cost of my mental health. But it wasn't like I was healthy in that department anyway. Arg, this bitch, she killed me again. Huh. I was now 23 years old. It had been 7 years since life took a sharp turn. During one random evening, one of my coworkers suddenly screamed in frustration. At first, I wanted to ignore it and get on with my work, but the glimpse of a digital woman with black hair and red eyes caught my attention. Marionette von Roselle was the name my coworker called her. Apparently, she was some major villainess in a viral game going around. I wanted to scold them for playing games during work hours, but the more I eavesdropped on my coworker, the more inclined I was to know more about this character. Marionette von Roselle. Marionette von Roselle. An assassin that belonged to a powerful noble family that ruled over a quarter of the underworld and was trained since birth, a character from a game called the World of Millis. Taking a gamble, I decided to buy the necessary equipment to play this game. At first, I wondered why anyone would spend their time playing games when they could be doing something much more productive. But as time went on, I grew to love this game. Since the death of my father, I hadn't been able to look at things positively. I was pessimistic about everything. However, the very moment I played through the game as storyline and died over and over again, a flame lit up inside me, a flame of wanting to continue doing something out of pure compassion. I died, over and over, but I didn't stop for even a moment, and with every moment I could get, I used it to admire a certain assassin, who always remained silent and cold-hearted about everything. I couldn't help but admire her. I felt similar to her in ways during my time in high school. Silent, introverted, and of course, horrible with social activities, but still capable when it came to academic topics. However, unlike me, she was strong, confident, and steadfast in what she did. Nothing, not even the player, could put her down without a fight that would leave them with a sliver of life left. Despite the fact that her life might been far more traumatizing than mine, she still remained strong. I really admired her. A lot. And even after undergoing a surgery that resulted in her becoming more ruthless and colder with her actions, I couldn't help but feel pity. Although she killed the player several times, I can't help but want to help her endure the effects of her surgery, because it reminded me of the terminal illness my mother had. They weren't the same in the slightest, but the feeling that the sight of someone you valued enduring an extreme amount of pain as if they were infected by an illness was enough to remind her of it. No matter how many routes I played, things I did, or interactions I made, she would always remain hostile to the player. It was disappointing and extremely frustrating. I couldn't do anything but watch and replay the scenes that included her. My name? I wanted to soothe the pain that plagued her. Can't you even remember the simplest of information? Velen? I want to know more about her without the unnecessary fighting. I wanted Marionette von Roselle to be of use to her. I shifted in my seat as I held a hand over my chest. This feeling I had once forgotten throbbed inside my chest whenever I heard her voice or laid my eyes on her. This was love, wasn't it? I was actually in love with a digital character, someone that I would never meet in real life. Why? Why was life so cruel? Beep. I looked back at my screen and found a notification from inside. The game? Happy birthday, Melissa. On this day, April 14th, 2025, we hope you will come to find yourself around those you love and celebrate such a special moment. Please make a wish. It's my birthday. That means I'm 24 now, right? I looked back at the video I was watching of Marionette and remembered we have the same birthday, don't we? Happy birthday, Marionette. As I said that, the corners of my lips curled up into a smile. A rare smile. To think I would be so lucky to experience my birthday with someone else, even if they weren't real. Please make a wish. I thought about the game's request and noticed the text box beneath it. My lips opened slightly before sealing shut. Wish. I want to be with Marionette von Roselle someday. I want to meet you, Marionette. I want to meet the real you one day. Click. Until that day comes, I'll try to take care of myself. I promise. And just like that, Marionette became something more than just a digital character I admired. She was a character I shared my most precious day and someone I had chosen to live for, as weird as it may be. I really was hopeless. Chapter 482. Regular Cutlass? Viesta continued to fly around with a desperate look on her face. She needed to be quicker. The moment she flew over a beach and noticed a ruin of sand in the distance, she came to find that she flew over what seemed to be a temple similar to the jungle temple back at camp. Lillian must be here, and she was squinting her eyes. She looked down and saw a deep hole in the beach where she found a humongous crab slamming around what she saw to be a half-dead Lillian. Summoning the sound blaster and shooting it into the sky, she waited for everyone to arrive as she flew down. As Lillian's near-unconscious body was slammed repeatedly against the wall, the jungle lord took an involuntary step forward. He knew he should have stepped in. He wasn't sure what was wrong with his master, but her state wasn't right for this kind of battle. Right as the Wendigo was about to leap down, he was stopped by a large glossy horn. He scowled and glared at the beetle while gesturing towards Lillian. The beetle rolled its eyes before shaking its head, trying to stop him from intervening. He pushed away the horn, but then found the beetle positioning itself between him and the battle going on below. It was adamant on keeping him from intervening. Could it not see that their master was being pummeled? The jungle lord looked into the beetle's eyes, which were filled with sincerity and trust, something he hadn't expected. Does it really believe their master could win in the state that she was in? KRR. The Wendigo backed down and tried his best to ignore the order of his master to intervene. Dumb. Lillian vomited blood as she awoke from her dream. Her vision was blurry as she looked around, and even more difficult when the blood that was leaking from her head ran over her face. She felt her body was a mess. It was truly a miracle that all of her bones weren't reduced to dust yet. With a weak body, Lillian tried to narrow her vision on the beach lord and found it to be reeling back its larger claw for an attack. It seemed to have had enough of slamming her around. Will this be its final attack? Will this be the day that she dies? No, not today at least. She still had so much to do. She promised Marionette that she would take care of herself, even if it wasn't to the real her, but that doesn't matter, for she refused to break yet another promise. Move. She needed to get out of this. Move. She can't die here. Move. She needed to keep on living. As Lillian's desperation reached an entirely new limit, so did something else, which began to shine brightly in her hand like a shimmering star. An item is undergoing change. The item regular cutlass is stirring awake. The beach lord held a claw over its eyes as it was blinded by the light, dropping Lillian as it stumbled back. When the light finally died down and it had lowered its claws away from its eyes, it was immediately met with the sight of two plasmatic heads, resembling a leviathan, coming from its left and right. These were the twin-headed Fury. With their jaws wide open, they bit down on the large pair of arms that the beach lord had, scorching them. The force behind their jaws managed to cause cracks to form, despite the mana the beach lord was using to protect itself. The crown of sand hovering above its head spun at an even quicker rate, becoming blurred as it felt the shock of pain course through its body. Then, in a few seconds, the plasmatic heads are destroyed by the sand it controlled, their fragile form shattering. It watched as shards of its beautiful armor around its claws fell, revealing its soft flesh underneath. It seethed at the sight of this. How dare they do this to them? The beach lord's eyes wobbled and shook with rage as they settled their gaze on Lillian, who now wielded a weapon with a far different appearance compared to before. Just like her short sword, it was made out of sharp, jagged, and obsidian-like material. The only difference was that its blade was much broader and curved. But that wasn't the strangest thing about it. For the beach lord watched as the weapon glowed a deep purple outline, which spread and wrapped itself around Lillian. Her eyes flickered between unconsciousness and consciousness before settling on a subtle blue. Summoning all of her equipment, like her armor and boots, Lillian slowly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. As the snap rang out, countless orbs of water appeared around her in the air, warping and twisting at a rapid rate as they became spinning drills, which also glowed a deep purple outline. Once there were more than a dozen, Lillian swung her hand and shot them towards the beach lord, who had prepared a volley of projectiles of his own. Both water and hardened sand shot through the air, colliding against each other, with clear intentions to destroy the other. However, the only winner of those collisions seemed to be Splash, Lillian's water drills. Her attack shattered through the beach lord's hardened sand projectiles and bombarded its body, piercing through its glossy bronze shell like it was a thin sheet of paper. The beach lord was shocked by what it had just experienced, its eyes going bloodshot as it watched translucent lines appear in the air. Connected between its body and Lillian, it watched as they turned a deep crimson. Lillian, who was on death's door, felt her body repair itself. And once she was in peak condition, she summoned her gauntlets. This battle was no longer about her proving to herself that she was strong, but she was capable of taking care of herself and those she loved. As Lillian looked back, she had realized what a horrible lover she had been, forgetting to pick up calls, forgetting to call, unintentionally not thinking about Marionette's feelings. If she were to perish today, how could she say she was sorry? How could she express her love for the person who kept her going? How could she continue to talk to her? The beach lord's body, which was littered with holes in its shell, rushed towards Lillian before stiffening. A dark glow began to appear over its body from the wounds the drills caused. It began to bleed profusely, its body weakening. It was as if it was hit with a curse. Lillian bent her knees and dashed forward, appearing before the beach lord in an instant. She severed off one of its legs, then another, before dodging as the beach lord swung down, having adapted to the pain. But its body was much slower now. Lillian leapt towards with glowing eyes and swung rapidly. Fourth technique of the deep-sea hunter, drowning net. An illusory net of interwoven slashes flew through the air, glowing a deep purple, while also radiating an electrical glow. It crashed into the beach lord, who had raised its claws in defense, but watched as it was sliced into pieces. Shocked, it felt the attack fall onto its body, causing it to thrash in pain as deep cuts appeared. Lillian fell to the ground and immediately entered into a stance. Since the Beach Lord was now at its weakest, she would unleash her final attack. Pulling her arm back for a horizontal swing, Lillian pounced forward, imagining the humongous crab to be the towering tree back in the jungle. Lillian roared out, first technique of the deep-sea hunter, Tidebreaker Slash. For a size this big, Lillian doubted she could cut through something this big in the past. But now, she only doubted whether or not she had enough energy to do so. With her roar, Lillian swung a near-perfect horizontal swing, causing an illusory wave similar to a tsunami to appear. It glowed a deep purple and was statically charged with electricity. And in that instant, the world ceased to move at the moment Lillian's blade met the left side of the Beach Lord's body. A faint but noticeable line appeared from all the way to the left, but to the right of its body. Time continued, and with that, the glowing tsunami crashed into the humongous crab and caused it to go flying back into the wall of the arena, its body splitting in two as it collapsed in two. You have slain a dire gore. Beach Lord. The inside of Lillian's arms ruptured from the power behind her attack, lashing back at her before repairing as quickly as it appeared. Lillian momentarily winced at the pain, but smiled nonetheless as she stood before the bisected Beach Lord. PHK. She stabbed her sword into the ground and faced the fractured moon in the sky before roaring at it, roaring to show her victory over the Beach Lord. HAA. And as she roared, weakness suddenly fell upon her, fatigue plaguing her mind like a deadly disease as she collapsed on her knees. Her eyes slowly lost their light as she closed them and fell asleep. But this time, her dreams were pleasant. Chapter 483. The Ship of Hope. POV. In the dead of night, thunder roared as golden streaks of electricity snaked through the clouds. Rain poured profusely, landing on a humongous metal vessel that rode over the turbulent waves of the sea. It was a ship put together with countless scraps of metal. It was a ship run on steam and machinery to push through the crashing waves and was armed to the teeth with countless fixed weapons, ranging from machine guns to cannons to even large-scale artillery. It was a ship far larger than any blue whale or battleship known to man. It was a mobile fortress that was roughly 600 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 120 meters tall, a behemoth that shouldn't be able to float on water. And yet it managed to, not because it could, but because it needed to, for its purpose was to hold up the hopes and dreams of those who resided in its walls. Its name? This mobile fortress's name was Captain Noah S. Ark. Will be entering the sinking sea in an hour. Noah S. Arkansas. But it also went by a different name, the Ship of Hope. The ship that was built solely to house 50 of the remaining population of humanity during the Third Epoch was entering the sinking sea, the Leviathan's territory, and also the Drowned King's territory. But it wasn't alone, for on its left and right, front and back, were 4 heavily armored fleets guarding it from all sides. And the names for these fleets were the Leviathan Drowners, the King Crab Snappers, the Seagull Brigade, and lastly, the Blackbeard Cutlass. ARR. Is that so? Surrounded by his crew members, the captain of the Blackbeard Cutlass began to walk forward, watching as those on his ship parted out of his way. He was a tall man, 6'4", and looked the part of every stereotypical pirate. He had a black eye patch, a peg leg, a metal hook in place of his right hand, and a large, messy black beard. And strapped around the right side of his waist was a cutlass. His name was Captain Right Hook. I believe in just a few minutes we'll be entering the territory of the much more powerful Leviathan soon. The captain stopped at the bow of his ship and looked to his left, finding a man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a rather sharp jawline. Next to him, this was the captain's second in command, his vice. And compared to his captain, who dressed carelessly, he was dressed in a clean and proper manner. He looked like a typical noble, if such a thing existed in this current era. The captain laughed at what he heard. "Kahaha, is that so, matey?" He stroked his hook through his beard. Well, we'd better prepare then." Those irritating seagulls said there was an island right at the center of the sinking sea. What was its name again, Volcrum? The blonde-haired man summoned a staff made of twisting wood and hummed a bit. The Three-Temple Island is what they called it. That's right. You have my gratitude, my vice. It has been months since I saw a piece of land, and on that has yet to be raided. The captain then paused for a moment before asking, "How many criminals have y'ar got for that power of yours?" Over 300. It seemed our journey to the sinking sea caused those on Noah's Ark to revolt a bit. Fortunately, our waivers were able to take care of the problem without any issues. Kahaha. I had heard a commotion there as well. The captain gave a bellowing laugh before raising his foot and placing it on the metal rails of his ship's bow. How long has it been since we entered this part of the ocean? About a decade, Captain. Yes, that sounds right. Hopefully, we won't lose another one of our captains. Captain Right Hook then grinned broadly as he watched something rise from the water in front of his ship. A humongous draconic serpent. Long snout, dark stone-like scales, mana radiating off its body. This was a leviathan, and the amount only continued to rise. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were at least 10 leviathans blocking their path. Seeing this, Captain Right Hook cackled loudly before unsheathing his cutlass. All blessed on deck. Prepare for battle. After an intense night yesterday, morning soon arrived. The sun was shining, and there were barely any clouds in sight, allowing everyone to admire the beautiful blue sky above. However, that wasn't something everyone was thinking about doing. The moment Lillian woke up, she was immediately met with questions from everyone. They seemed to have made the Beach Lord's Arena their temporary camp during the night. The question they asked was something like this. Was she all right? Was she feeling better? Was there anything she needed to talk about? These sorts of questions made her feel rather shy, but also extremely appreciative about how much they cared. And the moment she calmed everyone down, she was then met with scoldings for Viesta. What the hell were you thinking? Viesta shouted like an enraged and protective mother, walking back and forth in front of Lillian, who sat cross-legged with a guilty look on her face. You could have just stayed somewhere safe and calmed down, but no, you just had to fight another one of these things. You almost died this time closer than the last time. Lillian smiled wryly at the last part of Viesta's sentence. She really has been putting herself through some unnecessary dangers. Well, I think I'm feeling a lot better now, at least. It was all worth it in the end, since she had now finally acquired the awakened regular cutlass. Item name, regular cutlass. Item type, weapon. Item grade, for item rank, for item description. Enchantments, curse imbuement, static swings, desperate resolve, curse imbuement. After activation, the wielder's body would glow a purple outline. With each attack made, a curse would be imbued into it that ranges from these 3 effects: bleeding, shocking, slowness. Static swings. Each attack made would cause electricity to form. Desperate resolve. The more desperate the wielder is in battle, the speed and strength would increase by 1 each second. This added boost would slowly decrease once sensing the wielder's desperation fading. Maximum 150. It was definitely a good weapon due to its curse imbuement and desperate resolve enchantments, but Lillian wasn't planning on using it, since she already had. Chapter 484. Coral Spire Orchid. After Lillian had an earful from Viesta, who was reasonably angry at her, it was the captain's turn. But he seemed more understanding of her situation, since he began to empathize with her need to fight to calm down. Look, matey, fighting to relieve your stress is certainly a way to calm yourself down. But you must at least rein in your emotions to know which fight you can win and cannot win when you are in that state of mind. Lillian rubbed the back of her head, although she did agree with the man. No other monsters around her would push her that far to awaken the cutlass. When it got Emilio's turn, she kind of just smiled through it. Compared to the 2 before, his voice was much softer. She wasn't sure if it was because he was into her or not, but she still appreciated it, nonetheless. After they had been through all of that, everyone decided to congratulate Lillian on her win through a feast. What were they going to eat? Well, why you guys? The left corner of Lillian's lips twitched as she found the roasted body of the beach lord resting over a large bonfire with the help of some vines. She did remember she hadn't summoned back her monsters. Lillian looked off to the side and found the beetle licking its lips as it stared at the beach lord. Her face twitched a bit, but she then sighed. The beetle did do quite a bit of work, so it deserves it. Come in, Lillian, show us which part you want to eat first. We'll give you first pickings. Viesta called over. Hearing that, Lillian smiled a bit. It seemed that they were going to have crab for breakfast. Burp. Excuse me. After retrieving the gem for the temple from within the arena, and with the help of the captain and Viesta, everyone began making their ascent to the top of the beach goddess temple. Viesta chuckled as she carried Lillian. No worries, you full, right? Definitely. I think it was a mistake to let you guys keep shoving its meat down my throat. Lillian held a hand over her mouth. Ha ha ha. Viesta laughed before calming down. Today is the 2nd of May, right? The day you're going to get us out of here. How are you really feeling about it? I know you felt a bit anxious about it from yesterday. Lillian smiled wryly as she looked away from Viesta's gaze. In all honesty, she really didn't want to talk about yesterday. She felt so embarrassed with the way she acted. However, I'm still a bit anxious, but not as much as last night. Sorry about that. By the way, I didn't mean to dump all of that on you. Lillian muttered shyly, rubbing the back of her neck. You really don't need to say sorry for that. Viesta smiled, focusing on her wings, which may be struggling a bit to carry the weight of 2 people. There are some out there that keep those feelings bottled up inside and never tell anyone about it. Although you might feel yourself being embarrassed. It was a good thing you told me, otherwise, your bottle would be shattered. Get what I mean? Lillian smiled, grateful for the advice and the comfort. Just as she was about to respond, she realized that they were now at the top. Being let down, Lillian looked around. Like the cliff god's temple. The top of this temple was decorated with furniture, albeit more crude. Probably because the Cruscans only had one hand for these kinds of things. Lillian noticed in the corners of her eyes that the captain seemed to be looking for something important. She smirked at this and immediately got to moving. He was looking to see if there was another affinity pill up here as well. Unfortunately for him, though, I already know where it is. After sticking her hand down a crude stone jar that was filled with bones, Lillian rummaged through it. Ignoring the bones and making use of her slender hand, she managed to feel the shape of a pill in between her fingers. For such an important pill, they hid it in the most inconspicuous places. Lillian quickly stored it and pulled her hand out from the jar, washing it with water before moving behind the pillar. Should I give this pill to Marionette? Lillian thought a bit, but then shook her head. The moment Marionette gets out of her surgery, her affinity would have increased by a lot as well. Should I take it myself, then? She thought deeply about this matter before deciding to put the thought aside. It wasn't that important right now. What was important, though, was the flower growing out of a pot made of sandstone with water inside. Its shape was similar to an orchid, but with a twisted stem. But the special part about it was the fact that it was made entirely out of coral. It had ruffled petals like a cattleya orchid, and the base of the flower sprouted outwards in branches that resembled a coral cactus. The way that the flower transitioned occasionally from a coral pink to a deep magenta gave it an elegant and hypnotizing impression. It also gave off a mystical feel as a faint water vapor was exuded from the pores in the flower's stem. Once pulling out the flower and minding her hand so she didn't prick herself, she looked at its description. Item name: Coral Spire Orchid. Item description: a mystical flower that was given as a gift to the beach god by the Cruscans, who found it washed onto their shore after a horrid storm. This flower has medicinal properties that help the consumer's mana, the main property being that it gives them a sense of serenity. Lillian read the description and fidgeted with the stem of the flower, pinching it as a determined look in her eyes shone. She had finally gathered everything needed for the medicine. Chapter 485. Crumbling? The captain, having stolen all of the furniture into his spatial ring, looked over yonder. With his hand placed horizontally above his brows, he managed to find a swarm of stormy clouds approaching them. He grimaced. A storm is brewing afar. In a few dozen or so minutes, He was sure that the entire island would become a victim of the Sky's wrath. After Lillian had slotted the divine gem into the empty slot it was meant to enter, they quickly escaped the crumbling temple and made their way back to the heart of the jungle. Once arriving, Lillian walked towards the very center of the Jungle Lord's arena, standing in front of his stone throne. She stared at it for a while before pulling her hand out and summoning a reflective glass shard. Chucking it to the side, Lillian summoned the Jungle Lord. The tall Wendigo wielded a long stone spear and a battle axe in either hand and had a metal greatsword strapped to his back with vines, the regular greatsword. Lillian watched as he looked around his arena and the way he looked down at what was once his throne. He glanced at Lillian with a look of realization and nodded at the gesture she made. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he swung his battle axe and destroyed his throne in a single swing, just barely missing the divine gem that was hidden underneath. As the Wendigo watched his master retrieve the divine gem, he looked around once more before turning and beginning to walk towards the illustrated walls of his arena. And when he arrived at them, he stabbed his spear into the ground before tracing his hand across the etched illustration on the walls, reading the records of battles before him that were made with the help of the tribal members. He wasn't sure yet, but he knew this would be the last time he would return to his arena, a place he had claimed and lived in for countless years. Lillian glanced towards the Wendigo and gave him a sad and empathetic smile. Finding that there wasn't any reason to disturb the Jungle Lord's moment, she waited for him. And when he seemed to have finished taking everything in, Lillian returned him to her mana realm before meeting up with everyone to be taken to the top of the jungle temple. Unlike the past two temples, there wasn't a mystical flower at the top of this temple. It was instead covered in flowers, plain old flowers. After stealing the major affinity pill from within a clay jar that was decorated with flowery patterns, Lillian stood before the pillar for the divine gem. She breathed in a deep sigh and waited, waiting for nothing. Anxiety coursed through her body as she looked behind her, watching as the captain, Viesta, Emilio, and, surprisingly, John, who she felt was too serious for this type of stuff, played around with the furniture before taking them away with their spatial ring. It made for a joyful and relaxed atmosphere, something Lillian couldn't help but appreciate, as just watching them calmed her nerves. She couldn't wait to feel something like that again, especially after this trial. Lillian's face shook before hardening. With gritted teeth, she calmly pulled Emilio off to the side. What did you need something, miss? Just come here for a bit. Viesta, John. And the captain watched as the obviously startled Emilio was pulled off to the side, taken into a private conversation with Lillian that they couldn't eavesdrop on. The three looked at each other before comically shrugging in unison with a raised eyebrow. After Lillian had returned Emilio, who seemed to be bursting with excitement for some reason and also shaking in fear, she pulled out her phone with a small smile. How about a group selfie, everyone, just so we remember this moment? While her sudden request did cause confusion, no one was ultimately against it. In fact, they were pushing her to take it faster as they pulled her into the center and positioned themselves around her. With broad and happy smiles, everyone listened as a soft snap sound of the camera echoed, and when it resounded, the captain immediately made a comment about Lillian's white rabbit phone case. That is quite the phone accessory you got there. Ka-ha! After playfully rolling her eyes and arguing back a bit, Lillian stepped towards the stone pillar and held the divine gem over the empty slot. The moment when I put this gem in, make sure to keep close together. All right. But right as Lillian was about to put it in, the captain suddenly asked a question. Matey, if I will, do you perhaps know the name of this island? The captain wasn't sure why, but the moment he realized that there was more than one temple on this island, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Lillian, watching as the captain brushed his hand through his beard, smiled a bit. The Three-Temple Island. The Three-Temple what? Click, rumble. Slotting in the gem, Lillian looked back and smirked. Because I don't us all to lose each other during the fall. Huh? Are you referring to when the temple just crumbles? Viesta asked, finding something about the way Lillian smiled to be rather eerie. Nope. Well, kind of. Rumble. The temple shook again, but this time on a scale much greater than any tremor that had been made compared to past temples. It was like the entire island was shaking. Lillian raised her hand and wrapped her fingers into a fist before popping out her thumb. She then pointed down with it and said, basically, just like those temples, the entire island will crumbling. Huh. For the moment she said that, another tremor appeared from within the island, causing long cracks and fractures to appear, which caused the wildlife around to panic. Trees and monsters fell, sand and water plummeted, and the cliffs and underground broke apart. Whatever was connected to the island was destroyed, falling into a deep abyss below. Everyone quickly scrambled to their desired person. Lillian leapt towards Viesta Emilio, and John leapt towards the captain. Viesta and the captain carried their passengers to the sky, watching as the entire island below them began to plummet into the deep abyss below. The water that surrounded the island fell inwards, falling with the crumbling island and forming a large-scale cascading waterfall that made for a jaw-dropping sight. If not for the fact that they had watched the entire island crumble, everyone would have taken a picture to remember it. Snap! Well, everyone who wasn't in shock at what they saw, like Lillian. After putting away her phone, she was met with everyone's shocked gazes. Lillian giggled a bit and held a finger over her lips. She then muttered, "This isn't the end yet, guys. You should prepare for the pressure." Chapter 486. The Great Fall? The Pressure? X2 Viesta and Emilio stared at Lillian with a mix of confusion and concern on their face. They had just witnessed the entire island crumble apart and fall into a deep abyss that was seemingly bottomless, and yet they had to be ready for something else. While the two made these expressions, the captain was giving Lillian a horrified and pale expression as he fearfully muttered, "Pressure." In the next moment, a terrifying and invisible force fell upon them. The mana vibrated in the air, and the world warped as gravity doubled in effect. Groans escaped everyone's mouth as the very world pushed down on them, causing the wings of the captain and Viesta to falter and causing them to lose their leverage in the air. They plummeted at twice the speed as normal and managed to reach the falling debris of the island, their bodies crashing through several stone debris. Lillian, letting out a soft groan, braced herself as she looked around, finding herself surrounded by clouds of sand and dust, mixed in with large pieces of stone, which she used as platforms. The mysterious force that had befallen them had long disappeared, allowing them to fall along with the island leisurely, only returning whenever the captain or Viesta tried to utilize their wings. Even the monsters around them that were capable of flight weren't spared from this mysterious force. It was an effect that only applied to those trying to escape the area. Lillian took note of the monsters that fell around them. They were puzzled, baffled, and in utter shock. And yet, despite these feelings wandering around in their mind, they still obeyed their instincts. Ducking under the swipe of a tiger-like monster, Lillian frowned and instantly dealt a killing blow to the underside of its chin. "You have slain." Immediately pushing it away, Lillian looked around, taking note of where everyone was. While the captain had managed to keep a hold of Emilio and John, Viesta wasn't so fortunate to keep a hold of Lillian. Due to their fall, she had accidentally let go of Lillian, causing her to become separated. Lillian's eyes darted between several large stone debris, bouncing her gaze from them before settling on Viesta's falling figure, who looked like a falling angel due to her wings. After a few rapid breaths, she steeled her heart and leapt off the stone she was standing on. Having mapped out the way to the falling woman, Lillian jumped and bounced between the falling stone debris with fierce dexterity. And whatever got in her way, "You have slain," was killed. Viesta groaned as she tried to make use of her wings, but due to the mysterious force earlier, she felt out of breath. When she was about to try to balance herself through the air, she felt something grab onto the scruff of her neck. Flinching, Viesta immediately turned her head around and found a smiling Lillian. Her anxiety soon oozed out of her, dissipating. But her concerns still remained. "Did you have a plan?" Viesta asked. Let us regroup with the others first. With a spin and a frightened yell from Viesta, Lillian chucked the woman towards the direction of the captain. Then, without delay, she transformed her arms into water. The captain, who had made his way onto the side of a falling tree, summoned a sensory mana pulse from his body, allowing him to map out his surroundings. And, in range of his mana radar, he sensed the presence of someone flying towards him. He looked up and widened his eyes, watching as Viesta fell towards him. Summoning another pair of arms, he managed to catch the woman, who was slightly dazed. "You can fly. Tell me your secret." "Matey, vuvuha secret. I was thrown over here." "Thrown?" Looking towards the direction she came from, the captain spotted Lillian in the far distance. Her arms, which were transformed into water, had lengthened and wrapped themselves around two large trees. Then, like the marble of a slingshot, she launched herself towards the captain with a cackle. And before she could shoot too far, she was caught by the captain. With all of them now regrouped, everyone simultaneously turned to Lillian for a plan, seeing that she always seemed to have one in every scenario. And with their current situation, they definitely needed a plan. Lillian quickly noticed their combined gaze and shrugged. "Let us try and survive the fall and get to the bottom first." While the fall was a big issue, it was what they were falling with that was an issue. Looking around, they were surrounded by monsters on all sides making their way towards them using the falling debris. Since monsters needed to devour an organism that could store a large amount of mana to evolve, they ultimately went after the spot with the largest concentration of mana. Specifically, where Lillian and the captain were. Moving around, the captain leapt between debris after debris, dodging the swift pounces of monsters. Usually, if he were alone, he would take care of these beasts head-on. But currently, he decided to leave it up to Lillian. With a wave of her hand, Lillian summoned a volley of water spears that pierced through countless monsters. "You have slain," like a Gatling gun. She continued to fire with a seemingly never-ending supply, mainly because whatever was struck by her spears would instantly become a victim of her parasitic lines, which connected back to her. An hour or so passed. They had now reached several kilometers down into their fall. With the captain's swift movements and Lillian's supernatural spatial awareness, they had managed to carve through the wave of monsters that charged their way. And as they continued to fall, they managed to spot something that swam behind the cascading waterfall. It was ridiculously large and frighteningly long, having a body similar to that of a serpent. One by one, more began to appear within the sea, their bodies appearing only as dark blurs as they circled around. There were ones that were around 20 or so meters long, and others that were at least 60 meters long. It was a horrific sight, but one that everyone knew so much, even though they had only seen their kind once. They were leviathans. Were they waiting for the sea to close in on them to devour them whole? Were they just spectating the sight and exploring the area that was now freed to them? No, it was more like they were preparing for some kind of war. A battle, to be specific, a battle to defend something that they valued highly. What the hell is that? Everyone snapped their eyes towards Emilio, who pointed toward an extremely large and reflective glass dome beneath them. "Is that a glass dome?" Viesta asked, unconsciously clutching onto the arm that the captain was holding her by. Lillian shook her head, watching as they now dangerously neared it. "It's not glass." Chapter 487. The Fall into a Bubble? "It's not glass," Lillian muttered with a hardened face, staring down at the reflective dome that was wide enough to encompass all that was below them, the size of the entire three-temple island. What they were looking at was actually, it's a bubble. The dome they were looking at was merely the very top of the bubble, which once belonged to the deepest part of the ocean trenches, but had now risen to the part of the ocean. A bubble? X2 Viesta and Emilio were in absolute bafflement at what they had heard. Was this really a bubble? And wait, how did Lillian know that? Unfortunately, they wouldn't be given a chance to ask. "Shit!" The captain, having heard and realized what he was seeing, shouted his vulgar word with a pale and panic-stricken face. Flutter! Sprouting from his back, the captain grew several pairs of wings as he leapt from the tree he was standing on, taking everyone into the air. Lillian, watching the way the captain reacted, could only smile helplessly as she saw the serpent-like monsters of grandiose size escaping from the sides of the bubble. They were leviathans. Soon enough, the mysterious force from earlier noticed the captain's intent to escape. Then, as though as punishment, the force crashed down into him and those that he was carrying with tremendous power. In an instant, the force sent him back to where he started and even went as far as pushing him further back. Thud! 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 Due to the heavy force, the captain slammed into countless large debris along the way. Fortunately, he managed to make it so that he took the full brunt of the damage, shielding the others. The unfortunate part, though, was that they had fallen into the Titanic bubble, and upon entering, they were met with an entirely different world, a ruined civilization built on aquamarine bricks, coral structures, and even sunken ancient ships. Streets and tall buildings were cracked and shattered. The coral structures were white and dried, and the wooden sunken ships were decayed and aged. It even had a massive temple off in the distance that was several dozen meters large, not on the scale of the 3 temples back on the island, but it still gave off an incredibly imposing aura. And it was without major damage to its infrastructure, which was surprising due to how desolate and ruined everything around it was. Areas where life could have lived were destroyed, but still remained partially intact. It was as though a civil war had taken place within this location. And the most strange of all, this place at air, what appeared to be and should be been an underwater civilization, wasn't submerged in water. It was wrapped in a bubble. The bubble was much bigger on the inside. Once the 5 of them had entered through the bubble, they were immediately suspended in the air by the mysterious force that was keeping all the destroyed debris of once was an island in the air. Even the monsters they had yet to exterminate were suspended in the air. Everyone looked around with wonder and fear, wondering about where they possibly were. But not Lillian, for she was looking at something entirely different. Above them all, and below the dome of the bubble they were now inside, was a massive sphere of pulsing blue light made entirely out of mana. And wrapped around its side was a dark, coral-like pattern, which made it seem that the sphere had gotten itself a tattoo. The aura she felt from it was heavy, as though being right near it was enough to crush the air out of her lungs. And the feeling she got from the ruined civilization wasn't any better, as it gave her a bone-chilling and gloomy impression. The mysterious force returned and pulled them towards the ground along with all the monsters around them, except for the island's debris, which still remained suspended in the air. And when that happened, all hell broke loose. The moment all the living creatures were lowered to the ground, what could only be the residents of this realm emerged from the ruined buildings. They stood on 2 legs and wore ragged and torn clothes similar to those of pirates, and were without skin, muscles, organs, or flesh. They wielded weapons of all kinds, some even glowing to show that they were special. These were the humans of this era, humans who had been dragged to the bottom of the sea along with their ship, and they were hostile to the living. For once they made eye contact with anything with warm blood, they immediately attacked. After being let down on their feet, the 5 of them immediately engaged in an all-out brawl that they were now a part of. John used his fists as the wind swirled around him. Emilio used expensive weapons he kept stored within his ring, hesitant about using his mana unless necessary. Viesta utilized her wings instead of her guns, slicing through the flesh or bones of monsters and undead pirates alike. Lillian and the captain used the techniques belonging to the deep-sea hunter to carve out a way through the horde around them. Since the monsters weren't on a single team apart from the packs they were in, they were heavily outnumbered as the undead pirates seemingly refused to stay down longer than a few seconds. And whenever they were truly put down for good, only more seemed to arrive to take their place. Blood flooded the streets as flesh was bitten or slashed off, littering the streets as corpses began to pile quickly. If it truly wasn't tea for this bloodshed, this ruined civilization would be made for a perfect place to explore and admire. You have slain a regular gnarl, drowned skeleton you have slain, Since these undead pirates were never given a chance to be granted an ability by a god when they were living, they were never able to advance their mana core past regular, which was the tier humans are born with. Lillian and the captain immediately got into a stance as they raised their swords. First technique of the Deep Sea Hunter, Tidebreaker Slash. Fourth technique of the Deep Sea Hunter, Drowning Net. An illusory wave appeared behind Lillian as she made a horizontal slash, and an illusory net of interlaced slashes formed in front of the captain. And with their attack, they managed to break through the encirclement they were in, allowing everyone to escape. "You're quite attached to the first technique, the captain asked, having now gotten rid of the paleness from his face earlier. Lillian rubbed the back of her head as she ran. She had indeed noticed she was more inclined to use the first technique instead of any other technique. I might need to put more variety in, she reflected silently. After running far enough away from the mosh pit, she rested inside one of the buildings, having a breather before confronting Lillian about all that had just happened in the span of almost 2 hours. While John didn't say anything, Emilio, the captain, and Viesta made up for it. They asked her a million questions, some that Lillian didn't want to answer, and some she outright ignored, as they might cause her to uncover her deep knowledge of things. Emilio and the captain asked much shallower questions regarding what had happened, while Viesta asked even shallower questions. Not because she was unable to think of any good questions, but because her shallow questions soon snowballed into deeper questions. Lillian had made sure not to give the woman too much to figure her out, but it rather difficult. Anyway, in the end, Lillian managed to somehow divert everything by saying, "During in-depth studies on a particular location during my second trial, I was able to piece together what island we were on and what was below it. That's all." Of course, it wasn't the most convincing of excuses. But what were they going to do? Ask Marionette what went on in our trial? Unless you had somehow managed to get Marionette to warm up to you, which was near impossible. Trying to get information out of her would be like talking to a brick wall that would constantly insult you every chance it could get. Although they weren't completely satisfied with her answer, especially Viesta, they soon gave up, feeling it would be a waste of their time that could be used getting out of this trial. But they did have one last question. "Where are we, Lillian? Where are we?" How should I put this? You know those 4 mighty sea kings the captain was telling us about? Yeah, we're currently standing on the home of one of them. Chapter 488. A plan that needs everyone? Asheshuash. We re in the home of one of them. Emilio Schautif, abruptly walking back and forth with a fearful expression similar to Viesta. Lillian smiled wryly, expecting this sort of reaction. In truth, if it were up to her, she would even come close to this place. However, since it wasn't up to her and was up to the jester, she didn't have that luxury. But that wasn't going to stop her from getting everyone out alive. After managing to calm them down, easing their worries slightly, she was asked an expected question. Viesta, still rather nervous about the identity of the ruins they were in, asked, "Do you have a plan, Lillian? You always do, don't you?" Up until this point, Lillian had yet to fail her with her foresight, and she wasn't going to give up on her trust now. "A plan?" Lillian repeated before, smiling broadly. "I always have a plan for these types of things." And upon saying that, she began to list out the instructions mainly towards Emilio, Viesta, and John, as Lillian had put them in a group. They felt their shoulders had become incredibly heavy. The captain, who was standing to the side, felt rather impatient as he was told that he wasn't going to be part of their group. But for some reason, he couldn't help but feel as though this made sense. After a few minutes of explaining, Lillian handed everyone something. 2 mana potions and 1 health potion for each person. Since the maximum amount of potions she could purchase per day from the system shop was 15, after distribution, she would be left with 3 potions of her choosing. Once handing over the potions, and also an unusual item to Viesta, who raised an eyebrow at it before putting it away, Lillian slowly pulled out a reflective glass shard. And reflected on its face was a ghastly deer skull with a bone crown. The Jungle Lord. At first, She was hesitant to summon him for her plan. Was he truly needed for her plan to succeed? Did he really need to be involved? Lillian thought deeply, and with a trembling heart, she decided he was needed. This reality of hers wasn't a teasome game. There were always risks of things not going her way. Upon summoning him, Lillian placed him into Viesta's group. They were going to need him. Lillian walked up to Viesta and commented, "For this plan to work, you're going to need to take off your hat, Viesta." Seriously? When the woman heard that, she widened her eyes a bit before looking at the girl with confusion clear in her eyes. However, trusting Lillian's foresight, she took off her heart and threw it into her spatial ring. After tidying up her hair, Viesta felt Lillian place a hand on her shoulder. Looking up, she found Lillian staring in her eyes warmly. "Today, I'm going to listen to your words. The words you told me yesterday." Lillian's grip on Viesta's shoulder tightened. "You told me to rely on others instead of just myself, right?" Something along those lines. "Well, today is the day I heed your words, Viesta." At this moment, Lillian couldn't rely completely on herself or the captain to get the job done. "Viesta, just as much as you trust in me, I'm putting all of my trust in you." Lillian then swept her gaze around, eyeing the captain, Emilio, John, and the Wendigo, and you and everyone standing here at this very moment. "I need you all." With how she was currently, there is absolutely no way for her to accomplish this plan on her own, or with just Captain Right Hook for that matter. "I can't do this on my own, and so I need you all here to help me, to help all of us get out of here alive." Everyone listened to Lillian's declaration and felt a sort of emotion spring to life inside their heart. Viesta, especially as she grinned widely and placed her hand on top of Lillian's, and, with an accent from a certain heroine, she said, "You bet. It's about time we were finally out of the spotlight. You can trust this senior of yours and everyone around you. We'll get out of here alive. All of us. Just you wait, Lillian. I'll show you how amazing a member of the student council really is." Hearing this, Lillian's eyes sparkled a little bit as she laughed. I'm trusting you, Viesta. Do your best. All right? Same to you, kick-ass Lillian." Viesta watched as Lillian walked towards the captain, who had sprouted a pair of wings, and watched as they shot towards the sky, aiming for the giant, glowing sphere in the sky. Once they left, she breathed a shaky sigh as she looked towards everyone behind her before settling her gaze towards the temple in the distance. Her eyes lingered on a line of mana that sprouted from the temple, which ended at the sphere in the sky. They were connected. Then, with a steeled heart and a brave expression, she yelled, "Let us go. We have a plan to accomplish." Lillian and the captain shot through the sky, closing in on the suspended debris in the sky before feeling a sudden force wrap around them like they had met an invisible barrier. They felt the force probe their body and identified them as living. It then pushed down on them with tremendous force, which caused the captain to falter. However, like a typical pirate that he was too stubborn to fail. Upon landing on the ground, the captain enhanced himself to the limit with mana before making a booming leap that caused the ground beneath to crack. And summoning his cutlass, he roared out, second technique of the deep-sea hunter, harpoon thrust. With the appearance of an illusory harpoon around their bodies, they shot through the air like a shooting star, managing to pierce through the mysterious force, which was surprised by the speedy object. With the target being the glowing sphere with coral patterns, the nearer they got, the stronger the resistance forced upon them became. The pressure exuding from the sphere was overwhelming and cold. However, with a raging flame in his heart that could only be put out by the mightiest of tsunamis, the captain roared out savagely and, HRRAH, managed to pierce through the resistance. With the resistance, now a mere shadow of itself, Lillian and the captain entered into the glowing sphere, causing everyone to go white as they were now in an entirely new world. Chapter 489. Greeted and unwelcomed, the light that blinded them soon disappeared, allowing them to see and discover that they were falling from a ridiculous height. And the destination of their fall? A never-ending sea below. At first, the captain had wished to negate the fall with his wings. however. He was soon intercepted by a mysterious force that had followed them into this world. They plummeted towards the sea like a meteor and crashed into it. Splash, causing a massive pillar of water to erupt where they landed. And when the curtain of water soon fell, what was revealed inside the pillar was a large, rickety wooden ship. Lillian, kneeling on all fours on the deck of the ship, coughed repeatedly as water entered her system. Her body shook from the mysterious force outside and inside the sphere. If she had spent any longer under the force, she feared something worse might have happened. Fortunately, she had her tough body to thank for surviving the invisible force. Using her magic, she controlled the liquid to exit her body and did the same to the captain as well, drying them both. Once she had removed all the water from the deck, the two of them looked around their surroundings. They looked around at the endless sea that moved ravenously before looking above and finding the world's ceiling to be made out of vibrant coral where the cloud would be was a coral reef. Where they were currently was the inside of a mana realm that had fixed itself into reality, a feat only mages with an A-rank affinity could accomplish. And the owner of this realm? Splash. He had come to greet them himself. The waves around them became energetic, crashing into the side of the captain's ship as though they had a hostile mind of their own. And not even a moment after this, Lillian and the captain buckled slightly as an intimidating force fell upon them. It wasn't the mysterious pressure from earlier, but instead, it was a malevolent and primal feeling far different compared to the mysterious force as cold impression. Lillian, whose face was frighteningly pale and sweaty, held a hand over her chest as she ignored the waves crashing against the side of their boat, causing it to rock. Why? Why had she felt this sort of presence before? Unconsciously summoning her armor, gauntlets, and boots, Lillian couldn't help but feel as though something in the back of her mind tickled her to remember. Had she, Splash, had she experienced this before? Far in the distance, two pillars of water rose from the sea, revealing themselves to be two serpent-like heads with a draconic theme to them. Their eyes burned with a dark crimson light. They had necks that sprouted 12 stories high from their body and were protected under thick azure scales that shimmered as the water cascaded over them, followed by faint steam as a subtle blue glow appeared. It was a sea beast, and a large one at that with two heads. It had fangs that were as long swords and wider than Lillian's entire body. Inside the jaws of the heads of the sea beast, they were filled with them, lined orderly with near dental perfection, and far in the back of their throats, which could only be seen with each deep breath the beast took. A subtle blue glow radiated inside. The captain took a singular step back as his eyes shook for a moment. He had already recognized the sea beast the moment its predatory aura made contact with him. This thing was the twin-headed seawater leviathan, the dastardly thing that had almost put down his crewmate. This bastard is back. The captain spat out furiously. Lillian, who had already known the identity of the leviathan beforehand, felt as though she recognized the leviathan from deep within herself. And she had already figured out why that was. It was the memory that was locked away from her, vibrating to be freed. Finding the feeling to be distracting, Lillian shook away the fear. Although this leviathan was the same one that her past self and Right Hook faced, they weren't of the same level. In fact, this one that was before them was even weaker. It was only at the dire rank. It may be at the peak of it, sure, but it had yet to ascend any further. And because of that, its threat rating was just a 5.6, which was comparable to a massive flood or storm. As Lillian thought this, confidence soon returned, but was then put down as she was reminded that it's still no less dangerous. However, that wasn't what she should be putting her focus and worry on, for the twin-headed seawater leviathan wasn't the final boss of this trial. Instead, she should be putting all of her attention towards the man seated atop the left head of the twin-headed seawater leviathan, the true final boss. He had a handsome face with a sharp jawline, long, flowing hair that transitioned occasionally from a matte black to a shimmering azure. and golden eyes that appeared glassy. He also had a glowing harpoon mark right above his right eyebrow. His beauty was something that could only be compared to someone of divine. And floating right above his head was a jet black and neon blue spiked crown made out of pure mana. His chest was laid bare for all to see, as they would only be able to gaze upon his muscular physique and tattoos of coral reefs and large sea serpents. From his waist down to his bare ankles and feet were dark blue metal leggings of supreme quality that were made for the purpose of both being comfortable to rest in and durable enough to face the harshest of attacks head-on. Lillian gulped heavily as an announcement rang out throughout the world in the Jester's voice. 50 of this trial's final boss, the drowned King One of the four mighty sea kings Reguta, has awoken. This man was the drowned king and the owner of this realm. The captain, listening to the announcement, widened his eyes as he asked in utter shock, "50%? Why?" He began to despair. He hadn't ever heard of such a scenario throughout his life before. Lillian smiled wryly at what he had just asked and continued to stare at the man identified as the drowned king's body. More specifically, at the blue ethereal flames that made up his body. These flames also happened to act as a sort of half-robe for the man. What was currently before them was merely the remnants of the drowned king's soul that still continued to operate as though he was still alive. And it was by no means menacing. In the next moment after the Jester's announcement ended, the drowned king slowly raised his hand and pointed the tip of his index finger down on them with a bored and emotionless look on his face, and then muttered one word, "Fall." Chapter 490. Uncontrollable Rage? Fall. At the echoing of his command, the world reacted and warped as a pressure unlike anything that Lillian and the captain had experienced crashed down on them. Sea crack. It encompassed the entire boat, causing the wooden deck of the ship to crack and snap as Lillian and the captain fell through them, gritting their teeth, as it was like they were put under a spiritual hydraulic press. Just like how they were being forced downwards against their will, so was the entire ship as it had begun to go under the surface of the water, sinking. The drowned king continued to lower his finger in correlation to the sinking ship, pushing down on the ship, and watched as it was entirely under the surface of the water. But then he paused as he felt something pushing against his finger, a sort of resistance. He raised an eyebrow and watched as what would been the end of the wooden ship, splash, sprang out from the water. Splash. The ship bobbed up and down on the surface of the water as the wounds it had sustained from the crushing pressure slowly began to mend together, healing. This caused the drowned king to blink with subtle interest. Lillian and the captain managed to leap out of the hole they had created and land back on deck, breathing heavily as they had just managed to survive the pressure. The girl's legs wobbled as though she was shivering, and the captain's face was grim. But there was something about his expression that said otherwise. It was rage, a burning rage building up within his black pupils. His blood boiled, not because they had almost been crushed into oblivion, but because drowned king, the captain that he had so highly just a couple of days ago, was actually murdered by one of the four mighty sea kings, the drowned king. To be specific, he had never been able to catch even a glimpse of the face of his captain's killer, but he knew who was the cause of it. He stomped forward with an enraged and savage look on his face, his wooden peg leg digging into the deck of his ship. Summoning his cutlass, he gave a mighty leap as he flapped his wings, shooting across the air and leaving Lillian behind, unable to control the burning hatred in his heart. Lillian's face darkened as she saw that, but she couldn't do anything about it. Pulling out her phone, Lillian checked the current time, having set it to this world's time. 11:34 a.m. The drowned king, hearing his title echoing through the air, remained silent as the captain flew towards him. He then raised his index finger again, commanding the Leviathan, which reeled both of its heads back. A radiant and scorching hot blue light glowed underneath and between the gaps in its scales, rising up its throat, and with a loud, double roar, the twin-headed seawater Leviathan released its combined beam attack the Leviathan's wrath. The scorching hot beam of plasma-infused water shot through the air, meeting the captain, who had already anticipated such a result. Transforming his right hook into a hand, he roared out, "Fifth technique of the deep SEA hunter, Leviathan's descent." Swish! An illusory Leviathan formed above the captain before falling downwards, meeting the Leviathan's wrath head-on before swimming up it like a shark swimming upstream. It bit through the plasma beam, its eyes flashing with a more dangerous glint compared to its past appearances, reflecting the emotion that currently burned inside the captain's eyes. Compared to before, this beam was much weaker. 11:36 a.m. Having traveled over a kilometer, the captain finally reached the twin-headed Leviathan. The drowned king slowly stood up and leapt into the air, hovering as an illusory Leviathan crashed into his mouth. The twin-headed Leviathan gave out a pained cry as it fell into the sea. Feeling nothing over the sound of his mount's cry of pain, the drowned king stared down at the captain, who swiftly made his approach towards him. "Drowned king!" The captain roared again, swinging his sword at the floating soul of his captain's killer. But then he was met with a chilling pressure that radiated off the drowned king's floating figure. The drowned king cringed at the noise and pulled back his right arm. Then, in an instant, he appeared before the captain, so noisy. Bam! And dealt a mighty blow to the side of the captain's head, causing him to go flying, crashing into the sea below. Lillian, who had just watched as the captain was swatted out of the air, summoned the regular last spite her short sword and regular last bisection her scythe. Due to the fact that she was around a large body of water, and because of her short sword, she felt her body quicken, increasing her speed by 70. But not only that, but because of the sea, her chest plate too benefited from it, as the dried and gray coral came to life, wriggling and shifting a bit. With this, her chest plate should be able to protect her far better compared to before. The captain shot out of the water, his clothes wet and damp, sticking to his body irritably. However, he didn't care not for that. Instead, drowned king, he roared out the name of his captain's murderer, with blood spilling from his mouth from the attack he had been hit with. But the moment he neared the drowned king, he was knocked back down into the sea with a single strike. 11:40 a.m. Having charged at the drowned king several times now, the captain had never been able to get a single hit in before being smacked away, and it was taking a toll now. Blood leaked out from his mouth as he floated in the air, staring at the drowned king dead in the eyes. With his sleeve, he wiped his bloodied mouth and roared the man's name again. Following that, he also roared out the name of his attack. Fourth technique of the deep SEA hunter, drowning net. An illusory net appeared from the captain's rapid interlacing slashes, growing larger in size as it was fueled by the captain's rage. The drowned king took a step back and, as if he was standing on solid ground, he began to dance and weave through the gaps in the illusory slashes. Widening his eyes at how ineffective his attack was, the captain rushed forward, roaring out another technique name. He refused to go down without taking the drowned king with him, and the drowned king knew this as well. After dodging yet another attack, the drowned king snapped his fingers, splash, silently commanding his mount, the twin-headed seawater Leviathan, to cease its spectating and to intervene. A pillar of water shot upwards, reaching the captain, who took a step back in the air. Then, in the next moment, a long, sleek, and scaly tail whipped downwards at him. The captain managed to dodge out of the way, but was immediately intercepted by the drowned king, who raised his fist in a martial stance. Then, for the first time since he engaged with the captain, he spoke. First technique of the abyssal harpoon. Tied fist of the first harrow. In the next moment, a sonic boom erupted as the drowned king's closed fist bursted forward. With a twist of his body, the drowned king landed a severe blow on the captain's lower abdomen. And as his fist sank into the captain's lower abdomen, an illusory black cone of foam erupted on impact, as well as the appearance of harpoon tips outlining his knuckles like spikes. Dumb. Pwaff. Blood and spit gushed out from the captain's mouth as he was launched away. Splash! He crashed against the surface of the sea and began to bounce pathetically like a skipping stone. Splash! 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 And as this happened, he was swiftly chased by the twin-headed seawater leviathan, who looked like a dog chasing after a wooden stick. Once the captain was blown away, the drowned king slowly turned himself in the air and made eye contact with Lillian, who stiffened at the cold gaze she was given. The drowned king slowly raised his right arm, causing the sea beneath him to warp and twist, rising towards the center of his hand. Soon enough, a long harpoon made of concentrated seawater formed and gripped in the drowned king's hand. Then, he took on a throwing stance and aimed towards the ship Lillian was standing on. Chapter 491. The Hurling of a Harpoon? 11:43 a.m. A barb harpoon was formed in the man's hand, made entirely out of the sea's water that condensed over each other into folds through magical means. The drowned king stepped on the air, his bare toes digging into it, as though it were a physical matter. He then took on a throwing stance. Holding the barb harpoon above his head, he muttered a sentence as he took a single large step forward in the air. Fourth technique of the abyssal harpoon. Harpoon of the black tides. With a rapid twist of his torso, he hurled the harpoon with all of his weight behind it, and with it, boom! A cone of air bursted from behind his hurl, a sonic boom. The mana that was wrapped around the water harpoon began to take on an illusory shape, causing the harpoon to appear as a streak of dark blue lightning. It shot down through the air like a malicious shooting star that was aimed directly at Lillian, who managed to widen her eyes. Did he really just use a named attack on her? With all the ounce of strength and speed Lillian could muster, she crossed her sword and scythe over the center of her chest and manifested a barrier of water around her, preparing herself for the impact. Once the harpoon finally arrived, it made contact with Lillian's water barrier, but was only stopped for a split second before completely piercing through it. The harpoon of condensed water then collided with Lillian's weapons with a tremendous weight that could only be comparable to an entire mountain. Lillian felt the world warp as she did all that she could to resist, but it was ultimately a failure, for in the next moment after she blocked it, an illusory roaring black tidal wave manifested behind the water harpoon. It rushed through the air and swallowed the harpoon, colliding with her as well and causing her to go crashing through the deck of the ship, which had begun to crack in half. Dumb! Lillian smashed through the floors of the ship and exited under the entire ship, entering the sea with a pained and shaken expression as the harpoon continued to drag her further down before finally slowing. The drowned king followed Lillian's descent into the depths of the sea before raising an open hand and slowly clenching it into a fist. Lillian, who had barely managed to avoid being one-shot, widened the area around her head using her magic to make room for air above. She breathed deeply, feeling her arms shake terribly. To think the bastard would use such an attack right off the bat. After recovering slightly, Lillian noticed a faint crack had formed on the curved blade of her scythe. She widened her eyes in shock. It was actually damaged. Lillian's face darkened, and her expression turned grim, especially when she noticed the harpoon that still lingered around her began to wriggle and bloat. She instantly realized what was about to happen. With the best that she could move, Lillian used her magic to propel herself through the water, trying to distance herself as far away from the harpoon as it exploded. Lillian, who was swimming towards the surface, felt the water below her begin to push her upwards with her consent. Soon enough, before she could even realize it, she was dragged up into the sky by a massive pillar of water that towered 40 meters tall. 46 a.m. disoriented. Lillian tried her best to regain her balance and control in the air. Eventually, she was able to form a platform of solid water below her. Once the pillar of water had finally fallen, Lillian was able to catch something charging towards her in the distance. It was the drowned king. Surprised, Lillian immediately raised her scythe and began to swing wildly in a systematic manner. Fourth technique of the deep-sea hunter, drowning net. Bees easy. Her scythe buzzed with electricity as Lillian formed a net of interlacing slashes of pure electricity that shot forward to intercept the drowned king. The drowned king flew towards her, unimpeded in the air as his spiritual body flew with immense speed. And without regard for defenses, he flew right through the interlacing slashes. Electricity streaked across his body, only causing a momentary twitch in his face to appear as he raised a fist. Appearing before Lillian, he shot his fist out, causing alarm bells to ring inside her head. Her primary mind and one born from her earring as parallel thinking immediately went on high alert. Lillian instantly leaned back, managing to dodge the blow, which caused the still face of the drowned king to show a hint of emotion. The girl flipped back, cartwheeled before summoning an array of water spears in the air, around 50 total surrounding the drowned king from all directions. Up, down, left, right, diagonally. She had essentially created an omnidirectional dome of water spears around the drowned king. Once creating another platform for her to land on, Lillian swiped her sword down as a gesture, commanding the spears to shoot towards the drowned king, who calmly watched this happen. The drowned king glanced at the speeds darting towards him and raised a hand to the back of his neck. In the span of a couple of 100 milliseconds, he cracked his neck and got into position. 11:49 a.m. With supreme dexterity and skill, the drowned king began to dodge the spears like an elegant acrobat. Even when Lillian added twists and increased sizes to her projectiles, he managed to dodge them with ease. He would also destroy the spears that had flown past him to prevent her from using them again. Splash! Lillian scowled, watching as her second-to-last spear shatter upon impact from a backhand. She then watched as the last spear flew in, missing the man who dodged. What Lillian had expected to watch another destroyed spear of hers never came to light as the man caught it. Then, in the next moment, Lillian felt her control over that particular spear disappear. Lillian widened her eyes as she watched the spear clutched in the drowned king's hand take on a much slimmer and narrower form, appearing more like a harpoon of a fisherman than the spear of a warrior. The drowned king had overwritten her control. SWIP. Chapter 492. Under pressure. SWIP. Ugh dash. Leaning to the side, Lillian managed to avoid a stab to the head by the water harpoon. The drowned king stared down at her and watched as she initiated a counterattack, which he so easily dodged. Lillian watched as the man followed the swing of her sword with his eyes, as though he was analyzing it before stabbing at her again in retaliation. 11:55 a.m. For 6 minutes, the two of them did nothing but swing their weapons, dodge, or block each other's strikes. Since the drowned king's throw earlier, he had yet to reveal any more of his techniques. And Lillian wasn't sure if it was just her or SWIP. She felt as though the drowned king was moving a tad bit slower. Lillian leaned her head to the side, dodging the harpoon, which caused a shallow red cut on her cheek to appear. He was obviously going for the killing moves, but for some reason, she felt as if he was moving intentionally slower, as though he was stalling for something. First technique of the deep-sea hunter, tiebreaker slash. Swinging her blade and summoning an illusory, crashing wave, Lillian watched as the drowned king swiftly stepped to the side, dodging it as his gaze followed her swing. Lillian looked into his eyes and instantly came to a realization. With each attack she made, the drowned king would always look to see how she moved. Could it be he was studying her the entire time? Could it be he had noticed that both her and the captain were using the same combat style and was now looking to figure out the weaknesses through her? That was the reason for his strange, slow behaviors. Even at 30 of your original power, you're still this dangerous. At this realization, Lillian reluctantly held off from using the deep-sea hunter combat style, resorting to only using unnamed attacks. 11:58 a.m. The drowned king slashed upwards with his harpoon, managing to strike the center of Lillian's chest plate. What should have been an attack that would be enough to crack open Lillian's chest plate only caused a long, diagonal, and shallow slash to appear. The coral on the chest plate wriggled around, clearly in displeasure. With a face covered in cuts, Lillian swung her scythe, which radiated an unusual heat at the Drowned King, and watched as it was parried without any issues. However, right as the Drowned King was about to retaliate, boom! A volcanic explosion occurred at the moment he parried her attack. This was the scythe's enchantment, Rupture Fall. With this sudden attack of hers, Lillian managed to knock back not only herself, but even the Drowned King, who hadn't suspected such an attack. Thrown through the air by the explosion, Lillian managed to flip around and land on another newly created platform. She then looked towards her previous location and found it shrouded in black smoke, a product of her scythe. Glancing away from it, she shot a curious look towards the distance, witnessing the sight of a man combating against a humongous twin-headed serpent of the sea on his own. He is still fighting. Although she noticed that he was having some mild difficulties fighting, she was ultimately glad that he was still able to fight after the blow he sustained. Grimacing at the sounds of the deathly whisper in the back of her mind because of the scythe, Lillian funneled her mana into her earring, the Drowned Leviathan earring. The Drowned King, having been knocked back, exited from the black smoke before instantly regaining himself. The spiritual flames on his body shifted before returning to their original position. Looking back at the giant smoke cloud before him, he raised his water harpoon and made a casual slashing motion with it. Swish! Cleaving through the thick cloud of smoke, he was able to settle his gaze on Lillian, whose earring was glowing a scorching blue light. He had also noticed something sprouting from her back. Two things, to be exact. Swoosh! X2 with the dispersion of the black smoke. It also revealed two plasmatic heads similar in appearance to the heads of his mount. His eyes widened slightly before narrowing instantly. 12 a.m. the moment the two heads reached him, he had already moved into a swinging motion. Swish! With a single swing of his harpoon, he destroyed the two heads in milliseconds. Although at the cost, the water harpoon he wielded evaporated into steam, escaping his hand. But that wasn't an issue, especially with what he was about to do. Lillian, feeling the loss of control over the heads, scowled. Too fragile. As Lillian was about to move on to her next move, the Drowned King appeared before her with obscene speed. Shocked by the sudden appearance, Lillian accidentally summoned a fresh corpse of a monster from her spatial ring out of reflex. It was the corpse of a large tiger-like beast. Not only her, but also the Drowned King was surprised. The Drowned King, seeing the obstacle in his way, pulled back his arm and stabbed it through the side of the corpse, his arm exiting the other side and grabbing Lillian by the neck. Ripping the corpse in half with his other hand, the Drowned King held Lillian up by the neck at a chokehold. Lillian tried to pry herself free, but was inevitably unable to. The Drowned King's hand was cold despite the flame, the chilling temperature even going as far as reaching her soul and causing it to shiver as well. Lillian grimaced as she felt the hand begin to tighten around her neck. Didani? Lillian hissed, locking eyes with the Drowned King, who stared at her coldly. Gritting her teeth, Lillian glared at the man, but then she began to smile. The Drowned King, who was unusually taking his time to crush Lillian's neck, watched as Lillian unsummoned her weapons and grabbed onto his arm. Had she given up? That was the thought of the Drowned King. Her hold wasn't one of a desperate person trying to break free, but one who had accepted their situation. Deciding it was only right to put her down, the Drowned King tightened his grip. But then, he noticed something off about his spiritual visage. Lillian, who was rather low in mana before, grinned broadly as she had coated her hands with her parasitic element. Not only was she leeching off of the man's mana, but also his soul. She felt a warm sensation spread throughout her being, as well as feeling herself more cemented and mended with her existence. Was this what healing her soul felt like? Was there anything to heal at the start? Lillian didn't know, but what she did know was that the Drowned King didn't look too happy. Summoning a harpoon of water into his other hand, he raised and aimed the tip towards Lillian's face, intending to skewer her in one single strike. 12:04 a.m. Lillian quickened, trying to drain the man of his spiritual energy, hoping he would let go. She knew plane attacks with her weapons wouldn't do much, and she doubted she could block or dodge this stab he was about to do. The drowned king, noticing that Lillian had sped up her leeching, cringed in annoyance and thrusted his spear towards her head. Seeing this, Lillian flinched and closed her eyes, moving her head away fearfully. Splash! Nothing came. No pain. No movements. Lillian, slowly opening her eyes with a confused look, found the drowned king looking back in the direction where his mount and the captain were brawling. While Lillian thought of a plan to escape, she looked at what the drowned king was looking at as well. What had gotten his attention to cease his action? The twin-headed seawater leviathan, which was far off in the distance, roared as it battled something of the same size as itself. Dark pink tentacles, dozens of meters long, wrapped around the leviathan, trying to strangle it before being severed by the jaws of the heads they were trying to strangle. What Lillian was watching was no longer a battle between a giant two-headed sea serpent and a pirate, but rather the battle between two humongous sea beasts. 12:05 a.m. The Leviathan was fighting against a gigantic kraken. Chapter 493. No retreat against the sea beast. 111. 41 am Splash. After suffering from a severe blow to his lower abdomen, the captain bounced along the surface of the water before coming to a dramatic stop. Cough! Cough! Floating on his back, the captain coughed heavily, blood spilling out of his mouth as he clutched the area he was hit. His form would then begin to shift around, his beard shortening and lengthening at a rapid and unsettling rate, his body even beginning to shorten before bloating back to its original size. It was as if he was struggling to keep himself stable, and rightfully so, as he felt as though his entire internal organs were crushed and flattened. After he had gotten a rein over his magic, which had been affected by his discomfort from the pain, he continued to hold onto his lower abdomen. He felt the area throbbed with pain, his warm blood leaking onto his hand as it bled out of him. His face wrinkled with pain, then with confusion as he felt something wriggling underneath his hand. Weakly looking down, he found a black and viscous substance crawling over his abdomen like a slime. He tried to swat it away, but only watched as his hand passed through its illusory form. The captain scowled as he saw this, and found his body becoming weaker as even more blood soon erupted out of his mouth. That attack he was hit with must be inflicted him with a deadly and magical ailment. What a venomous technique that was, transforming the layer of seawater beneath him into a wooden platform. The captain got back onto his feet, albeit with significant difficulty. His body swayed left and right, stumbling as the turbulent waves crashed against his raft. Fortunately, he still kept a firm hold of his cutlass. 11:43 a.m. Slowly raising his gaze, he found the drowned king holding a long harpoon made of water. The captain moved his gaze, following the direction that he was aiming in, and widened his eyes as he found it was aimed at Lillian and his ship. Judging from the mana output currently radiating off the attack, he doubted Lillian or his ship would be in one piece from that attack. With a foggy mind, he willed the wings on his back to move, but found them too soaked and weak to do anything. Curses! He shouted in his mind out of frustration, intending to pull something out of his spatial ring to hurl at the drowned king. He must get his attention back onto him. Fourth technique of the abyssal harpoon. Harpoon of the black tides. Unfortunately, he was too late. Despite the drowned king's voice being quiet, it still managed to reach his ears, as though the world wished for him to listen in despair as he watched a streak of black lightning crash onto his ship. He watched as a barrier of water formed and prayed for it to defend against the harpoon, but was left with utter disappointment and fear as Lillian was sent through the deck of his ship. And following that, he witnessed his ship crack and snap in half. Its durable vessel that was able to survive a fall from 100 meters tall was destroyed with a single throw. Seeing this, he felt his connection to his ship fizzle out as it disappeared into a dense mist. This ship of his wasn't an item, a shard, or a monster. Instead, it was actually his ability, his trait, to be exact. Hull of the Damned. It was a self-repairing ship that had the ability to provide him with survivability against the most harsh of wounds. As long as he was given first aid, even being cut in half would only be the past. However, if his ship were to be destroyed, AHK, he would be inflicted with backlash onto his soul. The captain fell onto his knees, clutching his chest as he felt his heart clench and his mana core rattle. His face became pale and his blood went cold. The damage he would sustain isn't permanent damage, but enough to bring him a considerable amount of discomfort, considering it was comparable to having someone whip you in your most vulnerable area several times. As the captain struggled to get back up, something shot out from the water before him, pouncing and dragging him underwater. It was the twin-headed seawater leviathan, and it had chased after him. The captain gritted his teeth and clenched his jaw. His eyes, which were once colored black, began to glow a faint dark blue light as he battled against the leviathan under the water. With whatever strength and might he could muster, he went toe-to-toe against the leviathan in its own environment. Waves overturned with their clashes. Steam rose with the evaporation of water from the leviathan's scorching hot mana. Tsunamis appeared with a flick of the leviathan's tail. Not long into their fierce battle, blood began to dye the seas as they both bled. By now, the leviathan had lost a singular eye, but in turn the captain was covered in bruises and cuts. He was far more injured than the leviathan. Due to the ailment he sustained from the drowned king's attack, the pain to his soul, the blood leaking out of him, he wasn't in the best condition to win this battle. He tried to mend his wound as best as he could with his element of transformation, but there was only so much he could mend before they overwhelmed him. By creating gills on his neck to support him in his fight underwater, he was at least able to hold his own a bit. However, the Leviathan's abilities to inflict fatal wounds were above him. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. 11:58 a.m., deciding it was best to take this battle above water, he leapt out, immediately summoning a pair of wings as he was closely followed. Once escaping to the air, he returned and began to unleash a flurry of attacks on the Leviathan. Fourth technique of the deep-sea hunter, drowning net. His cutlass streaked through the eyes, slashing rapidly as countless illusory nets formed, falling down on the Leviathan and the sea. The water erupted outwards from where they were hit, but the Leviathan still remained in place, staring at him as only deep slash marks were made on its scales. Instantly backing away several dozen meters, the captain watched as the Leviathan opened both of its mouths and aimed at him, the back of its throat glowing a scorching hot blue light. It was going in for another beam attack. The captain tightly clutched the handle of his cutlass. He wasn't sure if he could defend against another one of these or be able to avoid it with his sluggish body. Was he going to be able to survive this one? Gritting his teeth, his body shook with rage. The drowned king was right here. If he doesn't exterminate this damn two-headed snake, how could he take revenge for his captain? My crewmate is still fighting as well. The world paused for a fraction of a second, allowing the captain to catch a glimpse of Lillian fighting desperately against the drowned king, who didn't seem even the slightest bit fazed. How could he think about losing when his crewmate was fighting for her life against such an opponent, far stronger than what he was fighting? The weakness that was once spread across his face vanished, becoming replaced with a broad and toothy grin that was stained with blood. He took a stance in the air and began transferring his mana into his cutlass. With this attack, he would be left with not even an inch or a sliver of mana left. Not for an attack, nor his form. The twin-headed Leviathan, who was still charging up its attack, watched as a long, slender, and girthy entity appeared high in the sky. It was another Leviathan, transforming his cutlass into a Leviathan. The captain prepared himself and swung down while roaring. Fifth technique of the deep sea hunter, Leviathan's descent. Swoosh! At his roar, his Leviathan roared. At his roar, the Leviathan below roared and released a beam of plasma-infused water from their mouths, fusing them together. Soon enough, Both the Leviathan in the sky and the beam created by the Leviathan in the sea met. The Leviathan that was held in the captain's hands widened its maw, revealing its sharp fangs as it bit down into the plasma beam. And like the glutton that it was, it began to devour the beam. Ignoring the scorching pain it was feeling as it felt its inside burn. It became bloated the farther it fell, and the more it devoured. The air became dry. The humidity became boiling. And the mana became erratic at the activity between the two's collision. Hurrah! The captain let out another roar, pushing his Leviathan further against the plasma beam and allowing it to eventually reach the two-headed sea beast below. 12 a.m. Chapter 494. No retreat against the sea beast. 2. A flying snake that devoured a beam of light during its descent. That was the image that was painted for all to see. And currently, that snake, the captain's Leviathan, had begun to shed its scales. Not out of natural causes, but because the beam of mana had already burned its entire insides. However, it was worth it, for it had soon reached the two-headed Leviathan, who gazed upon its falling figure with a look of surprise. But then, what the dash! The twin-headed seawater Leviathan swerved its heads out of the way, dodging the charred Leviathan that continued to burn from the inside, before opening its mouths and, crunch, X2, biting into the sides of the captain's Leviathan. His eyes shot wide open, horrified by what he was seeing. He needed to transform his cutlass back to its regular form. And quick! The two heads of the seawater Leviathan felt something amiss with what they were biting into and found it to be shrinking, narrowing rapidly into a long metal blade. And it only continued to shrink. Once the captain had managed to transform his cutlass back to normal, he spared a single glance towards it and found bite marks taken out of his precious, curved blade. Grimacing, he shifted his attention back to the Leviathan. There was no way he was going to allow his cutlass to be destroyed before his very eyes. Swoosh! That was what he wanted to believe, at least. The right head of the Leviathan shot towards him, swerving through the air like a slithering snake and opening its mouth. Surprised by this sudden attack, the captain swerved to the left, narrowly dodging the bite before having to raise his sword. Clang! SKRR. Following closely behind the right head was its brother, the left head, which managed to catch the captain off guard and bite down on his weapon, making it look as though it was biting down on a toothpick. I can't get it freed. Fear flashed through the captain's eyes as he struggled to pull his cutlass free from the mouth of the beast. He had also begun to feel the monster applying pressure on his blade. Stop! Stop it right this instant, you beast! Stop it! The captain yelled in his mind, watching as cracks began to form along the edges of his blade. He couldn't repair it. He couldn't stop this. He had completely run out of mana to get himself out of this. Potion. That's right, I have a potion. Reaching into his spatial storage, he pulled out Lillian's mana potion and hastily bit off the cork. However, right as he was about to drink it, sea crack dash. Shatter. Tremors shot through his arm. The world became slow as metal shards flew through the air, slowly becoming glassy and turning into dust. He slowly turned his eyes towards his cutlass and found it to have been shattered. A shard has been shattered his cutlass. Upon destroying the captain's pathetic weapon, the Leviathan shockingly twisted its body around with unnatural speed for its size and whipped its tail at the captain, swatting him out of the air and, splash, into the sea. The captain slowly descended under the surface of the water, falling and sinking as a dazed look appeared on his face. And when his mana eventually dropped to what could be considered zero, his body began to warp and shift around. Is this the end? The body he had so painstakingly tried to keep together and stable earlier had begun to morph into something else. His large bushy black beard had shortened, gradually disappearing and being replaced with a clean-shaven youthful face. His black eyes became blue, a navy ocean blue that was filled with sadness as he plummeted further down. His black hair had also begun to have blue streaks. What remained of what was known as Captain Right Hook was but a petite young man who looked as if he were still in middle school. Is this where I'm going to die? The young man internally asked himself, Feeling the water soaking his clothes, he thought to himself, "The water, it's cold." Soon enough, his vision glazed over, and his mind fell into a daze as a scene from the past engulfed his mind. 12:03 a.m. POV, it was a dark night, a stormy night. Splash. Curses. Is this where I am going to die? With no land in sight. I had only a plank to cling on to, hoping for the raging waves around me to subside their anger. I didn't know where I was, what period I was in, but all I knew was that this was my third trial. Damn it, to think the heavens would forsake me like this. Having used my element of transformation, I used the wooden plank I had found earlier as a base to form a much larger raft. It was cold and I was hungry. I was fortunate that I was granted a trait to survive in the sea from my last trial. But I wasn't sure how long I could last out here without a food source. Worst of all, I wasn't even prepared for this. I was forced into this. At the age of 5, I was an orphan who was thrusted into my first trial against my will. At the age of 11, I was held captive by pirates at sea, forced to do menial tasks. Now, em 15. And with that, I was thrown into my third trial due to the incompetence of my captors, who thought they could take on a humongous kraken on their own. I was fortunate enough to escape by stealing one of their gates, but that didn't mean I had any other option. Shit, I need food. Eventually, 3 days had passed, and I was still stranded with no hope of finding land of civilization. Since I didn't have that high in education, I didn't have any way to know what period the trial was set in. My body, which was already petite and scrawny, had become skinnier as days without food went on. Water wasn't an issue due to my trait, but I can't hope to survive on just water. The sea is far too dangerous. With my time out at sea, the sea to be specific, I had seen countless dastardly monsters become eaten by even larger ones, larger than I could ever hope to imagine. The last monster I saw was a shark with 100 eyes devouring a large whale. Fortunately, as fate would have it, I was lucky not to be a target in their hunt. On the 4th day, though, I had to make a decision. It was either I stayed on my raft and hoped I would stumble upon civilization, or I went into the sea in search of food. If I continued to linger without doing anything, my body would only become weaker and weaker as time went on. I desperately needed food. And with that need, I leapt into the sea after breaking off a piece of my raft to form a spear. Then, to my expectations, splash, I was met with a monster 20 times my size, hovering right below my ship as though it was waiting for something. Its eyes numbered the hundreds. Its fins were bigger than any sail I'd seen before. Its teeth were broader than any cutlass I'd seen. It was a humongous shark, and its predatory aura was far more terrifying than the kraken my captors had faced. This was the monster that I had last spotted. Was it waiting for me to get off my raft the entire time? With no time to even dodge, I was eaten the moment I leapt into the sea along with my raft. But it wasn't a bad thing, though, as inside the giant shark was an entire ecosystem. Its stomach acid was weak against any creatures that still lived, but melted through anything that didn't have the slightest hint of a pulse. It was a magical sight, and because of the shark, I was able to live on just a bit longer. Soon enough, days, months, and even a year had passed as I continued to live within the shark. What day is it today? During my time inside the shark, I had learned a few things. I had learned that the stomach walls were near impenetrable from the inside, which was the reason why nothing had been able to break out of it. I had also learned about the areas where the acid couldn't reach me and the best spots to hunt. So, with that knowledge, I built my own little home with the bones of the creatures I collected and killed. And I could proudly say I was thriving. My body, which used to be scrawny, had now developed into a lean and muscular one. And due to the fact that I had been eating nothing but the meat of monsters, I was a lot stronger. I'm 16, right? Wow, I am. Praise the Azure Dragon, having managed to tame a fish that told the time with the colors of its scales. I made a functioning clock and calendar too. Everything was going well. Unfortunately, these peaceful times soon came to an end as the shark I was began to shake violently. These signs would usually indicate that it was in a battle. Up until now, Nothing had been able to contend with the shark from what I knew. The shaking stopped. Did it win? If it did win, I needed to get to the front of the stomach to retrieve the food before it got melted by the stomach acid. This, impossible. But when I got to the entrance where the corpses of monsters the shark defeated would end up, I found something else that shocked me to my core. It was the sun's light and the blue sky. From where I stood, the entire area in front of me was cut off. I could even see what I thought was the shark's head floating away, being lifted onto a humongous metal ship powered by steam. The shark was defeated? ARR. What this then? I took a step back as I watched a man slowly walk in the air in front of me. He had a large, bushy black beard, an eye patch, a wooden peg leg, and lastly, a cutlass that was smeared with blood. Was he the one that killed the shark? Ka-ha-ha. Young lad, have you been living in this cursed creature this entire time? Walking down towards me in the air, he wiped off the blood on his cutlass before pushing his hand out to me. William Rupert Farland, otherwise known as Captain Right Hook of the Blackbeard Cutlass of Noah's Arkansas. A pleasure to meet yar, matey. What is your name? This was a living person, a human, and not a monster. I stared down at his hand with a reluctant look. He didn't seem like a bad person. HM, do you not know how to speak? The captain asked. My face twitched as I heard that. Of course I do. Pushing my hand out to meet his, I shook his hand, and then I hesitantly muttered not used to social interaction. Niarlo? Just Niarlo. I don't have a last name. Chapter 495. No Retreat Against the Sea Beast. 3. Yindi. After I was taken off the shark, I was interrogated inside Noah's Arkansas. Fortunately, the interrogator was the man I had met, who seemed rather casual. Well, shit, you've been stuck in that darn thing for an entire year. Once I had told them of what I'd been up to inside the shark, the people here were more or less impressed. They also seemed to be surprised by finding another person out at sea. Was it that weird? Pirates weren't a common sight on Earth, even going out of their way to seek them for plundering resources. But anyway, after my interrogation, I was shown to my quarters. To say my life on Noah's Ark was splendid would be an understatement. It was far better than when I was held captive. Although there were a few downsides to being taken out of the shark's stomach, it was ultimately overwhelmed with upsides. By trading in the bones of the monsters I happened to have on me, I was able to afford myself actual cooked food masterfully done once. The inside of Noah's Ark had an entire market where people could trade their goods and even areas of entertainment and work. After about a day on Noah's Ark, my place of residence was approached by a crew member from the Blackbeard Cutlass. At first, I was confused, but that was only when I was told why. You guys want to recruit me? Apparently, my achievement of surviving inside the stomach of the shark had earned me a notable reputation and proof of strength, allowing me to become a warrior for Noah's Arkansas. And that was where I learned two things. Warriors were split into two categories, waivers and blesseds. Waivers were those who weren't granted any abilities from the gods, thus staying at the lowest mana core rank, while blessed were those granted abilities. The captain who had saved me was a blessed. Apparently, he had been able to kill the shark I was inside by himself. It was something I couldn't have hoped to imagine. After boarding his ship, I was immediately taken into a spar, and to say that I lost instantly would be more than correct. Despite a year of experience inside the shark's stomach, I was taken down near instantly by the captain. However, unlike my captors, who might discarded me for my incompetence, the captain and his crew took me in and welcomed me. They trained me, fed me, and even gave me advice plus literacy material. It was like we were family. And just like that, half a year had passed. Ka-ha-ha. Come on, why all? Time for another tale for the night. Everyone who had heard the captain's call put down their things for the night and got around. This was something everyone usually looked forward to at the end of the day's work besides sleep. Well, except one person. TCH, a tall blond man with red eyes dressed in proper, noble clothing clicked his tongue. This man was Volcrum, otherwise known as the Blackbeard Cutlass, second in command the Warden of Souls. Or that was what they called him, at least. He was a man of seriousness and would rather do something productive than sit around listening to some tale. While the captain was my teacher in swordplay and combat, Volcrum was my teacher when it came to magic-related topics. Ka-ha-ha. What else with that look? Volcrum? You're pissy again? That bladder of yours ain't gonna survive if you keep holding it in. Silence yourself, Captain. Get on with your story quick, or else I'll just leave to go rest. Rather impatient today again. Huh, not surprised. Ka-ha. Volcrum pinched the gap between his brows as he listened to the captain's ridiculing laughter. What a fool, he muttered under his breath. Sitting nearby, I listened closely. It was a simple tale about sea creatures, similar to fairy tales. But as basic as they were, there was a certain charm to listening to them, even Volcrum would agree. Perhaps it was because, as they listened, the worries of whether or not they would face a terrifying sea creature went away. After that, another few months had passed. Niarlo, my boy, what do you know about the Farlands? The captain asked as he swung a fishing line into the sea. The Farlands? I asked. That is your last name? ISNT it? Well, not much, I think. Kahaha, all right then. I'll tell yar. The Farlands are those that had kept a strong hold over the title of captain of the Blackbeard Cutlass. Generations after generations, we were unstoppable against anything but age. Then what about the other ships? What about their captains? They're about the same. Well, except for them Leviathan drowners. A few years ago, their captain, his wife, and children along with his entire crew and ship were lost in a horrid storm. It was a detrimental loss that none of us could have done to prevent it. A storm. At that time, I didn't know much about the sea. All I knew was that there were 3 mighty sea kings in the world currently, individuals who ruled over the 3 seas. The chances of meeting them were usually null, considering they acted in secret. Look, crewmate, look at this fish I caught. My life on the crew was something I would be glad to live for all my life. There wasn't too much reason for me to finish my trial if I had a home here. A home with nice people who would treat me fairly. But that was a dream. And like most dreams, I eventually had to wake up to the cold splash of reality. Through surveillance, the news of a rising Sea King had emerged, someone who was able to go toe-to-toe with the Storm King during a large-scale war. While the reasons were unknown to us, what we did know was that we had detected the presence of an island at the center of the sinking sea. The Three-Temple Island was what we called it. We shouldn't have gone to the sinking sea. Get the waivers to the cannons, and give me the blests. We re-surrounded on all sides. Some other humans that weren't a part of Noah's Ark had managed to reach the island first somehow and set off a chain reaction that caused all the Leviathans in the area to be aggravated. The storm was heavy and the waves were turbulent, even enough to shake Noah's Ark, which was braving through the storm of Leviathans. It was a harsh battle. Ships were overturned, and blood was shed as countless crewmates were devoured. Some who had died on the ship were fortunately brought back to life by Volcrum with a wave of his staff. As long as he had a supply of living humans criminals as fuel, he could resurrect someone who had died within 9 minutes. Even I was brought back to life countless times as I was put on the front lines. My body was ripped to shreds several times, far beyond what I could recover from using my abilities. Fortunately, through sheer determination, we were able to brave through the storm of sea beasts. But that wasn't the end, for we had encountered something we had hoped would not appear, the Drowned King, otherwise known as the 4th Mighty Sea King. His home rose to the surface with the help of a massive bubble and wreaked havoc on Noah's Arkansas. This ISNT looking good. ARR. The captain brushed his bloodied hand through his beard, wounded but still alive. After muttering something into a device, he narrowed his eyes, looking far in the distance before looking back at the young boy standing behind him. I was shaken with fear at that time. Even if I was fighting, it was only for the need to survive. With the area densely drenched in predatory aura, everyone was affected with fear. But not the captain. Niarlo, straighten your back, boy. He walked over and placed a firm grip on my shoulder, staring down at me with a serious expression. He then asked me, Tell me, what est that gut of yours telling yar? My gut? At that time, I didn't understand what he meant. Why was he asking me such a sudden and irrelevant question at a time like this? Do you think we lose? Is that what your gut is telling yar? Oh, of course not. Well, your gut is goddamn right. With a rapid spin, he turned to the front. A pirate's guts is their compass out at sea. Follow what your gut is telling yar and believe in it. No matter the situation, follow it. The captain looked back and grinned a toothy grin. Put that trust in your gut into me. I'll get us through all of this. And I'll make sure to tell you all about the tale of my battle. He then drew his cutlass, which seemed to glint in my direction, and pointed it at me. In the meantime, hold down the line, my potential successor, Niarlo Farland. The future of the Blackbeard cutlass is now resting on your shoulders until I get back. Once he left with the other captains, he was able to accomplish his promise. My gut was right. We would win this battle. However, what my gut didn't tell me was that not all of us would make it out alive. Only half of the captains were able to leave with their lives. Captain Righthook wasn't one of them. And since Volcrum wasn't there to revive him, he was gone. The only thing we could retrieve was his cutlass. Niarlo Farland SPOV, I can't die now. As Niarlo sank deeper and deeper into the abyss that was the sea of the Mana Realm, a burning desire to keep fighting burned inside his heart. His role model killer was right here. My gut, his gut, which was seemingly crushed earlier, burned with both pain and vigor. How dare he lose hope? How dare he think this was his end? He had waited years for this moment. Years to get revenge. Years to get revenge. With a tickling sensation that could only mean victory, he summoned a glowing blue pill from his spatial ring. And right before the Leviathan could reach him, he roared out with a booming voice that traveled through the water. I am Niarlo Farland, the successor to the Blackbeard cutlass. You accursed serpent. Not until he dismembered the drowned king. Not until he strangled the man himself. He refused to let his tale end here. He brought the pill into his mouth and gulped it down, feeling the mana bursting out from the pill coursing through his veins. His mana core, which was once fully depleted, became replenished and began to grow in size. Niarlo's eyes glowed a dark blue light as he clenched his jaws. The twin-headed Suwater Leviathan, who watched as Niarlo devoured the pill, watched as the petite man began to glow an iridescent light that was bright enough to cause it to retract away. What was going on? Why had its prey begun to glow so bright? Once the light had begun to die down, it watched as Niarlo's body, which was still covered in light, began to bloat and expand rapidly to a ridiculous size. Spiked tentacles several miles long appeared. A beak blacker and harder than obsidian grew under a multi-armed body that rivaled the Leviathan's size. What had become of Niarlo was what could only be described as a humongous kraken with one singular large eye. Splash. 12:05 a.m. Chapter 496. Change in tactics. 12:05 a.m. A swarm of tentacles erupted from the sea, following after a two-headed Leviathan, who struggled under the spiky appendages that dug in between the gaps in its scales. The twin-headed Leviathan bit through the tentacles attached to its body, intending to free itself from the sticky clutches of Niarlo, who had risen out of the water beside it. Niarlo, who had taken the form of an imposing kraken of the sea that rivaled the size of the Leviathan, regrew his tentacles and lashed out at the sea beast. The single eye on his spear-like head glowed a deep blue as he tried to drag the sea beast under the surface of the water, enduring the scalding pain that appeared with the radiant blue glow from the Leviathan's struggling body. Lillian, who watched this happen, continued to clutch the drowned king's forearm with an amazed look on her face. Seeing that the drowned king was still distracted, Lillian quickly summoned the black maw into her right hand and managed to cleave through the arm that still kept a firm hold on her neck. Swish! The drowned king, noticing something amiss, felt his control over his right arm disappear. He looked back around and found Lillian plummeting down with his arm that soon fizzled out of existence and returned to him. Lillian coughed rapidly, her throat sore as she still felt the man's cold grip on her neck. She was lucky the captain managed to distract him. Otherwise she might had her neck crushed. Putting back her black maw for now, Lillian summoned her short sword and created a water platform underneath her before looking up and finding the drowned king diving straight for her. With a shocked and wide-eyed expression, Lillian activated an enchantment on her boots, Riptide dash that managed to repel her out of the way, but only barely. Turning back around to face the drowned king, who had made an abrupt turn in the air towards her, Lillian pulled out the regular cutlass. With both the cutlass and her short sword in her hands, Lillian activated an enchantment on her gauntlets. Remembrance, an enchantment that would allow her to copy a person's fighting style she had fought before. And the target, it was only obvious who it was. Third technique of the Crimson Nocturne, Sanguine Waltz. If she used the captain's combat style to fight, the drowned king would ultimately devise a series of counters for each technique. Thus, it would be most logical to turn to another combat style. Charging forward with the force of a crashing wave with the help of her boots, Lillian began to unleash a spiraling attack. The drowned king, having created a harpoon made of water, stabbed forward and watched as Lillian managed to miraculously weave past his thrust. 12:09 a.m. in mere seconds, Lillian's body blurred as her movements fell into a dance of slashing arcs. Unfortunately, no expressions formed from her attack, given that she had copied Marionette, who had yet to enter the night stage. But even so, it was enough to leave the drowned king surprised. Weaving in between attacks, Lillian slashed at the man overlapping her attack with her spin but was inevitably parried. However, with her sudden change of fighting style, it had left the man subtly befuddled. Not only was her past rhythm of attack completely gone and replaced with a new one, but the way she fought was far more refined and elegant, as though this was her true way of fighting. Unlike the deep-sea hunter, which specialized in a larger area of attacks, this one was different. Lillian was now aiming for areas that would be considered lethal for a normal human's fatal organs. 12:16 a.m. as Lillian continued to dance with the drowned king, Niarlo and the Leviathan were having one of their own under the surface of the water. Scales were torn off. Severed tentacles lingered in the water as blood oozed out of them. Bite and puncture marks covered their bodies as they tangled with one another. It was difficult to see who was winning, but one thing was certain. Niarlo was giving the Leviathan trouble, and a large amount of it. It won't be long until the result of their battle comes. Swish! Both Lillian and her attacks buzzed with electricity as she managed to sidestep one of the drowned king's casual attacks again. He seemed not to take her as seriously yet. That LL changed soon. Once managing to avoid his step, Lillian yelled out. Fifth technique of the Crimson Nocturne, Lament of Thorns. Calling out the name of a technique that acted as a counter, Lillian lashed her swords at the stretched-out arm of the drowned king with keen precision. With mixed attacks between puncturing and slashes, Lillian carved through the arm of the drowned king in mere seconds, albeit not doing much damage. However, that was to say her attack was futile. With a deep purple glow around her body, Lillian applied a randomized curse on the drowned king's body before backing away. Bleeding, slowness, shocking. These were the three curses that could be applied to a target. Luckily, for a target that had no blood and wasn't that affected by electricity, the curse of slowness was inflicted. As the one-on-one fight between her and the drowned king continued, she could feel her strength continue to rise with the effects of desperate resolve, which increased her physical stats by 1 each second when she was desperate. And right now, she was more than desperate to win. First technique of the Crimson Nocturne. First bloom. They can win this. Second technique of the Crimson Nocturne, Thorn's Kiss. They all can win this. Third technique of the Crimson Nocturne, Sanguine Waltz. If everyone played their part, then they could win. Lillian pulled back her arm for a wide, horizontal slash and yelled. Fourth technique of the Crimson Nocturne, Scarlet Embrace. With a step forward, she made a sweeping slash that caused a deep gash to appear on the side of the drowned king's S harpoon will all get out of here alive and return to their loved ones in one piece. Preparing herself, Lillian crossed her weapons over each other with a bright blue glow in her eyes as she activated her boot's enchantment once again, except in several sequences. The drowned king, who had felt as though his body had become rather sluggish and slow, found himself frowning as he watched Lillian rush in for another attack. Sixth technique of the Crimson Nocturne, Blood Bluesome Mirage. Dashing forward in a blur, Lillian appeared before the drowned king, before quickly appearing around him and delivering multiple deep slashes in near-simultaneous sequences. The drowned king, who had raised his harpoon to block these slashes, found the air around him tighten before sharpening. In an instant, he began to feel as though the air itself was attacking him, cutting into him. 12:20 a.m. Lillian felt her muscles become rapidly sore as the negative effects of the Crimson Nocturne affected her body. Unlike last time when she used it, she had something as a source for her regeneration. But now, crap, she was feeling the full force of its consequences. Soon enough, blood began to leak out of Lillian's left nostril as her eyes became bloodshot. Her muscles felt like they were on fire as they flexed and died at a rapid rate. Due to using so many techniques of the Crimson Nocturne in such a small span of time, this was the backlash. But it was worth it, because with this attack, she had managed to inflict direct wounds on the flaming body of the drowned king, who quickly healed himself. What a pain. Is this what it was like to fight me? Even if her body and internal workings were in turmoil, because of the Crimson Nocturne, it didn't matter, because I need to keep on moving forward and apply pressure, at least until Niarlo was done with his own battle to assist her. Upon summoning another platform to stand on, Lillian twisted herself around to get a good look at the drowned king, and what she was met with was a death glare that caused her breath to hitch. The drowned king, even though immune to pain, couldn't help but feel the flame that made up his body burn with rage at the humiliation of being hit with an attack, especially to someone far weaker than him. Even if he was going easy on her to analyze her attacks, this was too much of an embarrassment. Lillian, who felt as though the entire world around her darkened, felt a soul-crushing pressure fall upon her. She immediately fell onto her knees, her face dripping with sweat as it took all of her willpower to at least keep the platform stable. In that exact moment that her weakness showed, the drowned king took a step forward and drew his fist back. First technique of the abyssal harpoon, tied fist of the first harrow. Dumb. Chapter 497. Maybe I should just give up. First technique of the abyssal harpoon, tied fist of the first harrow. Having moved into a jabbing stance, the drowned king shot his fist forward, his muscles flexing as an air cone erupted behind his swing. His fist dangerously neared Lillian's face before quickly redirecting to the center of her chest plate. Was it out of the kindness of his heart that he went for her chest plate instead of her face? Or chivalry? Dumb. At this given moment, Lillian wasn't given much of a chance to wonder why she felt the space around her folding on her body from the mighty blow. The living coral of her chest plate dented inwards from the force of his punch, trying their best to resist the tremendous strength behind the punch. And as they did this, an invasion of venomous black foam leapt from his fist, making their way in between the gaps in the coral and infecting it. The drowned king's knuckles, which had formed illusory tips of a harpoon, punctured through the chest plate almost reaching Lillian. However, as though from the grace of the gods, the sharp illusory tips didn't reach her as she was thrown back several hundred meters. Lillian became a ragdoll as her arms and legs struggled to gain control due to the speed at which she was moving. Splash! 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 12:24 a.m. Bouncing along the surface of the water, Lillian's body began to spin and flip backwards. She gritted her teeth, felt both the need to throw up and catch her breath. She felt suffocated. The punch had caused her to feel winded, even a bit, lightheaded as her blood began rushing to her head from her flipping. Crack! Crack! And with each bounce along the water, Lillian's chest plate began to crack from the inside as the black illusory foam began to take root. Due to the enchantment, dried coral, which granted the armor more resistance to physical and water-based attacks, she was able to survive that fatal blow that wouldn't have ripped a hole through her chest. But the chest plate wasn't some high-grade piece of gear that would allow her to survive against all of the Drowned King's attacks. Just because it managed to protect her from one named attack didn't mean it would save her again. The evidence for this would be the black illusory foam that acted as some sort of venom and sickness for the living coral, causing them to transition to a darker and more sickly color. However, like most things, it came to an end. Splash. With Lillian's last bounce, she fell into the water with a dazed and pale look on her face. She felt like she wanted to hurl. Upon becoming submerged underwater, her armor began to fight back against the illusory black form like it had suddenly developed antibodies against it. It had even begun to go as far as to repair the damage inflicted on it and cause Lillian's aching body to become less fatigued, regaining energy. This was the work of sea rejuvenation, the chestplate's second enchantment that only took effect once underwater. After recovering herself, Lillian created an air bubble around her head and thirstily breathed in the air. Almost died. 12:26 a.m. As she was filling her lungs with air, she felt the water around her suddenly become turbulent and erratic. She looked around and immediately moved out of the way as a massive tentacle swung past her. Lillian looked off to the side and found a titanic kraken wrestling a two-headed leviathan, who had now lost all of its eyes. They were still tussling it out. After the kraken wrangled its tentacles around the leviathan's left neck, it opened its giant black beak and bit into it, biting through the worn-out shell of the two-headed serpent. They seemed to be nearing the end of their brawl. Lillian immediately began to swim away from their battle, not willing to disturb them before having her ears twitch to a loud splash. She gazed up and found the Drowned King breaching through the surface of the water, diving towards her and grabbing her by the left arm. Stunned and startled, Lillian tried to swing the cutlass she wielded in her right hand at the man, but found herself beginning to spin. The water above them began to swirl inwards, gradually forming a large whirlpool. And after a minute, a human was thrown out from the very center of its spin. 12:27 a.m. Lillian was thrown high into the air, 10 to 20 meters at least. Tui dash. Spitting out the water in her mouth, Lillian felt the gravity of the mana realm suddenly take an abrupt turn. The gravity that had once pushed everything towards the sea was now pushing everything that wasn't the sea upwards, including her. The two bloodied kaijus, looking back and staring at the coral roof, which she was destined to land on soon at the speed she was moving, Lillian readied herself. Or, that was what she wanted to do. Zoom! Lillian grunted, parrying a strike from the Drowned King, who had already chased her up to her current location. Unable to create a water platform, Lillian battled the Drowned King in the air, but ultimately struggled, unlike before. Because 12:29 a.m. 10 minutes had long already passed, the duration of her gauntlet's copying enchantment. Without the Crimson Nocturne or the ability to dodge in the air, she was soon overwhelmed. And the Drowned King knew this within only 2 moves. Lillian swung her swords once more, intending to push back against the Drowned King, but found herself parried and even swish. Shit! Disarmed. With a single swipe of the Drowned King's water harpoon, he had caused her to lose a grip on her weapons, causing them to fly off into 2 different locations and land on the coral roof. Without her weapons, Lillian's eyes flashed with fear as she raised her gauntlets in defense, and at the same time, shielded her body with a thick layer of solid mana. The Drowned King saw this and quietly muttered with narrowed eyes, surprising Lillian. Futile effort. Taking a stance in the air, he moved with blurring speed as he began to stab rapidly towards Lillian, who wasn't able to react in time. Pushed, pushed, pushed. Within mere seconds, holes began to appear through her chest plate and flesh puncturing through her body. Her chest plate, which had tried its best to defend against the rapid stabs, was rendered useless as it suddenly broke apart into a cloud of reflective dust. A shard has been shattered. Pwaft! Blood erupted from Lillian's mouth, the scent and taste of iron painting the inside of her mouth as the drowned king delivered one stab towards her shoulder, piercing through it. And with that stab, the gravity around her intensified, causing her to fall back even faster and crash into the harsh ceiling of vibrant pink and blue coral. Close to them, the two kaijus crashed onto the coral ceiling as well, falling on top of each other, bloodied and severely wounded from their brutal battle in the sea. The drowned king paid them no mind, not even showing a care for the condition of his mount as he stood over Lillian and yanked his water harpoon out of her shoulder. He then stared down at the girl, who laid sprawled underneath him with a dazed look in her eyes. Her body, which was littered with narrow but deep holes, still carried the breath of life. Seeing this, the drowned king slowly held the tip of his harpoon over the area next to her heart, her mana core. It was said a person's mana core would also remain in a spiritual and intangible state unless the person were to use their mana. Thus, whenever the mana core would become a solid state, it would also be in a state where the destruction of it could cause the person to become crippled forever. This was what the drowned king was intending to achieve, crippling Lillian of her mana, and you shall make a great addition to my army. To resurrect her as an undead. Give up, human. Any last words? Lillian heard this, half-consciously, and smiled slightly as her mind started to become foggy. The pain was unbearable, like knives and spears stabbing not only her body but also her mind. She felt suffocated and freezing at the same time. This might actually be the day that she died, and not even in a cool way. Lillian gave a hoarse and self-deprecating laugh as her vision of the drowned king began to blur and worsen. It felt a bit cold. Was this what dying slowly was like? Unlike being killed instantly by that truck all those months ago, was this similar to what Mom felt? I don't like it. If this was what dying slowly felt like, then maybe she should let her mother pass peacefully instead of making her endure it with medicine that barely even helped her. The shard regular's last grasp had awoken Dash. It was because of her selfishness that she wanted to prolong her mother's life as long as she could. It was also this selfishness that was about to get her and everyone else in this trial killed. Lillian, who was trying to stop the bleeding with her mana, stopped her efforts as a crestfallen look appeared on her face. It will now begin a temporary takeover. Maybe I should just give up. If selfishness were a sin, then she might as well repent by allowing herself to get killed, right? Was that something people used to do to repent for their sins? Yeah, right. The drowned king, who stopped waiting for Lillian's last words, moved to administer the killing blow with a stab to her mana core. But then, shwhoop, a random fresh corpse of a plump monstrous boar appeared right beside them. He raised an eyebrow, wondering where it had appeared from, but then focused his gaze on Lillian's arm, who was slowly and weakly reaching towards it, wrapped in a sleeve of mana. Once Lillian's hand landed on the furry hide of the boar, translucent lines shot out of her arm and injected themselves into its body. The enchantment clutch instinct had been activated. The drowned king turned his eyes back down to Lillian's face, locking eyes with her, who glared back with a glittering glow of determination in her eyes. Give up? Lillian repeated with a growl before shouting. Give up? Did she get this far by giving up? Did she go through every little pain she had experienced just to give up? In a parallel world, she might be given up on the entrance exam because it was too hard. But if she did, how would she have gotten into the Paragon class with everyone else? How would she have entered into her second trial with Marionette and birthed a seed of relationship between them? Did she stay weak by giving up? No, she didn't. In fact, every moment she felt like giving up, she didn't. She kept pushing forward. She kept on getting stronger. Life waits for no one, and she didn't expect it to wait for her to make up her mind. She spent too long in this trial already, and unlike in her past life, she had someone waiting for her back home. Lots of people, in fact. She wasn't alone anymore. So, she can't just give up now. She can't ever, because giving up is for losers. The drowned king, watching as Lillian had begun to heal the fatal wounds in her body, was shocked but also annoyed. Gripping his harpoon, he spat. Futile. He then stabbed down towards Lillian's mana core, causing her to momentarily close her eyes in fear. With the position she was in, she knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge or block it. But, you think I would stand aside and let you kill one of my crewmate? Doom. That didn't mean she had to be the one to stop it. It's about time I show you all the true power of a pirate of the Blackbeard Cutlass. 12:31 a.m. Chapter 498. Mana King? 12:31 a.m. Right before Lillian was about to lose her life and become crippled from using her mana core. You think I would stand aside and let you kill one of my crewmate? The roar of a man in his 20s erupted from afar. The drowned king momentarily lifted his head, unfamiliar with the voice and intending to catch sight of a possible new invader of his mana realm. And he did. A petite man with black hair and streaks of blue stood in the distance, standing near what seemed to be the deceased body of his mount, with the kraken nowhere to be seen. This surprised the drowned king for a split second, to think his mount would be taken down by just an overgrown squid. But that wasn't the only thing that surprised him. Flying towards him, presumably thrown by the petite man in the distance, was a flying piece of coral broken off in the coral roof. Whistle. It whistled through the air, heading straight towards the drowned king, who raised his water harpoon to swat it out of the air. But the moment he swung his harpoon down, he was met with resistance that he wasn't expecting. And that was when he found out that what he had hit wasn't the coral he was expecting, but instead a sharp, black and curved broadblade that belonged to a cutlass. A familiar cutlass that was held by none other than the petite man off in the distance, who had somehow swapped places with the thrown piece of coral. Niarlo, having clashed with the drowned king, managed to parry him back surprisingly before situating himself before Lillian and the spiritual man. With a burning look in his eyes that was settled intensely on the drowned king, he glanced back at Lillian for a brief moment before looking back. Then, with a powerful stomp, he crushed the uneven coral ground beneath his right foot and caught a flying piece of coral. And in that time, a pulse of mana erupted with him at the very center. It enveloped the land around him without any purpose other than sensory. The drowned king recognized this and decided to save his mana as he watched what Niarlo was going to do next. After Niarlo's mana pulse had reached a radius of 15 meters around him, he threw the coral in the air and coated it with his magic that had undergone a change. The level of someone's affinity with mana would be described using the ranking system, E to S rank affinity. However, to some, the ranks were referred to under a different name, realms of affinity, similar to realms of combat. It had names listed for each stage, which in this case were the rankings. Mana Novice, a rank, was a title for mages with the lowest affinity with mana. Mana Practitioner, de rank, was a title for mages who had reached this level and were given more control over their elements for more applications, which, in most cases, were giving it shape. Mana Adept, C rank, was where Lillian was currently at, the stage where a person would be able to apply their element onto objects and themselves. However, most unorthodox elements allow the user to do this, while not being at this level of affinity. Then, we got Mana King, B rank, where one would be able to branch out to closely related concepts of their element. It was also the level at which Niarlo was currently. Upon digesting that major affinity pill, his body and mana had undergone a significant change, allowing him to break through the bottleneck he was in and ascend to the next realm of affinity. Request, element of transformation, element of change granted through the use of his element to transform objects and himself. Wouldn't that be the same as changing that object and himself? Once the coral was thrown in the air, it suddenly vanished and was replaced with a black short sword that would been found stuck in the coral far away. By changing the location between the short sword and the coral he had thrown, he had been able to successfully swap the two. This was the true power of someone on the level of Mana King. Even if each branch towards another element would cause the user to expend even more mana to commit, and depending on what it was, it still granted the mage near limitless ways of application. With a large and bloodthirsty grin on his face, Niarlo's eyes flashed with a dark blue light as he wielded both the swords. His body soon became wrapped in a thin layer of electricity due to the short sword. It's about time I show you all the true power of a pirate of the Blackbeard Cutlass. The Drowned King, who just watched Niarlo display an entirely new ability, wrinkled his face as he looked at both Lillian's still healing body and Niarlo's injured form. He then shook his head. Give up. It's all futile in the end. All 5 of you will lose. Kahaha. Lose. Even if we both are battered, bruises, bleeding, and crushed, we have something you don't. You cursed spirit of the past. The Drowned King cringed. And what's that? Guts. Niarlo pointed the tip of Lillian's black cutlass at the Drowned King and declared, We pirates rely on our guts and intuition to get us out of sticky situations. And what my gut is saying is that we'll win. Win? No matter how much you come at me, I will remain unharmed. I cannot feel pain and cannot bleed. I will always remain at the peak of what I'm currently capable of. Your statement of guts is true, but you must know when to doubt it, human. Give up. Kahaha. I know that all too well, but with a crew like mine, how could I give up? Niarlo slowly moved into a stance and also, correct me if I'm wrong, dear member of the 4 mighty sea kings. But did you not say all 5 of you will lose? Could it be you're new of us 5 before our arrival in your land? As the Drowned King was about to answer, his eyes suddenly shot wide open as his knees buckled, causing him to fall to his knees. He clutched the area right beside his heart with an expression of shock, pain, and disbelief. 12:35 a.m. Niarlo laughed wildly as he felt the coral underneath him tremble violently, the air vibrating chaotically as cracks began to form everywhere. 50 of the final boss, the Drowned King, Ruguda, has been defeated by 1-2 enemies needed to be eliminated for exit portal to appear. Kahaha. You can see them, continue. Drowned King. Our other members. Niarlo roared with a maniacal cackle as he dropped his usual manner of speaking. Chapter 499. The Other Side? 111. 34 a.m. After watching Lillian and the captain fly into the magical orb in the sky, Viesta, Emilio, John, and lastly, the Jungle Lord quickly moved according to the instructions given to them. Viesta flew in the air while the 3 below her ran on foot. Their target? It was the massive temple off in the distance. Whatever was inside was incredibly important for them to succeed in getting out of this trial. She was also quite hesitant. Viesta remembered back to when Lillian was explaining the plan and the face she wore while explaining it. It was a mix of confidence, but also hesitance about whether or not her plan would succeed or not. Fortunately, the expression that Lillian displayed wasn't on par with how she was yesterday. Don't worry, Lillian. Let us take off some weight off your shoulders. Consider it compensation for protecting us these past few days. Viesta whispered inside her mind before waking up as something flew over her. Emilio, who was on the ground, flinched and stopped dead in his tracks as something thud landed right in front of him. What the hell? Taking a step back, the 3 down below gazed at what had landed right in front of them, discovering what seemed to be a moving skeleton that was partially destroyed from a fall. John quickly squashed it under his heel, protecting his young master from the likely danger before turning back like everyone else. Viesta, looking back, found something far off in the distance. A wave of undead pirates was swarming towards them with a malicious spiritual flame in their eyes. Could it be that they had already devoured the monsters from where they came from? Viesta quickly moved in the air, dodging as an undead pirate was hurled towards her. Once narrowly dodging the undead that was swiftly taken care of the moment it landed, she spotted something in the midst of the undead wave. Hulking undeads, a little over 2 meters tall, were reaching towards the undead pirates around them to hurl at her, most likely to take her out of the sky. They're capable of this much thought, even when undead dash? Viesta silently commented as she dodged out of the way again before weaving in between a volley of falling undead. While the undead weren't that much of an issue for either Viesta, John, Emilio, or especially the Jungle Lord, it would be a problem if they were to be swarmed. We have to hurry it up, ignore the undead, and head straight for the temple. Viesta yelled, noticing everyone below was distracted by the undead around them. Emilio and John heard her order and immediately began to move past the undead, dodging their swings. John moved like a seasoned boxer, ducking and weaving between attempted attacks towards him, while Emilio moved clumsily but also systematically, as though he was trying to follow some kind of footwork. The Nightraven-esque step of the silent sky, Emilio-esque feet, despite never leaving the ground, managed to carry the young man over countless short distances, allowing him to dodge close calls. Of course, what would be been close calls were taken care of by none other than the monster of the group. Not only did the Jungle Lord act as the protector of the group, but he also provided ample support by eliminating the undead that managed to get too close to them. With a single swing of his battle axe, he tore through crowds of the undead like a monster of war. With a rapid thrust of his spear, he picked off the undead that fell out of the sky as if he were spearfishing the sky. 11:46 a.m. After an arduous run and flight, they managed to successfully reach the Temple of the Ruin. It was grand in its design and massive in size. The pillars were made of a quartz-colored stone that was stained with aquamarine, as though it was corroding due to age, similar to copper. Viesta flew down and landed in the middle of the group. She stepped forward and stared at the stone double doors before them, which were also made out of the same material as the pillars. They were also as tall as the Jungle Lord. Fortunately, she tried to push them open, but found them too heavy to open. Soon, John and Emilio joined in helping her try to get them open. But no matter how hard they pushed, it just wouldn't budge. And the longer they spent trying to get it open, the shorter the gap between them and the horde of undead. Due to the environment they were in, the Jungle Lord couldn't rely on its other ability vines to stop the horde in their tracks. Even the Jungle Lord joined in with the others to hopefully get the doors open. But even with its monstrous strength, it wasn't able to get the door to budge either. "Come on, damn it! Open!" Viesta shouted frustratedly. "What is the point of a damn door if it doesn't open?" Emilio shouted, equally as frustrated as his bodyguard grunted in agreement. But then, after a minute or two, SKRR, the door started to move inwards. It was opening. However, something is off. Viesta sensed mana slowly infusing itself into the double doors. Out of pure curiosity, she signaled everyone to move back and watched as the door continued to open without their involvement. It was moving on its own. Later, when it opened, they were met with an extremely dark and empty hall inside the large temple. It was pitch black and eerie. They all looked at each other and gulped. If it were an option, no one wanted to enter it to see what was inside. Unfortunately, come on, everyone, we have a plan to accomplish. They weren't given that much of a choice. All of them hastily and hesitantly entered the dark hall of the temple, unwilling to face the undead horde that was roaring behind them. And the moment they entered, SKRR, the doors slowly closed in on them. 11:50 a.m., chapter 500. The other side? 2:11 morgens SKR. Once the door closed in on them, they were ambushed with absolute darkness that didn't last long. A moment after, magical orbs of light began to appear inside the hall of the temple, appearing near the ceiling. Soon enough, the entire inside was lit up to a degree. Pillars of stone were aligned opposite one another as an ancient, long carpet stretched between them, leading all the way to an elevated stone platform where a throne was held. And that was where everyone's eyes were settled on the moment the hall was lit up. Seated on a grand stone throne was a bare-chested, tall man with leggings. He had a gorgeous face with a sharp jawline, golden eyes, and long flowing jet black hair that occasionally shimmered to a deep azure color. And right above his right eyebrow was a glowing harpoon mark. His chest was covered with countless tattoos of coral and sea serpents. He also had a tattoo of a woman's face right beside where his heart would be. It was far more detailed compared to the other tattoos. And unlike his upper body, his lower half was protected by a sleek and flexible protective leggings that ended at his ankles, leaving him barefoot as his webbed toes were laid exposed. He was seated cross-legged with half of his face resting on his fist. He seemed bored. The moment that everyone settled their eyes on them, their ears twitched as they heard 50 of this trial's final boss, the drowned king, one of the 4 mighty sea kings of Gouda, has awoken. The jester's announcement. F50, Emilio muttered as he repeated the jester's words. What did it mean by 50? He knew it was possible to have more than one final boss of a trial, but for a trial that was ranked B, wasn't this a bit too much to ask? Viesta listened to what Emilio had to say and nodded grimly. She thought carefully. Lillian had told them that they were going to face a powerful enemy inside the temple, but to think it was actually one of the 2 final bosses, and one of the 4 mighty sea kings at that. As they were processing the thought that they were going to have to take on one of the final bosses, they noticed the drowned king slowly standing up from his throne. He then slowly raised a hand towards the glowing harpoon mark above his eyebrow. Pinching the mark, a blinding light erupted as he now wielded a long and imposing harpoon that was roughly the height of a man. The shaft of the harpoon was made out of a black wood that was uneven and streaked with glowing silvery veins that resembled cracks on ice. The head of the harpoon was a single long dark metal that had a needle-like point at the end, created solely with the purpose of piercing. The metal would also change in tone from matte black near the base to a deep blue-gray at the tip. And surrounding the harpoon was a faint, constant mist of condensation, along with a slight pressure that gave off an illusory distortion in the air. Viesta and everyone around her expressed a darkened face as they saw the drowned king summon his weapon, which they believed to be his signature. Everyone summoned their weapons. Viesta summoned her revolver, sound blaster, wings, and chest plate. Emilio summoned a dark and slender chest plate, a feathery cloak that emitted a dark and cold aura, and a silvery saber. But not only that, but he also summoned an abomination. It had a bulky lobster-like body that was crossed with a widow spider, and it had a praying mantis head, the monster that almost took his life if it wasn't for Lillian's intervention. John summoned a pair of plain, but enchanted knuckle dusters. As for the jungle lord, he wielded his usual stone battle axe and stone spear. A 4 against 1, a ratio that anyone would love and hate to be in. However, such a scenario was needed for an enemy like the drowned king, standing inside the hall of the temple. Everyone but the jungle lord, for obvious reasons, began to sweat. They were feeling the pressure now. They had yet to begin the fight, but seeds of doubt had begun to take root inside their hearts. Could they win against a foe like this? Unfortunately, they were once again reminded that they weren't given much of an option. The drowned king took a single step and crossed over roughly 50 meters in an instant. And without warning, he stabbed towards the strongest of the group, the jungle lord. Fwish! However, just like the drowned king, the jungle lord was also as fast. Leaning to the side, the Wendigo dodged the stab before stabbing his own polearm at the man, who was unfazed by the attack. The drowned king immediately slapped away the stone spear with his free hand before bringing his harpoon back and slashing with it. In defense, the Wendigo brought the flat side of his battle axe as a shield and blocked the strike, which left a deep slash on his weapon, surprising the jungle lord. While the two engaged in high-speed close combat, everyone else wasn't idle. Viesta flashed her revolver out, imbuing it with her magic before shooting. Echoing force. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, Emilio flashed his hand out and summoned an orb of light and darkness, which blasted out into a beam. Eclipse beam. The two projectiles quickly neared the drowned king, who was still locked in combat with the jungle lord. FWIP. Stabbing his spear out that was wrapped inside an illusory harpoon, the jungle lord watched as the drowned king swiftly moved out of the way with ease. In the corner of the Wendigo's eyes, He watched as the projectiles of Emilio and Viesta dangerously closed in, unwilling to experience pain. The jungle lord tried to back away from the drowned king, but found itself pulled back by his spear. And in that moment, the drowned king managed to dexterously swap places with the jungle lord, causing the Wendigo to take the brunt of the attacks. 11:55 a.m. Chapter 501. The other side? 3:11:55 a.m. With elegance and experience, the drowned king managed to pull the Wendigo back and cause them to switch places, making it so that the jungle lord would take the brunt force of the attack. Viesta and Niarlo widened their eyes at this, shocked and helpless at the fact that their attacks were already in motion. They can't stop their attacks. The jungle lord, who was on track to be hit by 2 simultaneous attacks, did something that the drowned king wouldn't expect. Dropping his spear, which was tightly held in the drowned king's hand, he leapt into the air. With him now out of the way, the drowned king was the only one in line to be the target of the attacks. And realizing this, the man clicked his tongue and threw the stone spear aside. He then held his harpoon and began to spin it in one hand rapidly, causing it to blur with speed. Once the beam of light and darkness, as well as the bullets, arrived, his harpoon managed to block them all. After the ranged attacks ended, the drowned king ceased the spinning of his harpoon before moving out of the way, dodging a punch from John. The bodyguard rushed him with wind surrounding his body, enhancing his speed and also the rate at which he attacked. And in between his punches, gusts of wind would also blast out with cutting edges. Dodging yet another punch, the drowned king raised his harpoon and stabbed at the man, but was interrupted by the creature that Niarlo summoned. John quickly dashed back, sweat painting his face. Niarlo's monster stabbed its legs at the drowned king, who only caught it and swung it off to the side, causing it to go flying and crashing into a nearby pillar. The jungle lord soon returned to fighting with the drowned king, supported by Viesta and Niarlo, who did their part as well. Viesta fired her weapons. Niarlo fired his attacks, but in much smaller sizes. John would join whenever he had a chance. By now, the jungle lord was covered in wounds, most predominantly stab wounds, as the drowned king was relentless in his attacks. As time went on, Viesta did her best to analyze the drowned king as best as she could. And the one thing she was able to identify was that the man didn't use any form of magic besides enhancing his body. Could it be that he didn't have any abilities? No. With someone with a reputation like his, that couldn't be the case. So why? Was it because he couldn't or was restricted by something? Bang, bang, bang. After loading her revolver with bullets, Viesta quickly fired them off. By now, she had already expended roughly 15 bullets, with all of them blocked. Even with her echoing force, it barely did anything. I need to change tactics. By using her magic to remove the echoes of sound made from her steps, Viesta slowly pulled out the item gifted to her by Lillian, a large polished nail. The nail of Salric. The drowned king, who was becoming slightly annoyed by those around him, decided to take care of the most annoying the Wendigo. He took a step back and gripped his harpoon with a powerful grip. He then muttered as mana began to exude out of him in torrents. Second technique of the abyssal harpoon, lunge of the abyssal fawn. An illusory maw of a dark sea beast of great size manifested around his harpoon, opening its sharp maw widely as it quickly neared the Wendigo. The moment the jungle lord saw this, his eyes flashed a dark green as he immediately raised his stone spear and initiated the second technique of the deep-sea hunter, the harpoon thrust. With a harpoon manifesting around his spear, he stabbed at the illusory sea beast wrapped around the drowned king's harpoon and clashed. Clang! The tips of their spears clashed with a thunderous noise. At first, the jungle lord's spear was able to resist the clash. But then sea crack, crunch, the illusory maw of the drowned king's harpoon snapped down on his spear, shattering the spearhead of his weapon. It would then rush up his stone spear, shattering it into pieces and piercing through his entire right shoulder, severing his arm and knocking him back towards the double doors. Thud! The drowned king rolled his shoulder and began to take steps towards the collapsed jungle lord. But then he felt something stab into his back. Viesta, having managed to pierce the nail into the drowned king's back, manifested a spectral red battle hammer that crackled with electricity and powered the space around it, distorting inwards with the presence of the hammer. With a large swing, Viesta managed to slam the hammer into the nail stuck in the drowned king's back. Bam! The drowned king, having been struck by the hammer, found his body become warped inwards by space itself. His back wrinkled inwards and is twisting slightly before resisting the change. Viesta, seeing that her attack had indeed done something, thought, "Did I get it? Did she manage to get his mana core?" 12:09 a.m. swish. A shard has been shattered, she didn't see. With one single swing, the drowned king destroyed Viesta's chest plate, leaving her defenseless. And within a single second after slicing apart the chest plate, the drowned king yelled furiously as he delivered a stab that tore through her right shoulder. "Impudent human! AGH!" Viesta cried out in fear as she felt the cold metal and pain in her shoulder send shock through her body, causing her to drop the red energy hammer, which was kicked away. While her shoulder wasn't completely destroyed, it was severely damaged. Niarlo, seeing this, yelled out in desperation and fear. Viesta, holding Viesta up by his harpoon, the drowned king's rageful eyes settled themselves onto Viesta's face. His eyes then widened slightly in surprise, emotions appearing before being killed off as he threw Viesta towards the double doors. After that, he tore the bloody nail in his back out and threw it to the ground. And without a moment to recover from what had happened to him, John and Niarlo rushed from the sides with vengeful gazes along with the jungle lord and the abomination, who had managed to recover from their wounds. 12:11 a.m. Chapter 502. The other side, for John, Emilio, the jungle lord, and the abomination rushed the drowned king from all cardinal directions with bloodthirsty looks in their eyes. The drowned king moved to react, but found himself slower compared to before and also much more difficult, as if his muscles were struggling to make sense of what to do. Was it because he was struck by that hammer? Bam! John landed a hard right hook on the side of the drowned king's head. This attack was only the first of a few that would occur after he was struck by that hammer. John lashed his fists out in barges. Emilio slashed his sword in revenge. The jungle lord dealt crushing blows, and the abomination stabbed with its legs. Whenever either John or Emilio were struck with an attack, the others would cover for them to heal with the potions given to them by Lillian. With this tactic, the drowned king became slightly overwhelmed. How could he, someone who ruled over the southern sea of the world, become overwhelmed like this? And worst of all, it was being done by humans, no less. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Once the effect from the hammer's attack wore off, the drowned king made his move, this time with more deadliness. Gripping his harpoon in a slashing stance, he hissed, "Third technique of the abyssal harpoon," ran to the drowned fin. Emilio, who was standing beside his monster and the jungle lord, watched as the drowned king slashed through the air with his harpoon. A curved trail followed the harpoon as a black fin cleaved through the air, shooting towards them. Emilio, in fright, quickly wrapped himself in his feathery cloak and disappeared into the darkness, leaving his monster behind to take the attack alone. And because of that, a shard has been shattered. He lost his monster. He later appeared beside the nail and also the red energy hammer. The jungle lord, seeing the death of one of them, moved in with a roar. He held his battle axe over his head and swung it down on the drowned king, who sidestepped to the side with sheer coldness for the Wendigo. Then, in a near instant, the drowned king pierced through the jungle lord's battle axe and destroyed it. With no time in between for rest, he delivered quick and rapid stabs into the Wendigo's chest and tore through it. Grass and blood flowed out of the hideous wounds of the jungle lord as he clutched the area around his heart, which was later destroyed by another stab. The light in the jungle lord's eyes flickered between white, green, and nothing. With his heart destroyed, He began his transformation, but before that could happen, the drowned king shot his fist out. First technique of the abyssal harpoon, tied fist to the first harrow. Bam! With a devastating blow, the Jungle Lord was shot back to where Viesta currently was, who was treating her wounds before needing to get out of the way. Thud! John rushed towards the drowned king. Having watched both his young master monster get destroyed and the Jungle Lord taken out of commission for a bit, he was going to need to be extra careful. Greater reflex was the trait he received from his second trial. As long as he stayed careful, he would be fine. The drowned king, rolling his shoulders, raised his harpoon once more and stabbed toward John, who spun out of the way. The bodyguard would then let loose a flurry of punches on the drowned king. But he wasn't alone, for Emilio soon arrived. In Emilio's hand was the red energy battle hammer that Viesta had used prior to stagger the drowned king. With a wide swing, he slammed it into the drowned king, forgetting to insert the nail into the man's body. Thump! But that didn't seem to matter, as the battle hammer seemed to still have the same effect. The drowned king's body twisted inwards as space warped around the area he was hit. And without time to recover, John followed up with another hook to his face. Bam! Thump! Bam! Thump! Both John and Emilio attacked as one, unleashing blow after blow that would leave the drowned king staggered. The mighty Sea King, who had not thought much of these humans and even held back, found himself in a predicament. With his body constantly being in a state of stagger, his shell of a body was finding it hard to operate. If this continued, he might lose. 12:20 a.m., that would be what humans would think. Emilio, who was about to deliver another strike of his hammer, was smacked with enough strength that he flew back and crashed into a pillar. As he let out a groan of pain, John yelled out instinctively, "Young master, FWIP." John stepped to the side as he narrowly dodged a stab aimed at his head. He then began to unleash another barrage of punches. He couldn't let up now because he would now be at risk of dying, which was always part of the job as a bodyguard. Bam! Bam! Even if he might die here and not be paid for his services, that didn't mean he shouldn't uphold his end of the contract to protect his client. He took on this job to support his family, his wife, and his children. He needed to keep on fighting, so he could return and embrace them once again. Hurrah! With a bellowing roar, he slammed his knuckle duster into the face of the drowned king, hoping to take him down. But as fate would have it, it wouldn't be that easy. The drowned king raised his free hand and gripped John's forearm with a crushing grip that caused the bodyguard to wince. And then, what happened next could only be considered brutal as the drowned king lifted the bodyguard and thud, 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 began to slam him repeatedly into the ground like a rag doll. With a limp and bleeding body, John couldn't do anything but try to endure. But with how the drowned king was slamming him into the ground, he felt the bones in his body begin to groan and scream in pain until crack. NGH. His bones snapped. Emilio, who had finally put his mind back together from what might have given him a concussion, felt his blood pour down the back of his neck. He trembled at the sensation before looking towards John and yelling with a look of despair. John, immediately getting up, Emilio picked up the hammer and rushed towards his bodyguard in hopes of staggering the drowned king again. But then, without any warning, faced true despair, humans, he threw John into the air and simultaneously pointed his harpoon upwards. And in one swift and fluid motion, he stabbed upwards, SWIP, skewering John right through the heart, a wound that would not be able to be healed with the use of potions. Jun, Chapter 503. The Other Side? 5 Emilio S. POV 1222 AMPUAG. Blood gushed out of John's chest like a fountain as the drowned king's harpoon pierced through his heart, crushing it instantly under Emilio's despairing wide eyes. The light in John's eyes soon faded as he fell into an eternal slumber, something that caused both Emilio's and Viesta's hearts to ache as they watched his body become fully limp. He was dead. Thud! With a fluid swing, the drowned king swung the deceased bodyguard off his harpoon without a thought of remorse. And why should he? Why should he show mercy towards invaders of his home? 2 down, 3 more to go. The drowned king noticed something in the corner of his eyes and was interrupted mid-sentence by Emilio, who swung the pulsating red energy hammer. Bam! Emilio's eyes were bleeding with tears as he landed a clean blow on the side of the drowned king's head, achieving minimal damage besides staggering the man. If only he were faster. If only he were faster to prevent such a thing from happening. If only he were fast enough to save John before he was killed by the Sea King. Why? Why was he blessed with such horrid talents despite the family he was born into? If only I were stronger. If only the heavens had gifted him their blessings when he was born, then he would been strong enough to prevent this from happening. Why was he the black sheep of the Night Ravens? It's too late now, Emilio growled, raising the weightless battle hammer again and the nail in his other hand. The drowned king, recovering from his staggered state, raised his harpoon and stabbed at Emilio, who suddenly vanished before his eyes. With his black feathery cloak, Emilio sank into the surrounding darkness. And as he did that, he left behind a handful of bullets of light and darkness that shot towards the drowned king with clumsy precision. They were swift but fragile, as just a single casual swing of the man's harpoon was able to destroy them. However, that was enough to buy the Night Raven time. Appearing behind the drowned king, Emilio delivered another staggering swing on the man. Bam! He was my beloved bodyguard now. Friend. He then did this over BAM. He had a wife. Over BAM. And children. And over BAM. And you took him from us. With his rapid movements and the buffs given to him by his equipment, Emilio managed to land attacks over again. And time after time, that very same equipment saved his life from what would been certain death. Currently, his chest plate was in tatters as deep marks were crossed all over it, despite the quality of the material it was made out of. What was that harpoon that the drowned king wielded? 12. 26 BAM. While the drowned king was afflicted with spatial warping, Emilio quickly held up his hand and summoned a large orb of light and darkness. So, pay with it with your damn life, mighty Sea King. Emilio hissed in a sarcastic manner before raising the orb towards the drowned king. In the past, the beam he had once been able to summon was barely as wide as a pool noodle due to his poor mana reserves. But, with Lillian's affinity pills, he was able to go even further. He then roared with fury. This is for John. This will be my strongest eclipse beam yet. Light and darkness exploded outwards from his palm with an explosive power that reflected his burning fury for revenge. The beam that erupted from his palm, growing past the diameter of a pool noodle to the size large enough to engulf the 6-foot man, who took it head-on. The pillar that stood behind the drowned king was engulfed by his attack as well and had begun to erode and crumble from the pressure of his beam. Soon enough, Emilio's beam dissipated as his mana reserves were emptied. Ho! Emilio's face was drenched completely in both sweat and blood. He was tired and in pain, physical and emotional pain. Did I do it? Lifting his eyes, Emilio looked up to see what had happened to the drowned king. But then, SWIP, something flashed through the air. A shard has been shattered. In an inch of a second, the drowned king carved through Emilio's highly durable black chest plate, causing it to explode into a cloud of glittering dust. Even the red battle hammer was destroyed and shattered into pure energy. Emilio slowly took a step back as the protective embrace of his chest plate disappeared. The comfort he felt was slowly replaced with pain as his clothes underneath were dyed red as his blood bled out in an X shape. Pwafk! The taste of iron erupted into Emilio's mouth as his blood spilt out through the corners of his mouth, soon out of the corners of his lips. The drowned king, stepping through the dissipating light and darkness that were once used to attack him, stood before Emilio. His body was covered in light burns, the first piece of damage made on his body. Your attack singed me. Even if this body is operating at 30 of what it used to be capable of, you managed to achieve something noteworthy, human. Gripping his harpoon, the drowned king added, "Well done. Now perish with my words in mind." SWIP 12:28 a.m. Emilio, who wasn't in any condition to dodge, was unable to avoid the harpoon that stabbed through his lower abdomen. As blood gushed out of him, pain flooded his entire system. It was a burning and cramping pain, as he could feel his abdominal muscles struggling to move around with the harpoon in the way. Blood continued to gush out of his mouth as the cold embrace of death began to show its presence in the corners of his vision darkness. He was about to die. For real this time. I'm sorry for being weak. Everyone dash. Emilio. But when he was about to fall asleep and drift into the land of eternal slumber, the cry from a familiar feminine voice awoke him. It was Viesta. Before he could react and process the calling of his name, the drowned king threw his body off the harpoon, causing him to land with a wet splat right in front of Viesta and the Jungle Lord. Viesta, who had just healed her wounds with Lillian's health potions and also fed the Jungle Lord fresh corpses given to her by Lillian to keep him from going berserk, quickly approached Emilio's body. He was losing body temperature quickly. She hurriedly emptied the last health potion she had left into his mouth, but all it seemed to be able to do was replenish the blood he had lost just to give him a few more minutes or a few dozen seconds to live. Chapter 504. The other side? 6. The drowned king, waving off the blood on his harpoon, was immediately met afterwards with a newly recovered Jungle Lord. Clang! While Viesta tried to nurse Emilio's fatal wound and try to stop the bleeding, but to no avail. Viesta quickly tore off Emilio's cloak from his shoulders and wrapped it around his abdomen tightly, trying her best to seal the gaping hole in his gut with a serious expression. She couldn't crumble in fear here, not when she was still healthy and Emilio was in need of her help. They had already lost one. She couldn't lose another. Viesta glanced at the door, gazing at it with a gloomy expression as she bit her lower lip. For what she had gathered, only the drowned king had access to open or close this door. Most likely, with his death, it would open on its own. But what then? What if they somehow won? They would still have to face the countless dozens or even hundreds of undead pirates outside. Was this a trap? Did Lillian set them up? No, she wouldn't especially not for foolish reasons like treasure. She didn't seem like the person to betray others for something so simple. Gritting her teeth with no idea in mind, Viesta looked towards the Jungle Lord and his battle with the drowned king, who was buying them time to think of something. Clang! Now, without his battle axe or spear, he only had Lillian's greatsword as a weapon to use. At first, he was able to hold his own due to his strength and speed that seemed to be comparable to the drowned king, who stated that he was operating at 30 of his power, but as time went on, it got drastically harder. The regular greatsword, a weapon with a curse to grow ever heavier to the wielder's mind with each parry made or made against it, and with each attack made with it. Whoosh! The drowned king watched as the Jungle Lord began to bounce across the hall of his temple with exceptional speed. He analyzed the monster's swift movements and made preemptive movements to parry his strikes. Clang! 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 Like a monkey leaping through the branches of jungle trees, the Jungle Lord leapt from pillar to pillar, only coming down when he noticed a gap in the drowned king's guard. Although that was easier said than done, for the drowned king's combat style seemed to be on a far higher caliber compared to the deep-sea hunter style. If the deep-sea hunter represented an imposing wave that destroyed everything, then the abyssal harpoon would represent a stray thunderbolt that would pierce a hole through the wave. The drowned king's attacks were swift and precise, always striking their mark. Whoop! With a single mistake, the Jungle Lord was unable to block another strike and lost a part of himself, a hole where his stomach would be. However, that was part of his plan. His blood, which was laced with blades of grass, had now partially covered the entire inside of the temple. Why was that a good thing? Well, that was because they acted as budding vines that he can rapidly grow and expand. The drowned king paused in the center of the temple hall, looking around as the pillars around him had begun to become wrapped in thick vines that pulsed with energy. With that singular moment of curiosity, he was suddenly surrounded by vines that shot towards them with speeds nearing bullets. But as expected, the drowned king's physical prowess was enough to allow him to react at this speed, enabling him to slice through the vines with ease. However, that changed once the jungle lord was put into the mix. Clang! Now, he was only being attacked by the vines, but also by the jungle lord, who swish, was able to land one attack that drew blood. Drip! Drip! The regular greatsword, which now psychologically weighed roughly close to a minivan, was dripping in blood as it was able to land a shallow diagonal slash mark on the drowned king's chest. Step! Step! The drowned king took 2 consecutive steps back as he held a hand to his chest and found his hand painted red. He was injured. The jungle lord's eyes flashed with white before quickly shifting to a dark greenish color. He can deal actual damage. It was possible. Usually, when one would want to protect themselves from harm, they would deploy a layer of mana to stop the attack from landing on them. However, having seen Viesta be able to pierce through the back of the drowned king with a nail and Niarlo's eclipse beam do some form of damage, the Wendigo was able to conclude one thing. The drowned king was purposely withholding the right to use his mana. As long as he could catch the Sea King by surprise, or when he lowered his guard, he would be able to draw more blood, which would mean he would be able to claim victory over the drowned king. That was what he lived for, after all. It was his birthright. Victory. He desired nothing more than victory. Moving with immense speed once again, albeit slowed by his greatsword, the jungle lord continued to test and prove his theory with the help of his ever-growing vines. By now, he had already claimed the inside of the temple as his. Swish, swish, swish. Cuts after cuts landed on the drowned king's body, each drawing thin lines of blood not enough to kill him, but irritating to anger him. 1232, and casting a brief gaze towards Viesta and Emilio. He found the young man's face was becoming paler and paler by the millisecond. He was running out of time. Moving with even greater speed, the jungle lord tried to finish this as fast as he could. Clang! The drowned king, blocking another attack, felt his composure faltering slightly. Why was he being pushed back? By a beast on 2 legs no less? Even if 30 of his physical prowess was on par with a low-level 3-shelled waver, that should be enough to take care of this bunch of riffraffs. You've gained some worth, blasts. He had enough of this farce. 12h30. 42s before the minute could even end. Something unexpected erupted from the drowned king was a mana pulse. The jungle lord, who was rushing the drowned king from behind without him knowing, felt it wash over him. Then he suddenly watched as the drowned king twisted his entire body around. Fit-boom. His harpoon shot through the air with enough force to cause a sonic boom, ripping through the jungle lord's left arm. 12h. 32m. 44's the jungle lord retreated, only to return to attack after reattaching his arm. But no matter what he did, the drowned king would always be able to locate him. 12h30. 50h boom. It was only after losing his arm again that the jungle lord decided to enact a different tactic. After reattaching his arm again, he commanded all the vines he had access to around the hall to charge towards the drowned king from all sides, making sure to give him no wiggle room. Looking around, the drowned king found himself trapped in an enclosing spike of stake-shaped vines. Not even a sliver of a gap was between these vines. But, without anyone there to hear or see it, he muttered something under his breath before moving into a stance. Mana, unlike before, rushed through his entire body in a single second, pulsating at the rhythm of his heart. Then, on beat with his heart, his body began to blur as his harpoon lashed and stabbed outwards in all directions. The jungle lord, having willed all of the surrounding vines to attack, watched as the ground beneath him turned murky before spinning like some kind of illusory vortex. An illusory vortex of both ink and black seawater originated from where the drowned king was. With caution, The jungle lord immediately retreated. But unfortunately, 12h32, 53s, he was too late as the vortex suddenly exploded outwards. The vines that surrounded the drowned king from all sides were ripped and shredded apart as a storm of illusory harpoons, numbering hundreds, shot outwards omnidirectionally. Swoosh! Swoosh! Too slow to dodge, the jungle lord's entire body was ripped apart. His deer skull head, his skinny and lanky body, his pale bones and heart. Viesta shielded Emilio's body from the waves of harpoons shot towards them, managing to miss them by an inch of hair. And carried along with their journey was the remains of the jungle lord, still clutching the regular greatsword that had yet to awaken. Thud! Crashing against the double doors, he laid still. Viesta, frightened by the state he was in, immediately looked towards the drowned king, who shrugged off the remains of vines on his body. He then began to slowly make his way towards the invaders. Quickly pulling out her sound blaster and revolver, she fired them off simultaneously. Bang! 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 Click-ding! Click-ding! 12H, 33M, zeros besides, only causing the drowned king to pause in his steps. Viesta barely did any damage besides irritating his already bloody wounds. Bang! Bang! Click! Viesta, hearing her revolver run out of bullets, fished inside her spatial rings for more, but then realized she had run out. Shit! Wrapping an arm around Emilio, she crawled back, continuing to fire her sound blaster in hopes of putting down the drowned king with it. But she knew that wouldn't ever happen. Click-ding! Upon taking another sound blast head-on, the drowned king shrugged it off without a smidge of discomfort on his face. On the contrary, it seemed as though he was annoyed, while almost amused at the same time by Viesta's efforts to survive. A cornered rat that was approached by a monster many times stronger than her. 12H, 33M, 10s, but as all things that crossed the drowned king's way, Viesta and the others would soon fall to the pressure of the sea. In the next moment, without warning, mana exploded out from the drowned king in a translucent dome, rushing towards them with malevolent intent. An offensive mana pulse. Viesta, without any other way but her wings to shield herself, folded them around her, and Emilio with a fearful heart and closed eyes. But what she had expected next shocked her beyond belief. The weight of Emilio's body vanished, as though he never existed, and had somehow escaped her clutches, only to be replaced with a fist-sized metal nail and a feathery black cloak. Noticing the change, Viesta opened her eyes and was met with a barrier of blinding light mixed in with pure darkness dark enough to make her gaslight herself into thinking she was blind. But her direction of thinking soon shifted towards one singular and important question. Where did the barrier of light and darkness come from? It was none other than Emilio von Nitraven, the wielder of the eclipse element. And currently lingering inside his mouth was a dissolving blue pill that infused mana into his core, causing him to overflow with it. Standing on his own 2 feet, with 1 foot past death's door, Emilio pushed back against the drowned king's crushing mana pulse that knocked against his eclipse barrier. Drip! Drip! As blood continued to leak out of the fist-sized hole through his gut, he took a single step forward, tried to push against the mana pulse pushing down on his barrier. But even if with the boost given to him by the pill, he was forced back the bones in his arms, feeling the weight his barrier was experiencing. His eyes and mind were flickering between consciousness and unconsciousness. And he knew the moment he fell asleep, then that would be it. No second chance to wake up ever again. So that's why I cough. Can't die now. Coughing blood, Emilio gritted his blood-stained teeth as he tried to take another step forward. But as if he was being pushed back by the wind, he stumbled back again. Despite his noble lineage, he had barely been able to do anything with it other than flaunt the wealth and fame of his family. He was a black sheep and a good-for-nothing who was sheltered from the world by his 2 sisters and parents. So that's why He wanted to finally do something that he could be proud of, something he knew he had tried without the constant need for protection from his family. Even if he might not be able to live past this day, even if he might not be able to see his family again or take revenge for his bodyguard, he would at least be able to die with pride that even the weakest of the Night Ravens was able to land several blows on a member of the four mighty Sea Kings. 12H, 33M, 20's chapter 505. The other side? 7. Yendi, while Emilio continued to resist the push of the drowned king with every ounce of mana, willpower, and strength he had left, the jungle lord began to regenerate from his dastardly wounds. However, he still didn't choose to wake up. More accurately, he was unable to yet, for it seems the drowned king's omnidirectional attack had caused him to fall into a dream. It was only days ago that he remembered sitting upon his stone throne, and for countless years, he sat upon that same throne that he claimed from the previous jungle lord. Apart from watching the tribe people of the jungle climb the steps of the jungle goddess temple, he wasn't given anything to do other than train and sharpen his skills. Every now and then, he would face an opponent that was brave enough to intrude into the heart of the jungle to face him. But even so, they were still too weak. Drip, drip. Countless liters of blood his stone tools drank belonged to dozens, or even hundreds of monsters that intruded into his arena. But he gained no thrill from battles with regular monsters. The thrill he had to survive when he was but an infant in the jungle was long gone. The last time he felt high on the thrill of battle was when he faced the previous jungle lord. But when he took home victory, he had also accidentally left behind the thrill that he was fighting for. By instinct, monsters were born to devour and grow stronger. Only rarely would they develop sentient minds of their own before developing their mana core to the third stage. But he was different. He was born strong, fast, and intelligent. He continued to kill, wait, watch, and kill all on repeat. And as the duty of the jungle lord, he remained in his place protecting the temple and continued to please his divine master. But that was all until that fateful day that he met a creature he hadn't ever seen before arrive. And in a group as well. He found them interesting the moment he laid eyes on them, mainly due to the fact that they wielded equipment. However, like most beasts he came across, he thought that they would attempt to overwhelm him in numbers. But he was left wrong, as only one from the group came to face him. They seemed to be a female of their species, and to say that was the first time he enjoyed a battle after so long would be an understatement. He was enthralled in the dance he had with his opponent. At first, he thought about relying purely on physical prowess alone to not decrease his mana reserves. But that was only a mistake. He should have gone all out from the beginning. Even if rage bubbled through his blood at the wounds inflicted on his body, that only made his blood bubble even more, not out of rage, but out of excitement. When was it that he had such a thrilling battle? One where his very life was actually on the line. Sizzle. So the moment he lost his life, he was disappointed with the thought of no longer being able to fight in another thrilling battle. But as fate would have it, he was reborn, but this time, he was chained to another master. While the connection he had to the jungle god still remained through his blessing, he knew it was merely out of formalities. It was only right. He had failed his position as a protector of the jungle god's temple and even assisted with tearing it down. He had failed his previous master and lost his purpose. But in this new life, he was granted freedom, a new path of combat, and he found his new master to be rather entertaining to be around. So, he needed to wake up. He knew he was currently trapped in his days of a dream. He had a battle to win, and the two that were still living to protect. Although he may have failed once before, he refused to fail again. He refused to fail yet another master. 12h33 mètres, les années 36 craques. Shatter. Emilio fell to his knees, his arms becoming limp as they fell to his side. Under the constant pressure from the drowned king, his last reserves of mana soon dried up, leading to the destruction of his eclipse barrier. And the moment his body hit the ground, thud, the light in his eyes soon flickered out as the beating of his heart came to a slow stop. Fortunately, with Emilio's last-ditch effort to protect Viesta and the Jungle Lord from what might have been instant death, the drowned king had already retracted his mana pulse. Hey, Emilio. Ashi, wake the hell up. Crawling over to Emilio's collapsed body, Viesta cradled him with tears of sorrow and grief in her eyes. Wake up. Come on. You're a Night Raven, aren't you? You have family that cared about you, don't they? Wake up. You can't just leave without saying goodbye. No matter how many unreasonable requests she made to the young man, his purple eyes still remained blank without even an ember of life in them. He was truly gone. The tall man gazed down at the young man, whose blood had begun to lose its warmth, with a mixture of respect in his eyes, and then glanced at Viesta. He hated humans, despised them even, but even he knew when to respect a blessed's last-ditch effort to save another, who grieved over them. But his patience could only last so long. Raising his harpoon, he prepared to ask Viesta for his last words before joining her comrade. But then a blinding light erupted behind Viesta, followed by an explosion of vines rushing towards him from all sides with speed comparable to bullets. He dodged and parried them, but even he began to struggle to keep up with the multitude of them, especially with an opponent he didn't expect to wake up to appear. The Jungle Lord, having entered into his second stage, immortal cycle, planted himself into the ground while raising his greatsword, which began to glow to an extreme degree. The regular greatsword, a weapon that was cursed with growing heavier to the wielder's mind, was a tool that had a special condition similar to the regular cutlass. Once the wielder's resolve toward the goal becomes heavier than the cumulative psychological weight of the greatsword, that was when the weapon could truly awaken from its slumber. Wielded in both of his hands was a black greatsword 6 feet in height with one singular, but long, curved edge that sparkled and buzzed with golden electricity. And along its flat side was a line of runic inscriptions that pulsated rapidly once the Jungle Lord began to swing, swinging his slashes that interlaced together into a net. The fourth technique of the deep-sea hunter, the drowning net. The drowned king, raising his harpoon, watched as slashes of electricity streaked through the air, colliding with his temple's pillars and erupting with an explosion comparable to a dozen dynamites. He widened his eyes in shock before noticing the Jungle Lord's charge towards it, chasing after the drowned king like a persistent serpent in the water. The Jungle Lord let out a savage roar, Krah, and swung his greatsword, which upon impact on any hard surface, clang boom, released a thunderous explosion that flung the drowned king back with serious burns. The drowned king leapt around his temple, dodging the Jungle Lord's vines, which had grown much more resilient to damage, and also avoiding Wendigo's personal attacks, which began to have an effect on his harpoon. With each parry he made, he felt as though his harpoon had grown far heavier than before, this happening more than once. He gritted his teeth and began to expend more of his mana to combat the Jungle Lord, this time utilizing his harpoon's abilities. With each stab and strike against the Jungle Lord, it felt as though the Wendigo's body was being pulled towards the trajectory of the attack, leading him to become wounded. The attacks made against him going forward were far more hazardous and deadly. 12H, 34M. Odds the drowned king's body emitted mana pulses rapidly with short intervals in between. Sensory, défensive, offensive. All known forms of mana pulses that gave an edge for the drowned king were useless against an enemy that couldn't be put down unless completely reduced to pure ashes. However, the Jungle Lord was also experiencing the same sort of issue, due to the mana pulses interrupting his attacks. He can't deal any kind of mortal wound on the Sea King. Hope was beginning to fade from the Jungle Lord's glowing green eyes. But then, from the darkness, something appeared in between the drowned king's short interval of mana pulses. It was Viesta with Emilio's feathery cloak wrapped around her shoulders and held in her hands with a fist-sized metal nail and BAM, the red energy hammer The hammer of Salric. Staggering the drowned king, Viesta screamed tearfully before disappearing. This ends now. Together with the jungle lord and his vines, they were able to push back the drowned king, even going as far as being able to take an arm off of him. 12h34 mètres, 25 sbam. That S for the pain you caused me. 12h34 mètres, 35 sbam. That S for John. 12h, 34m. 40s, and this is for enough. Right as Viesta was about to land another blow, the drowned king roared in a furious manner as a mana pulse of a much greater magnitude erupted out of him. She managed to avoid it by hiding in the nearby darkness, but the jungle lord wasn't so lucky, as he was shredded apart almost instantly. The drowned king breathed heavily, looking over his body as it was covered in cuts and severe burns. He was also shaking a bit. He was pushing the shell of the body too far. He then stiffened as he sensed something beside him. FWIP. He stabbed to the side, but his harpoon only pierced through a black feathery cloak that warped and pulled towards the tip of his weapon. Wasn't he the woman wearing this? 12h, 34m. 50's Viesta, who had taken off her cloak as a distraction, appeared from the other side with the help of her echo-canceling ability and swung the red battle hammer. BM. And this is for Emilio, you bastard. Slamming her hammer to the side of the drowned king's head and staggering him. Viesta quickly dashed around and stood before his chest with a determined fire in her eyes. Then, with a swift and forceful motion, she stabbed the nail into the area right beside the drowned king's heart. His mana core. As long as she crippled him of it, then we would win. That was what Lillian said, and she was far too into the plan to back out. SHK. Stabbing it into the drowned king's chest. Viesta found the nail to not be deep enough. One hit with the hammer. That was all she needed. FWIP. A harpoon with a long shaft covered in glowing silver veins soon became dyed with a crimson liquid as it pierced through the center of Viesta's chest, piercing through her heart. Viesta, who had tried to protect herself with her metallic wings, failed. 12h, 34m, 55's peepwafk. Blood erupted and vomited out of her mouth, falling onto the arm of the drowned king, who didn't seem to be too bothered. Instead, he was displaying an emotion Viesta didn't expect to see with the last few seconds she had left. It was an expression mixed between heartbreak and severe shock. Your face. It really is so similar to hers. Viesta, hearing this, smiled in a gloomy manner as she noticed the drowned king didn't make any moves to finish her off. Did he remember something by getting a better look at her face? Unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, Viesta grabbed hold of whatever strength she had left. She gripped the red energy hammer that had yet to disappear and swung it at the nail still embedded in the drowned king's chest, who was too dazed to react. And, dink! Just that weak tap was enough to cause a reaction between the hammer and the nail, a reaction so horrifically powerful that it caused the drowned king's mana to go haywire as his mana core crumbled rapidly. 12:35 a.m. ARGH. The drowned king dropped his harpoon that held up Viesta and tried to drag the nail out of his chest, but to his dismay, it was already too late. Excruciating pain filled his entire being, becoming shared with the connection he had with his other self, who was definitely experiencing the same torment he was in. I was so close to having my get back with that wretched storm. Soon enough, the connection between him and his other self ceased as this can't be, dropped to the ground, thud, like a puppet without its strings. 50 of the final boss. The drowned king, Raguda, has been defeated by Viesta Gla Jorlinston, Emilio von Nightravin, and John Smith. 1-2 enemies needed to be eliminated for exit portal to appear. Viesta laid on the ground with the harpoon still through her chest, which was soon pulled out by the jungle lord, who had managed to regenerate from the drowned king's last attack. The jungle lord tried to stop the bleeding with his vines, but he couldn't do much more, for he wasn't a healer or a medic. He only knew how to heal himself. Viesta realized his and chuckled self-deprecatingly. I see. The corners of her vision began to become slightly darker. She was feeling a bit cold. She turned her head to the side, gazing at John and Emilio, and there was a sorrowful look. Guys, we did it. We won. Viesta breathed harshly, but struggled to even grasp consciousness or what she thought it was. She felt her body going numb. She then thought back to Lillian. Was this the reason why Lillian wanted her to take off her hat? To stun the drowned king? Was this, really, all a part of her plan? Viesta smiled crookedly. I would preferred if you kept your promise for all of us to get out of here. Oh well. The corners of her ears then began to water again as tears streamed down her face. I don't want to die. She didn't want to die here. This place was cold and dark. She hated being in the dark. She hated not knowing what to do or where to see or what would happen next. Maybe that's why the gods granted her the element of echoes. Bats used echolocation to see so that they could see, which was what she wanted, just like how she wanted to see everyone at the academy grow up alongside her. Beatrice, Zane, Penelope, Rudolph, Neo listened to her. She remembered the friends she made on the council. Mom, Dad, Bro. She remembered her family. Faces of countless beloved people she knew flashed through her mind, causing her to feel saddened and even more tearful as her lips became shakier. Then with one sniff, her blood ran cold, and her limbs turned limp as the life in her eyes soon became snuffed out by the cold. But before she fell into eternal slumber, I'll be going first. Everyone, she was able to say her last goodbye, even though no one was able to hear it. Chapter 506, Abyssal Reckoning. 1:12:35 a.m. Shudder. As the mana realm of the drowned king continued to tremble, the Sea King was going through a predicament of his own. The spiritual flames that made up his ethereal body had begun to become loose, flickering at the tether to his physical body, and ceased to exist. Through the eyes of his other self, he had realized that his mana core had been destroyed. What's wrong, drowned king? Something wrong with your mana core? Niarlo took a step forward, pressing his thumb against the area beside his heart with a mocking grin. Twirling the black swords in his hand, Niarlo took another step, whilst throwing a glance back at Lillian to find her still healing her wounds and possibly even mana. He needed to buy time. You had another body, didn't Yar? Most likely in a weakened state from your confrontation with the storm. I'm that, right? It must be filled with the Storm King's soul poisons. Is it not? He took another step forward, continuing to watch as the drowned King's spiritual body became unsteady by the second. To avoid any further damage, you split yourself apart from your physical body. I know firsthand the terror of damage to the soul, but I also know one more thing. He then stopped in place. The soul cannot exist outside one's body unless held together with a tether. Since the very moment I attacked Yar, I realized one thing. You were rather stingy with the use of your mana. It is said that Sea Kings were granted an unprecedented mana reserve and mana restoration. But here is the thing. You aren't showing any of those rumored features. Raising the black cutlass towards the drowned king, Niarlo's smirk broadened even wider. He then shouted, So here's my theory. To keep your soul alive, but out of your body, Yar resorted to using your very own mana as a tether. The drowned king, who had now stood up from his kneeling, cringed at what he heard, which led Niarlo to believe that his theory was right and it indeed was correct. From his war against the Storm King, he was left with a ravenous, soul-eating poison that was still lingering on his physical body. And by creating a tether made solely by mana, his spiritual body was able to exist outside as long as his body still continued to absorb mana from the environment around it. However, due to the injuries he sustained, the rate at which he used to restore mana was a far cry from what it was in the past. Thus far, he had already burned through 6 months' worth of mana. Without his tether to his now-destroyed mana core, he was now on track to perish. Currently, the hovering crown above his head was keeping him together an artifact that was capable of storing mana. For without it, he would surely perish. Souls cannot restore mana on their own without a mana core. He had at most 5 hours until his soul perishes, but that was if he held back from using mana. However, with his current situation, he didn't have that sort of luxury. You, human, what is your name and affiliation with Noah Sark? You wish to know my name? Niarlo smirked. If you wish to know the name of the one who put you down like some dog, then remember this name when you get to hell. Moving into the deep-sea hunter stance, Niarlo shouted, I am Niarlo Farland, the successor of the Blackbeard Cutlass of Noah Sark. The Drowned King watched as Niarlo moved into a fighting stance, but that wasn't what got his attention. It was instead his name, more specifically his last name, of Farland? The Farland of the Blackbeard Cutlass? So, that bastard William had a child after all these years. The Drowned King's eyes turned sharp as his spiritual flaming body and crown glowed maliciously. The Sea King's bloodthirst drenched the air and flooded the surroundings, startling Niarlo a bit as he watched a harpoon made of water manifest in the Drowned King's hand. It seems it was fate for us to meet, then, child of the Farland. But I can't help but pity the fact you must atone for your father's sins. As Niarlo was about to inquire the meaning of the Sea King's words, he watched as the Drowned King leapt towards him, crossing over 20 meters in an instant with his harpoon raised for attack. Seeing that it was time to get his get back, atonement of sins? I could say the same for you. Niarlo couldn't help but laugh wildly as he swung his cutlass, clashing with the Drowned King. 12h36 mètres, les années 20 boom. A thunderous shockwave exploded out from their clash, causing the already fractured coral around them to crack and blow outwards. And in that moment, both eyes of the two men glowed with a burning light to rain victory over the other, determined to end the other's life. With those thoughts in mind, the moment their weapons disengaged, they immediately began to move with extreme speed, crossing over the coral ground beneath them. They chased after each other, unwilling to give the other even the slightest moment of rest between each attack. In the past, Niarlo would been too slow to catch up to the Drowned King, but with Lillian's short sword, he had managed to barely cross the line needed to reach the hateful Sea King. With their speedy and rapid attacks, they had also employed the use of mana pulses in their mix. Like flashing lights, translucent domes of mana exploded out from their bodies within short intervals, either tearing up the ground or being used as a radar to detect each other's next attack or location. Not only that, but they employed their other abilities in the battle. The Drowned King, no longer stingy with his mana reserves, summoned a crushing pressure that would crush a human flat and a storm of water projectiles with ice in the mix. The Drowned King, just like Niarlo, had already reached the stage of Mana King, but it was more accurate to say that he was a stage above Niarlo, a Mana Emperor, with both water, ice, and a crushing pressure mixed in with his attacks. How could Niarlo possibly dodge all of them? Request. Element of transformation, element of change granted through branching his element off into a different concept. He was able to seamlessly dodge these attacks by an inch of hair. By swapping places with destroyed pieces of coral, he was able to contend with the Drowned King's speed even further. 12h, 36m. 59's the Drowned King gripped his water harpoon with both hands before moving into a thrusting stance. Fifth technique of the abyssal harpoon, surge of 1,000 fangs. Niarlo, hearing this, immediately moved into a stabbing stance of his own, albeit awkward at first. Second technique of the deep-sea hunter, harpoon thrust. In the next 20 seconds, two storms made of illusory harpoons collided between Niarlo and the Drowned King. The storms were filled with illusory harpoons numbering in the hundreds, closing in on the thousands as the two, X2, stabbed with all their might and speed, their eyes glowing even brighter as the fight went on. The illusory harpoons that were hit off course collided with the ground, ripping it apart as shattered pieces of coral flew into the air blown away by the shock waves. However, that was not all that happened to them. In the middle of his stabbing, The drowned king summoned another mana pulse that sensed the flying coral around him. Then, a millisecond after sensing them, mana became wrapped around the coral, mana that didn't belong to him. In that moment of discovery, he watched as a chain of explosions around him appeared, all originating from the coral that was ripped apart by the storms of illusory harpoons. But the one behind it? It was the Niarlo. With unorthodox elements like his, unless he was near or had direct contact with what he wanted to transform, he wouldn't be able to apply his mana onto them remotely. But now, he could definitely do it. In the middle of his stabs, and emitting mana pulses to dodge the drowned king's stabs. Niarlo had begun to explode the flying bits of coral around the drowned king. 12H, 37M. 19th, the two broke away from their competition of stabbing and escaped the massive smoke cloud that appeared with the explosions of shattered coral, which detonated like activated grenades, coral shrapnel flying everywhere. They raced across the area, causing thunderous cracks, and boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of explosions to appear all over the coral ceiling, which had already begun to fall apart the moment the drowned king's mana core was shattered. By now, both of them were injured to an extent. The drowned king, reluctant to expend mana to heal his injuries, was covered in shallow and deep slash marks, while Niarlo was more or less the same, with the difference being that he was bleeding. But that wasn't the only difference, for the drowned king's injuries pulsated a deep purple light as electricity sparked over him. Curses inflicted by the black cutlass. The two curses, shock and bleeding, held no value against the drowned king, but the last curse did slowness. After several brief clashes, they soon charged at each other head-on, clashing and unleashing a flurry of blows onto each other. Through continuous and persistent attacks, Niarlo had managed to drag the drowned king's speed down to his level, as his only increased the longer the battle went on. His desperation was strengthening him. At this current moment, his physical prowess was comparable to the drowned king now. The two pulled back for a split second, the air and moisture between them thick and heavy. The mana in the air vibrated intensely as the two entered into a stance. Then, with a barbaric and earth-shaking roar that caused the very air to tremble, hurrah! X2, they unleashed another barrage of stabs of illusory harpoons. 12h, 38 mètres, les années 2000 chapter 507. Abyssal Reckoning? 12h, 38 mètres, les années 2000 ra. X2 as their attacks became faster. So did the rate of fissures on the coral ceiling. By now, if it weren't for the fact that the entire world was flipped so that the coral ceiling would be down instead of up, large chunks of the ceiling would be fallen. Niarlo let out a low grunt as he was pushed back. The drowned king was somehow covering ground over him. Gritting his teeth, he pushed back, increasing his rate of stabs. Clang! Ding! Clang! The illusory harpoons clashed midair with extreme speeds, deflecting each other and crashing into the ground. By now, Niarlo's body was growing weary and sore, fatigue quickly settling in, furthered by the amount of blood he lost. But so what? What if he was growing tired? Could he, as the captain, falter in front of his crewmate, who was still recovering from their horrid wounds? He just needed to keep stabbing. As long as he kept stabbing, he would overcome even the sense of fatigue. With that thought in mind, he kept on attacking. But then, when he was pushing his body near the limit, the vision of the surroundings warped and spun. His head throbbed wildly, his brain pounding against the side of his head as he felt motion sick. 12H, 38M, 10's UUG. This was Boom SWIP. Vertigo. In his moment of weakness, the drowned king wasted no time and stabbed his harpoon, the power behind his stab causing an air cone to erupt. A sonic boom. Niarlo, who was experiencing vertigo, felt his body sway and fall to the side in the way of a fast-approaching harpoon that would inevitably pierce through his forehead if he kept falling. Was this it? Was he really about because of some vertigo? He refused. Without enough time to use his magic, he pulled himself back up through sheer will, pushing through the intense motion sickness and tiredness he was experiencing. But unfortunately, PSHD. This was one of the things that came at a cost. 12H, 38M. 14's death was a patient concept, but was a sore loser when it couldn't claim something that would been its property. Niarlo, managing to avoid near-certain death, felt the harpoon pierce through the flesh, bones, and joints of his right shoulder. He felt the harpoon twist inside his shoulder before moving abruptly and taking off his entire shoulder and dominant arm, causing him to lose his cutlass. Blood erupted from his severed shoulder, but he didn't have even the slightest bit of time to worry about that. Clang! Ding! Clang! Without his other arm, he was now losing the war of stabs, ultimately on track to lose the competition of endurance. The injuries on his body grew rapidly. The Drowned King took a step forward, furthering the pressure he was applying on the Farland. Then, in the midst of all the stabs, he managed to map out a path through the storm of harpoons, a destination of his mapping leading to the center of Niarlo's chest, his heart. He took a voluntary step back and gripped his harpoon, preparing to deal the finishing blow that would finally end Niarlo's life. This is the end for you, Farland. With a forward stomp, the Drowned King shot his harpoon forward, his weapon slithering through the gaps in the storm of harpoons. Niarlo, who was in the middle of blocking another attack, found the Drowned King's harpoon a few meters away from his chest. Sure dash. With the speed at which it was moving, he doubted he could dodge in time. His eyes widened with shock and regret as he felt the world slow down around him. Refusal flashed through his bloodshot eyes, but slowly. Acceptance seeped into his eyes, which had slowly lost their blinding glow. Perhaps it wasn't his destiny to get revenge for his captain. But maybe 12H, 38M. 30's your captain orders your TO, get OFF your ASS. Niarlo's eyes flashed with light, the glow in his eyes fastly returning as he called out, Lillian. In almost an instant after he called out a certain rabbit's name, "Aye, Captain." She appeared. Clang! With wounds fully healed and mana fully restored with the consumption of a certain pill, Lillian wielded a long black odachi and a cutlass. Appearing from his side, Lillian sliced through the extending water harpoon with the black maw, successfully saving Niarlo. This was only possible by spamming the dash enchantment on her boots. Lillian's eyes, which glowed just as brightly as Niarlo's, had a wicked grin just like the young captain. The Drowned King's face wrinkled at the sight of Lillian's appearance and readied another rapid attack. Fifth technique of the abyssal harpoon, surge of 1,000 fangs. Watching as a storm of harpoons formed in their way, both the Niarlo and Lillian stood beside each other. "You better keep up, matey. I don't accept weaklings on my ship." Niarlo shot Lillian a competitive smirk. Lillian responded in kind, "Ha, weakling? Keep up. I should be the one telling you to keep up, you one-armed pirate." With both of them ready to brave the storm, they raised their weapons and roared out. Second technique of the deep-sea hunter, harpoon thrust. Two storms of harpoons met in the middle. One storm was filled with a darker and colder illusion of harpoons, while the other was filled with harpoons that were inconsistent in size and speed. The only other difference between the two was that Lillian and the Niarlo's storm had a higher quantity of illusory harpoons. The Drowned King leaned his body to the side, dodging a stray harpoon on the smaller side. Due to the amount of harpoons flying his way, he was actually struggling to keep up. Gritting his teeth, he roared out as he pushed back, Lillian and Niarlo quickly joining in. Hurrah! X3 as the Drowned King continued to stab. He found the bits of coral around him begin to sizzle and glow before suddenly, boom, 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 exploding. The Drowned King, having been thrown back and forth by the explosions, hastily escaped the fog of smoke, but was immediately attacked by both Niarlo and Lillian head-on. Niarlo, who had temporarily regrown his arm, swung his cutlass, while Lillian, now holding the short sword in black maw, swung hers. With their speed and ferocity between attacks, they pushed back the Drowned King, increasing the number of wounds on his body. While they awkwardly fought together at first, they quickly adapted to each other's help, fighting like one united body. Lillian rushed towards the drowned king, but right as she was about to attack, she made a gesture with her sword that was caught by Niarlo. The drowned king noticed this and became wary. He swung his harpoon towards, intending to slice through Lillian's flesh, but then, swoop. Chapter 508. Abyssal Reckoning? 3 Swoop. She vanished. With Niarlo's ability to swap his and Lillian's location around with the surrounding debris, they were effectively making them unable to be damaged unless sloppy with their timing and movements. But that's not all. SWIP. Piercing through the drowned king's chest from behind. Lillian coated her sword in her parasitic element, draining the Sea King's mana. Since the drowned king was living solely on mana at this point, Lillian's attacks were the deadliest due to her element. 12H, 39M. Tens before Lillian joined in, the drowned king lost about 2 hours worth of mana. But with Lillian now in the fray, he had already lost around an hour's worth in the span of a few dozen seconds. The battle continued to rage on, and by now, the drowned king had made a discovery. Swinging his harpoon through the air, he watched as Lillian vanished the moment after she made a gesture with her sword. So that was it. Every time she made that gesture, she would also vanish and appear somewhere in his blind spot. Clang! Blocking a strike from Niarlo, the drowned king turned to his right, prepared to swing his harpoon and also for the gesture Lillian would make. Lillian flicked her black odachi and tapped the ground. That was the gesture, or one that was closely similar to what he had been seeing. The moment the gesture was made, the drowned king immediately turned back around, unwilling to take another hit. But the moment he turned to his blind spot, there was no one there. His eyes widened in a fraction of a second. Then it dawned on him. He was tricked. Upon his discovery of the trap, it was already too late as a familiar black odachi pierced through his chest again. 12H, 39M. 25's Lillian, stabbing through his chest, cackled in mockery of the drowned king. You overanalyze too much. You fool. With her meta-knowledge of the game and first-hand experience of the drowned king's nature to analyze even the slightest bit of movement, Lillian was able to make the Sea King fall into her silent plan. She was fortunate that Niarlo was smart enough to understand her plan without her saying anything. Vanishing again, Lillian quickly sent mana into her earring, causing them to emit a burning light. The drowned king, having to expend some of his mana to heal his injuries so that he wouldn't fall apart, was met with the sight of 2 plasmatic Leviathan heads rushing towards him. At first, he was about to destroy them with his harpoon, just like he did before. But, due to the curse of slowness from the regular cutlass, he had severely underestimated the speed of the heads. With a speed higher than he had expected, they managed to bite down on him and slammed him into the ground. Shortly after dragging him to the ground, the heat from the plasmatic heads caused the coral below the drowned king to char and lose their vibrant pink. Fortunately for him, he was immune to the heat. 12h40 mètres, les années 2000 NGH. The drowned king groaned as he felt the terrifying bite force of the heads. After dragging the drowned king for 100 meters, one of the 2 heads suddenly shattered destroyed by the drowned king with a single punch. Right as the other one was about to be destroyed, the drowned king was left startled as it immediately changed directions. It made a sharp turn back to where it originated, heading towards Lillian and Niarlo, who were holding a stance. With their swords over their heads, they prepared to unleash a combined attack, a combined Leviathan descent. Niarlo began to instruct Lillian. Raise your arm higher. Matey, tense your muscles. Steady your breathing and clench your cheeks too. Vuvuha'a. Just do what I say. After listening to the careful instructions from the captain, Lillian put what she heard into practice. But could she really do it? If an entity like the Jungle Lord struggled to learn this, even with its talents, how could she possibly learn it? Especially in such an intense situation? That's because she was different. She learned differently. And unlike the Jungle Lord, who could copy the base level of a technique with a single look, she had to put her life on the line to learn something properly. And currently, her life was very much on the line. So, she had to trust in herself and those around her. Her skills, her friends and companions, and lastly, and Tasten Upsilon Ae Gut, Mati, the drowned king, finally freeing himself from the plasmatic head and destroying it, skidded against the ground while watching something explode out in the distance. A tall, translucent sea serpent formed over Lillian, its maw wide with sharp teeth, and its eyes flashing yellow as its scales quickly took on a darker and blacker shade. The black maw shivered in Lillian's hand, having met a worthy opponent after days of inactivity, and it seemed to have decided to support Lillian as a reward. Lillian, noticing the reaction, smiled wryly. Finally excited now, Black Maw? But then, her smile became broad and genuine because me too. She felt the weight of the Leviathan weighing down on her arms. But with a firm stomp, she balanced herself as she prepared herself. Niarlo did the same and flashed his swords out. But unlike Lillian, he manifested two illusory Leviathans, one for each sword. Then, they leapt towards the drowned king, who had already identified the incoming attack. Intending to no longer waste any more time, he moved into another stance. With the current amount of mana he only had an hour and a half left to live. So this attack would need to be his last so that the plan he had just created could become a reality. After finally coming to a stop, he planted his feet into the ground, causing cracks, and gripped his water harpoon tightly. He then began to chant, Drowned Goji. Chapter 509, Abyssal Reckoning. Quatro drowned Goji. Let the deep open its unseen mouth. Let the quiet wait gather, patient and cold. With each completed sentence of the chant spoken, the mana surrounding the drowned king became erratic and energetic. Let all things falter. Let all things fall. Let the world feel the pull of the darkest floor, where light does not return. The ambient mana surrounding the drowned king rushed to him, wrapping around his body as though he were its one true love. They then wrapped around his harpoon in spirals, creating rings. 1 ring, 2 rings, and eventually 3 rings, each ring brighter and wider than the last. Through this harpoon, let all things be taken into your drowning embrace. With the last bit of his chant finished, the mana gathered within his body exploded out as though it had finally broken through its seal. And with their freedom came the appearance of illusory black water that seeped out from the ground around the drowned king. With a diameter of 15 meters, the drowned king flooded the area of his mysterious black water, allowing the appearance of something to rise from it. Appearing from behind the drowned king, a colossal shadow resembling a leviathan appeared, coiling upwards from the black water beneath itself. Its illusory body was black, pure black, imitating the color of the darkness that resided in the deepest trenches of the sea. Ominous wouldn't be enough to describe the presence that exuded from drowned king's expression. And it would only be right that simple words couldn't explain a technique of this scale easily. Lillian, standing in place, felt the space around her warp and stretch towards the colossal shadow Leviathan. What she had just witnessed was a sealed technique, a technique powerful enough that it required a full chant to be unleashed. The reason? Well, that would be because the abyssal harpoon, the drowned king's combat style, held the soul of a powerful monster that resided within the technique he was currently performing. These sealed techniques were usually reserved for the final technique of a combat style, mainly for the conceptual integrity of the technique. Now, then you might be asking, if a full chant was needed for a sealed technique to unleash, why did Lillian not attack him midway through? That was because she didn't know how much time they had left within the mana realm before it completely collapsed, as it had a separate mana reserve from the drowned king. With how much she had been through, she had lost track of time. And so, while both she and Niarlo still had enough mana and strength, attacking with their strongest attack would be the best option. Because as long as the mana realm still remained, so did the barrier that kept the drowned king from returning to his physical body and regaining enough strength to destroy them near instantly. Are you ready, matey? Niarlo asked, his muscles flexing as he had finished forming the expressions of his double Leviathan descent. Lillian nodded and adjusted her stance with her black Odachi, which pulled along the floating black Leviathan above her head. "Let us go." With a small mutter from her as a signal, both Lillian and Niarlo rushed forward, leaping through the air with their weapons raised high towards the sky. They then simultaneously roared. Fifth technique of the deep SEA Hunter Dash. X2 the Drowned King, noticing their charge, bent his knees and pounced towards them with explosive speed. Seventh technique of the Abyssal Harpoon. The circle of black water beneath his feet followed his leap, pulling the colossal, shadowy Leviathan, who settled its dark gaze on the three Leviathans off in the distance. It then opened its maw, meeting the gaze of the shadow Leviathan. The three Leviathans glared back and opened their deadly maw. 12H, 40M, 20s Lillian and Niarlo, watching as the treacherous Drowned King was now before their eyes with malicious intentions, swung their swords down. Leviathan S descent. X2 as passionately and loudly as their masters. The three Leviathans roared viciously at the enemy Leviathan. Seeing this, the Drowned King finished the end of his sentence. As well, Harpoon of the Abyssal Leviathan. The Drowned King stabbed forth. Niarlo and Lillian swung down. And at that moment of impact, boom, a shockwave, large and powerful enough to shake the entire realm, erupted. Chasms formed on the coral ceiling, fissures split apart the water below, and lastly, spatial cracks appeared within the conceptual walls of the mana realm. Lillian S. Black Odachi and Niarlo S. Black Cutlass and Shortsword clashed against the Drowned King S. Water Harpoon, which was strong enough to resist the sharpness of the weapons pressed against it. Neither of them was able to get a step over the other. They were locked into a temporary stalemate. SSKRR. Sparks flew wildly as the Drowned King S. Harpoon continued to graze and pushed against the edges of their black blades. Just like how all four weapons were pressed together, so were the floating Leviathans above them. 3, 1 black and 2 translucent in color, tried to bite down on a Leviathan, which was of a much greater size and presence. But that wasn't what it only had. Lillian groaned as she felt her arms shake wildly, feeling some mysterious force grab onto her arms. And she tried to bend them unnaturally. It was the air, or more specifically, the space. Gritting her teeth, she continued to push forward along with Niarlo. But then, NGH, she felt herself being pushed back. 12 heures, 40 mètres, les années 40 Lillian gronde. Feeling the back of her boots skidding back and crushing the coral beneath her feet into dust. For some reason, the pressure on her blade had suddenly increased. Throwing a worried glance towards Niarlo, she found that he was now operating only one arm. What happened to the other? Niarlo, grimacing, looked towards his limp arms, finding them bloodied and twisted into a spiral like his arm had become a wrung-out towel. He endured through the pain of shattered bones piercing through his flesh, as well as the burning pain his muscles were experiencing. Looking up, he found the Leviathan that was summoned with that arm was now hanging inside the mouth of the colossal Abyssal Leviathan, which soon after vanished. One of their Leviathans was now down. Lillian, realizing this, tried to push back to compensate for the loss of Niarlo's other arm, who was trying to repair it. However, she was having great difficulty pushing back the Drowned King. Such a task as this was easier said than done, as it was the equivalent of telling 2 normal humans to slow down an entire train by themselves with swords. Unbeknownst to their masters' situations, the 2 Leviathans glared at the colossal Abyss Leviathan with malice in their eyes. They roared at each other, mouths open, before charging at each other again. 12 heures, 41 mètres, les années 2000 à RGH. Lillian yelped as the muscles in her left arm contorted slightly. She quickly raised her eyes towards her Leviathan and found a bite had been taken out of it. Shaking her head, she continued to focus on resisting the Drowned King's push. By now, they had traveled over a kilometer from where they previously stood. Then, what was already a terrible situation became even worse. 12 heures, 41M. Tens Niarlo's last Leviathan was killed. His current arm began to twist rapidly, blood squelching and leaking as tears appeared. His bones then began to fracture and pierce through his muscles. Having yet been able to recover his other arm, he was now left crippled. Lillian watched as Niarlo was blasted off to the side, leaving her on her own to brave through the attack. Fear grasped her heart as she tried to stand her ground, trying to keep her balance as the coral behind her tried to trip her up. But in the next few seconds, 12H, 41M, 15ths, tripping would be the least of her worries. The colossal abyssal Leviathan hovered above her own before diving down, biting down on its head and ripping it apart. And with that, the twisting of Lillian's arms shortly followed as her bloodshot eyes shot wide open at the pain. Pain-filled tears bottled up in her eyes before vanishing as a burning glow radiated from her sparkly blue eyes. By wrapping her arms in a cast of water and pushing through the ferocious pain, Lillian, HAA, gave out one last desperate roar before the drowned king's harpoon slipped through her block and pierced through her lower abdomen. Blood erupted out of her mouth in waves. And before Lillian could even process that she was stabbed through, a colossal shadow loomed over her and, boom, fell down on her, causing a massive crater several meters to appear in a pillar of black water that was 50 meters wide to erupt shortly afterwards. 12h41 mètres. Les années 20 chapter 510. Abyssal reckoning. 5-12h41 mètres. Les années 20 swoop. Boom! Once the pillar of black water fell, the drowned king stood alone as he watched his water harpoon crumble and fall apart. He gazed down at the spiritual flames that made up his body and found them to be unraveled even further. That attack had taken a lot out of his mana reserves. He probably had at most 5 minutes left before he perished. Besides the fact that he was slowly dying, something was off. Why did it feel as though he had eradicated his target properly? Looking down at the massive 20-meter deep crater that was formed, he looked towards the center, but found nothing but crushed coral at the bottom. Did he really reduce the woman to nothingness with his attack? No, that couldn't be. No, more specifically, there should at least be a blood stain created from her eradicated body at the bottom of the crater. With his deduction, the drowned king's eyes flashed frustratedly as he came to one single conclusion. The only way that the woman would been able to avoid being crushed completely would be because Farland of Niarlo. Turning around, the drowned king roared towards Niarlo in a frustrated and angered manner. But the pirate didn't care for what the Sea King was feeling. Instead, he was looking at the girl beside him, who was currently on death's door. With a football-sized hole through her gut, it was truly a miracle that Lillian was still alive, albeit barely the vitality of a Tier 2 mage. Having managed to swap her for a piece of broken coral, Niarlo was able to save her in time. But he didn't know how long she had left. "As your captain, I order you not to die," Niarlo muttered, clearly out of breath as he raised his now-fixed arm towards Lillian in hopes of being able to save her. But of course, such an action wasn't going unnoticed by a certain Sea King, who had already dashed over and kicked him away. Niarlo was knocked far away from Lillian, rolling as he clutched the side of his ribs, which began to bruise badly from the kick. Peep-waft, Niarlo vomited out blood, the taste of iron staining his mouth and teeth as the smell of it wafted into his nostrils. Slowly getting up, he murmured, "I can't die now. I can't." Raising his eyes again, he found the drowned king standing in front of him ready to inflict the finishing blow. And while this was happening, Lillian still continued to remain at death's door. But the Shard Regular's last grasp had awoken. It will now begin a temporary takeover. The enchantment clutch instinct had been activated. Where am I? Standing in a void of pure white, Lillian looked around with a raised eyebrow, confused and puzzled. Where is she? And what was she doing here? Figuring that she was able to stand on something, she identified that this place had a ground. But that still didn't explain much, though. She continued to look around, trying to find anything that would give her a hint of where she was, but there really was just only white here, not to a blinding or confusing degree, but enough to make you wonder. She stood in place, deep in thought, still wondering. However, that was only until, "Howdy, partner." She heard an extremely familiar voice call out to her from behind. Looking back, Lillian settled her gaze on a woman who was slightly taller than her. The woman had long brunette hair, bright green eyes, and a freckled face. She was an attractive young lady, but that wasn't what got Lillian S.'s attention. Staring intensely, Lillian S.'s gaze settled on a particular brown leather hat on top of their head. She was wearing a cowboy hat. It was Viesta. Viesta? Lillian fully turned herself around, facing the slightly taller woman with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Viesta smiled slightly and raised her hand, giving a small wave as she walked over to the white-haired girl. "Hey, yeah, Lillian. You here too, huh?" "Here," Lillian repeated in confusion before briefly remembering what happened to her. Unconsciously holding a hand over her lower abdomen, Lillian S.'s eyes shone slightly as a sad smile appeared on her face. "Ah, this is where the dead come through." "I sent it." Listening to what Lillian said, Viesta gave a wry smile as she stood before the girl. She nodded. "Yep, this is where the dead go through, while they wait for the mana within their corpse to dissipate into the atmosphere purgatory." Viesta then rubbed the back of her head, chuckling. "I guess this is how you're going to find out about me, huh?" Lillian, listening to the woman chuckle, smiled wryly with a complex look in her eyes, fists clenching to the point you could see her knuckles go white. "Yeah." Holding her hand out, Lillian stared down at her palm. She could still feel the warmth of her blood pumping through her hand. "This place really is magical." She tilted her head up to the sky with a look of amazement and a sad look. "I guess a place that S made for the dead should be that magical." "So, I guess I'm dead, huh?" Lillian asked the cowgirl, already knowing the answer to that. With her wound and that last attack from the Drowned King, she definitely died. Let's put a pin on that. "Huh?" Watching as a smiling Viesta flashed a finger gun at her, Lillian tilted her head but was then asked, "Let's go on a walk, Lillian." Viesta gently grabbed onto Lillian S.'s wrist and began to slowly pull her along, wandering deeper into the white void, much to Lillian S.'s confusion. "But why? There's nothing here to see." "That plan of yours, Lillian?" Viesta interrupted without looking back. "Did you plan for this to happen?" Lillian, briefly widening her eyes at the question, scratched the side of her cheek with a wry and self-mocking smile. "Do you mean me dying?" "Huh. I don't think any sane person would plan for their own death in a situation like this." "Okay, well, how about the part of your plan that involved me and the others, then? Did you really plan that we would be able to win against the Drowned King?" Surprised again by the question, Lillian wasted no time and answered without a hint of hesitation. "Yeah, there was no doubt in my mind that you would be able to do it." "Oh, really? That guy was incredibly strong." Viesta looked back with a large and incredulous grin. "And what?" "I remember him saying that he was only at 30 of his strength." "Quite the trust you had in us, huh?" Lillian tilted her head with a small smile. She also had a look in her eyes that made it seem that Viesta had said something weird. "You said I should trust in others, didn't you? And I was right too, considering you were what managed to give me and Niarlo a fighting chance." "Yeah, although we did lose our lives in the process." Viesta chuckled, albeit in a sad manner. "I figured. Where are the others, anyway?" "Oh, they're currently away right now." "I see." Remembering the sadness in Viesta S. chuckle, Lillian S. lips wobbled before stiffening. She then asked, "Do you hate me, Viesta? Don't you hate me? Because of me, all of us would have lost our lives for nothing." "Hate?" Viesta repeated quietly while holding her chin. "I guess I should, right? Because of you, I want to be able to go back home and meet everyone I love, right? You also broke our promise of getting us all out alive, didn't you?" "Yeah." Remembering the promise that she made, Lillian grabbed the side of her face with her free hand as she faced down. Guilt, regret, sadness, and disappointment in herself spread throughout her body. Without knowing, she murmured a thought out loud. "Ah, I broke another promise again. Viesta, hearing her sigh, laughed heartily. I don't hate you, Lillian. Even after we both died and you broke your promise. But why? Don't you want to punch me? Hit me? Scream at me? Because of me. I've already accepted that I would die at some point in my life. Viesta smiled, filled with self-acceptance of her current situation. When I entered my first trial, I just knew one day I would lose my life. It's just part of the life as a mage, you know? Viesta giggled, pinching the rim of her hat as she looked towards the white sky. We mages fight monsters, save people, get stronger, and fight even more monsters to save even more people. That's what being a mage is like. You asked for my opinion. I feel like that's quite the worthwhile purpose. Looking back at Lillian, she commented, on the contrary, Lillian, I admire you. I admire your ambition to grow stronger. I admire how brave you are to take on monsters that are many times stronger than you. And I admire how much of a hard worker you are. Lillian, she then paused for a second before adding. Chapter 5:11, Abyssal Reckoning. 6. She then paused for a second before adding. Lillian, on our short journey together, I have been able to gather these things about you. You're both knowledgeable of everything and yet ignorant of everything, especially about your feelings and state of mind. You're surrounded by others, but always appear so lonely inside, even if you manage to hide it well. It's as if you aren't used to being around people and are just trying to fit in as best you can. You're so physically strong, but so mentally weak at the same time, as if you're just putting on a facade so that you wouldn't make people think you are a burden. You're both extremely mature, but also comically childish at the same time, something that I usually find in people who didn't have the best of childhoods and needed to grow up fast. Did I get any of that right? Lillian, who continued to be pulled along by Viesta, fell silent at what she heard, as much as she might want to deny it. Viesta was right. Noticing that Lillian didn't have anything to say in response to what she said, Viesta kept silent as well, continuing to pull her along to God's knows where. After 1.5 kilometers, they soon came to a stop. Turning back around, Viesta faced the still, silent Lillian, who was avoiding her gaze. She sighed, scratching the back of her head before lowering her hand. She then asked after a moment of pause, Lillian, tell me, what is death to you? Huh? Lillian, raising her eyes to meet Viesta's serious gaze. Surprised and unprepared for the question, Lillian spat the first thing that came to her mind. Pain? End? MHM. Pain and end, huh? Viesta rubbed her chin with a curious look before nodding. How about birth, then? What is birth to you? Be birth? Lillian, now a little bit more prepared, answered, I guess, a beginning of a new life? Uh-huh. Well, do you want to know my opinion on the two of them? Without waiting for Lillian to answer, Viesta released her hand from the girl's wrist and placed it on Lillian's shoulder. In my eyes, they're fundamentally the same. Sure, conceptually they're two completely different things, but at the end of the day, there is one thing that they are connected by, and that thing is people, Lillian. People. When we die, at least a single person will spare us a thought. It could be in a negative way or a bad way. Same with birth. Some people might see our birth positively or negatively, depending on the situation, but they are still thinking about us. Now answer me this, Lillian, and think really hard. Who would remember you? It could either be fondly or negatively. Lillian widened her eyes. Well, a few people. I don't really spend much time with P. Yeah, that's fine. But that means there are people who would still think of you, right? Now, then, next question. Who do you think would think about you the most? It would obviously be my family, and Lillian's mind then lit up as the image of a certain assassin flashed through her mind, and Marionette. Good. Now, if you had to choose, which one of them would you be fine with forgetting about you entirely? Moving on. The most obvious and thoughtful answer would be all of them. She wouldn't want her death to affect either of them, especially her family, who had raised her. But she couldn't help but feel pain in her chest whenever she thought about Marionette. Why does she feel so hurt inside? Holding a hand over her chest, Lillian felt her heart throb harshly against her ribcage. She didn't want Marionette to forget about her. Was it selfish of her to think this way? Was it wrong for her to want to keep Marionette to herself? She wanted to keep everyone happy, especially Marionette, so why? Why does she want the person she loved so much to grieve and only think of her? Viesta, noticing that Lillian's eyes became reflective, pinched her hat and lowered it, causing it to cast a shade over her face that made it hard for the girl to see. She then asked one last question as the final nail into the stump that was Lillian. Lillian, if you were given one last chance at living, what would you do with it? What? I would do with it. Let us say you managed to get out of this place alive. What would you do? Thump, thump, thump. Lillian's heart beat rapidly as her mind began to enter several scenarios of this hypothetical situation. If she were given one more chance at living and managed to get out of this trial, what would she do? Marionette, drip, drip. Viesta, raising her eyes, gazed into Lillian's, which had begun to spill with wet and regretful tears. Lillian's face hardened, becoming ugly, which she tried to hide by firmly placing her hands against her face. She then thought about Viesta's question, but with more thought compared to the last ones. When Lillian first died that day, all those months ago, by that truck, she originally didn't have much motivation to keep on living, especially in such a dangerous world like this. In fact, in her old life, she was even looking forward to dying, but was too scared to go through with suicide. She wanted to be free from the pain of loneliness. But now it's different. If I had one more chance, at this moment in time, outside of the influence of adrenaline, the need to complete missions, the desire for victory, I would go see Marionette. She wanted to live, a genuine need to live. Drip, drip. With tears leaking through the gaps in her fingers, Lillian choked. I want to see her. I want to see her so bad. Lillian quickly lowered one of her hands to her heart, struggling to breathe because of how much it was beating, despite how frustrating and irritating she was. Marionette still wanted to be with her. No matter how weak she was, Marionette still thought past it for her. I want to see her. I want to hold her. I want to be with her, Viesta. I want to be with her more than ever. Lillian cried as she tried to wipe her tears. Not once in their relationship had she expressed how much she loved her, how much she truly meant to her. So, I want to tell her I love you. I want her to hear my confessions so many times to the point that will be what she remembers when she thinks about me. With a red and tear-streaked face, Lillian cried before looking toward Viesta and asking, Weird for asking that. Is it weird? I don't know anything about these sorts of things. Please tell me. Without a form of guide, Lillian was lost. A lost little girl still trapped in the past. Without her knowledge about the game as future events, she wouldn't even know what to do on her own besides trying to get by on her own. She needed to be told that she was doing something right. She needed to be told that she was working towards the right direction. There's nothing wrong about that. Confirmation. I would want to do that as well if I had someone I was interested in. Viesta placed a hand on the side of her left hip and smiled brightly. She then asked, You sure do love her a lot, huh? Lillian gulped and nodded, her throat parched. But she still managed to get out a response. I love her. I love her so much, more than anything in the world, even money. In fact, if I had to give up all of my prized possessions to be with her, I would do it in the blink of an eye. I have hundreds of thousands of semis, maybe even millions. Enough for someone to live a peaceful life without having to work a day in their life. And yet I would give them all up for her. Even if I were to lie bedridden because of some sickness and in poverty for the rest of my life, I would still do anything to be with her. And I want her to know that. All of. Lillian choked again as tears poured more, her face turning ugly again. All of that. I just want her to know how much I love her before I go. Viesta, watching as Lillian continued to break down into tears, nodded with a smile as she gestured to someone behind Lillian. Lillian, unaware of who was behind her, became startled as the faces of John and Emilio appeared behind her, holding onto her shoulders. Had they been there the entire time? Right as Lillian was about to quickly wipe her tears away to hide her pathetic state, she listened as Viesta called out her name. Well, you're in luck, Lillian, because you aren't dead. Well, half dead, but enough to arrive in purgatory temporarily. Viesta turned towards the white void and held a hand out, clutching onto something that resembled a doorknob, which should be been impossible, and pulled open what looked to be the exit out of purgatory. Lillian, stunned by what she heard, felt like she had been tricked into spilling out all of her feelings. Slightly embarrassed, Lillian felt both John and Emilio begin pushing her towards the open doorway. You got someone out there for you, Miss Lillian. Emilio commented. We can't let you stay here when you have a special someone, right? John glanced towards his young master. What about me then, sir? Cough. WL. Viesta, annoyed that the two were talking about something completely unrelated to this moment, scolded them before looking towards Lillian, who was looking out the doorway with a bit of hesitation. But then, she turned around once she felt Viesta's hand fall on her shoulder again. All right, I have one more thing to tell you. Lillian tilted her head, which signaled for Viesta to continue. All three of us, although dead because of you, aren't disappointed in you one bit, okay? Lillian, stunned and surprised by the sudden comment, unconsciously looked towards Emilio and John, who stood behind Viesta and watched as they began to nod firmly. They weren't disappointed in her, even when she was the cause. Lillian's lips trembled again as she felt emotional again, but unlike when she broke down just a few seconds ago, she held back her tears and smiled brightly. The light she lost momentarily quickly returned, which brought the three in front of her relief. Well then, I'll get going now, you guys. See you guys later. After wiping her eyes one last time, Lillian waved them off before turning back towards the door. But then, oh wait, I got one more thing to say. Viesta called out. Lillian, confused, turned back around again, but was then met with BM, a punch to the side of her face that knocked her through the doorway. Time slowed as she listened to Viesta's reason for this, who seemed to be smiling quite playfully at what she did. I guess I did want something for you getting me killed. After that, time resumed, and she began to fall into a dark void. But like the lighthouse to a rough storm, Viesta's voice broke through the world of darkness and reached her. We'll be watching both you and the captain from up here. Lillian, do your best out there, and remember to kick ASS out there. Chapter 512. Abyssal Reckoning. 7A ARG. NGH. Niarlo, who now had two bleeding stumps in place of his missing arms, was held up into the air by his neck, struggling, strangling the poor Farland. The drowned king's eyes shone with conflicting light. His eyes shone with respect for Captain's determination and ultimately his strength. But on the other hand, he stared at him with clear disdain for the Farland name. You have done well, Farland. Or was it Niarlo? HM. The drowned king slowly raised his other arm and hovered it before Niarlo's face, who reflectively turned away. The temperature from the Sea King's spiritual arm gave off a chill that caused Niarlo to shiver. Because of your crew, my body is no longer capable of pushing me towards my goal. Assuming that you're the captain, and the only one that is still alive, I'll be taking over your body as compensation. Placing his palm against Farland's face, he grabbed onto it tightly before beginning the process of invading Niarlo's mana realm with his soul. Niarlo, feeling a foreign substance enter within his body, tried to force it back with his mana, but failed as the purity of the drowned king's mana overwhelmed his. See crack. He could feel the shell around his mana core cracking, becoming breached and broken through by the Sea King's invasive mana. See crack. Little by little, more cracks formed. See crack. But then, something unexpected happened. Duza. 41 40's in the midst of his focus. The drowned king briefly opened his eyes as he felt the activation of mana in the air that wasn't his cause. He scanned Niarlo, but found it wasn't his doing either. How odd. The drowned king then took a glance upwards, nothing. He took a glance to his left, nothing. He took a glance behind him, nothing. Why was the mana around him so erratic all of a sudden? Deciding to look to the right, what he saw caused him to open his eyes. Far off into the distance, a plasmatic leviathan head emerged not in two, but in a singular but much greater size. Its eyes were blazing with a furious light as an orb of pulsating plasma manifested within its maw. Then, with a snap of his mouth, it opened its maw with an earth-shaking roar as the orb within its mouth exploded outwards into a light blue beam. It surged towards him, covering the gap in distance of roughly 50 meters in seconds, scorching over the coral and causing it to become blackened beyond recognition. Didn't this look similar to the attack his mount used? Before the drowned king knew it, the beam made contact with him, causing him to involuntarily let go of Niarlo, who was just out of reach of being hit with the beam as well. Niarlo coughed harshly, blood exiting out of his mouth as he fell. The drowned king, having been hit with the scorching beam, was being shredded apart as he was forced back by it. By repeatedly repairing his body, his time decreased even further. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. Once the beam finally ceased, he was only left with 2 minutes to spare. What in the world was that attack? Did his mount suddenly come back to life and attack him? The drowned king didn't know, but what he did know was that a person wrapped in obsidian chains was now before him. Bam! A fist wrapped in a black obsidian gauntlet crashed into the side of his face, causing him to lean to one side, surprised by the sudden attack. Then, he leaned out of the way as a swish. Black Odachi sliced past him. Taking a step back, he managed to grasp a clear sight of the attacker before him. White hair that was partially dyed red in blood, alabaster clear skin that was pale with blood loss, and sparkly blue eyes that had partially lost their light. It was a woman, wrapped around her arms and primarily around her lower abdomen. And gauntlets were smooth obsidian chains that seemed to puppeteer her body around. The black maw was wrapped in chains by the hilt as well, connected with Lillian's hand. She was still fighting. The drowned king leaned back again, dodging yet another swipe of Lillian Odachi before being met with another punch to the side of his face. Bam! Knocked to the side, the drowned king was met with another punch to the face. Bam! Despite these attacks being slow enough for him to dodge. Why couldn't he dodge? Bam! Could it be that his sluggishness was due to the fact that he was nearing the end of how long he could exist? Thud! Thud! Raising both of his hands and catching Lillian's punches, the drowned king glared down at the girl's eyes, which seemed to reflect back a sort of madness. He watched as she pulled her head back before delivering a direct BM headbutt on his nose. Gritting his teeth, he shot Niarlo a glance before shifting his gaze back to Lillian. With how much time he had left, he couldn't be picky about the gender of the body he wanted to take over. Releasing his hand on Lillian's hand, he grabbed onto her face with a firm grip. After sending forth his mana, he knocked against Lillian's mana shells, able to break through them easily with their gap in tears and mana purity. He then unraveled his spiritual body and entered through every orifice on Lillian's face. Soon enough, upon entering through Lillian's mana realm, where her soul was held, he found himself under a clear blue sky and a sea that presumably stretched on for eternity. That was when he spotted a feminine figure off in the distance. Upon returning from purgatory, Lillian was left inside her mana realm. It seemed that her gauntlets finally took effect. How was it doing? Was it winning for her? She didn't know. Your mana realm is being invaded. Lillian, who was admiring the beautiful, blue and cloudy sky of her mana realm, slowly turned around, finding a tall and bare-chested man in her realm. It was the drowned king, but he seemed different. His body was covered in spiritual flames, meeting his sharp golden eyes. She turned around fully to face him before glancing at the scenery behind the drowned king. The water behind him took on a much murkier appearance, as the sky above him was replaced with a coral ceiling instead of its previous serene, cloudy sky. Lillian smiled a bit, watching as the drowned king looked around her mana realm with clear interest. How is it? It's quite the relaxing place, isn't it? Yours isn't that much different from mine. The drowned king responded with folded arms. Apart from his coral ceiling, Lillian S. and his were fundamentally the same. The only other difference was that they could stand on the flat sea without the use of mana. That was what the Drowned King thought at first. He didn't know why, but standing inside this mana realm made him awfully calm and relaxed. Shaking his head, he refocused his attention on Lillian. He then began to slowly walk towards him. Lillian, seeing this, smiled slightly and began to walk towards him as well. Once reaching each other, they stopped, locking eyes. Then, without any warning from the two of them, their fists shot out towards each other's faces. Bam! X2 the Drowned King's right fist crashed into Lillian S. left cheek. Lillian S. right fist crashed into the Drowned King's left cheek. Although Lillian was within her mana realm, she doubted she had enough mana to do much. So, bam! An all-out fistfight was her best option. Wasn't it ironic? Although the two of them were individuals granted magical abilities that were capable of many things, they still resorted to the most primal solution to solve their issues. Bam! Their fists. Chapter 5:13. Abyssal Reckoning. 8 Lillian, who usually resorted to long-range attacks with her water magic or weapons, was throwing punch after punch. Bam! The Drowned King, who was used to fighting with his harpoon, was throwing punch after punch as well, meeting Lillian head-on with cold indifference. Bam! With a punch to the side of Lillian's head. She stumbled back, clearly dazed. Right as she was about to fix her balance, she was knocked off it again by another blow to the side of her head. Due to the Drowned King's size and stronger body, Lillian was obviously at a disadvantage when it came to physical prowess. Bam! 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 The Drowned King landed blow after blow on Lillian, who tried her best to block them. In between each punch he threw, the Drowned King muttered inquisitively, "Why don't you give up? In terms of physical might, I still reign above you." Bam! What reason is there for you to keep on fighting? Bam! 3 of your companions are already dead, with your captain soon following them along with you. Bam! Just give up and let me take over your body, woman. Lillian stumbled back, her face bruised and bloodied from repeated blows to her head. By now, her brain was rattled, and her mind was going through the loops. She felt like she could collapse at any moment. And yet, give up? She still managed to remain on her feet. With a fire burning inside her heart, Lillian locked eyes with the Drowned King, her eyes glowing with a determined light to remain standing. You want me to give up? Ha! I can't do that. TCH. Such stubbornness will only delay the inevitable. Charging towards Lillian, the Drowned King raised his right fist and twisted his torso, throwing a mean right hook that would definitely leave a crack on Lillian's skull. But right as the fist was about to make contact with the side of Lillian's skull, Lillian had already moved. Using her shorter stature to her advantage, Lillian delivered a strong uppercut to the Drowned King that managed to knock him back a step. A dash. Before the Drowned King could even recover, Lillian had already taken a step forward to follow up on her attack. Bam! 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 With each punch she landed, the Drowned King took a step back. Although there were times when his counterattacks managed to land, she still kept up the pressure. Bam! 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 Lillian didn't know how long it had been since they started their brawl. Has it been seconds? Minutes? Hours? She was sure, but what she did know was that, drip, she had managed to cause the Drowned King to bleed. Despite the sheer difference in strength between them, Lillian managed to cause him to bleed and bruise. But she wasn't that much different from him. Drip, drip. Lillian, taking a step forward, raised her fist again with an intense look in her glowing eyes. The Drowned King did the same, his eyes equally as intense. Bam! X2 splash. Lillian flew back, falling on her back from the Sea King's blow. She watched as he stumbled back instead of flying like her. The Drowned King, once regaining his balance, wiped his bloodied and bruised face with the back of his hand before cringing at the fact that Lillian was getting up again. He then asked one more time with obvious annoyance, "Answer me. What reason is there for you to keep on fighting? You've already lost." Breathing heavily, Lillian gave a small smile as she responded in a hoarse voice, "A promise." "What?" The drowned king, confused, straightened his back with a questionable look on his face. Lillian, noticing the look she was getting, smiled even wider. I promised my group I would get them out of here alive no matter what. So, as long as I'm still alive. Then we haven't lost yet. You are doing all of this for a mere promise? The drowned king shouted, clearly baffled that all the events that led up to this point were because of some promise. If what you say is true and that you're truly doing this for a promise, then evidence further points towards the fact that you lost. The drowned king, unexpectedly emotional, raised his voice even further. You had failed them, disappointed them. In the end, you couldn't keep your promise, so give up and just stay down, Dash. That's where you're wrong, Raguda. The drowned king, stiffening at the fact that the woman before him knew his name, was about to inquire how she knew that piece of information, but kept quiet for what she was about to say. My companions aren't disappointed in me one bit. In fact, right now, I bet they're still watching our brawl inside my mana realm as we speak. Feeling a genuine smile tug at her lips, Lillian grinned. And I have one more promise to keep. And that would be... The drowned king, clearly impatient, asked. I made a promise to myself. For someone who is waiting for me back home. Lillian slowly moved her body into a stance, raising her right fist as water began to wrap around it. I promised myself that the next time I get to see them, I'll tell them how much I love them, how much they meant to me. With a warm gaze, she stared into the drowned king's eyes, who had slightly widened them. You once knew what it was like to have someone you love wait for you back home, right? Raguda, captain of the Leviathan Drowners of the Noah's Arkansas, Raguda, hearing his name and past title and role, placed a hand over half of his face as he thought about what Lillian had said. Yes, that's right. It had been so long that, besides his burning hatred for humans and a certain bloodline, he had almost forgotten what he was like before when he became a Sea King. He had a wife, kid, and an entire fleet, didn't he? Chapter 514. Abyssal Reckoning? 9. Yindi Raguda, POV. I remember it like it was yesterday when I returned to Noah's Ark after my shift was over for the day. The work of a captain was stressful. The need to constantly be on guard for both fools and monsters was tiring. The residents of Noah's Ark were even more of a pain to deal with due to their constant needs and wishes. Daddy, how was work? Ha ha ha. I still remember the feeling of her weight as I picked her up. Work is all good, my dear. Noisy. But everything is well when I remember when I have you and Mommy to come back to. Raising my eyes from my daughter, I looked toward my wife, who had appeared from around the corner. Long brown hair, green eyes, and a freckled face. Oh, Raguda, come home already? She was the most beautiful person I've ever met in my life. And ultimately, the one I fell for. Huh? Why wouldn't I, Jenna? When I have a lovely wife and daughter at home waiting for me. If I had a choice, I would retire as a captain to live the rest of my life with my family. It had always been a dream of mine to have such a peaceful life. But unfortunately, such a dream in this world was more difficult to achieve than some might think. What the hell? Why are we steering in this direction? One day, I found out that the other captains had made a decision on where Noah's Ark should head without me, and towards the territory of the Storm King, no less. Why didn't any of you bastards tell me about this, Dash? Oh, calm down, matey. With an arm wrapped around my neck, I looked at the cause. Who was the one in charge of all of this damn drama? William Rupert Farland, the supposed strongest out of the four of us, and some of the other two captains follow like pets because of his strength. We went traveling too far into there. We discovered there was land somewhere there. You know that we've been running a bit low on supplies, so a little excursion shouldn't do too much harm. And plus, your guys, plus me, can get through that sea easily. I listened to his reasoning and sighed. He was right. These days, the materials needed to repair Noah's Ark after each attack have been getting fewer and fewer. But I wish I had done something to change my mind back then. Captain, the Storm King found us. Because of this fool's decision to tread into the Storm King's sea, we were discovered by the Storm King himself. Although most of the ships managed to make it out in one piece, including Noah's Ark. My fleet couldn't be said the same. I cradled my family in my arms as I protected them against the harsh winds and rain, feeling them shiver at the sound of thunder. To think the day they decided to visit me at work would be the day we were met with a storm like this. As I continued to protect them, I remembered spotting a person through the storm and also being able to hear his damn voice. "Raguda, are you there?" "Yeah," I screamed back. Even if I hated his voice and the way he spoke, I would be lying if I said I wasn't glad I could hear him. "Get over here and help us, damn it. Our sails and rudders are damaged. I can't. All the chains and rope to hook onto your ship are missing." What? Could it be that the storm had ripped them away? Preposterous. Gritting my teeth, I remembered shouting, "Then take my family, my fleet, and I will be fine." I was lying. With the storm that we were in, only a divine intervention would be able to save us. But at least my family could be saved, right? Right? William? William, are you there? I know you can hear me. Without even knowing my family, my entire fleet, and I were abandoned, did that man really believe that saving his family was too much for him? Wasn't he strong? Didn't he boast about being the strongest of the four? You bastard. Didadi. After my yell, I looked down at my daughter, who looked up at me with shivering fear. Will we be okay? Don't worry, Januda, Daddy is strong. I promised to protect both you and Mommy. That was what I hoped. Soon enough, the storm became even worse, destroying the ship I was standing on and pulling everything down into a whirlpool along with my family, who were ripped from my arms. I lost everything. My ship, my fleet, and my family. Yes, Raguda's eyes reflected sadness as he remembered his past. I understand what you are feeling. I, too, had someone I loved to come back to. Lillian nodded with a sad smile, twisting the water that was wrapped around her fist rapidly. Then, you know what I'm fighting for, right? Then, you must know that I can't break either promises I made. Raguda, raising his eyes to meet Lillian and dropping his hand away from his face, stared at the girl's fist and found a rapidly spinning water drill around it. "I suppose you wish to end this fight of ours with one last attack. Scared?" Hearing the girl's response, Raguda's face twitched. But then, a small smile appeared for some reason. "Scared? Before I answer that, answer me this. What is your name, blessed?" "My name? Ha!" Feeling a bit of pride that someone like Raguda wished to know her name, Lillian yelled proudly. Yelling the name she had been called and used since the moment she transmigrated into this world. Lillian Ker Arius. "I see." Bending his knees, Raguda expended the last amount of mana he had stored within his body to form a harpoon made of water, causing his body to begin cracking. "I, Raguda, am scared. Lillian Ker Arius. I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to achieve my goal for revenge, and that I would disappoint those that I lost. Now, how about you? Are you not afraid that you may lose your life?" Lillian, seeing that the drowned king had accepted her challenge for one last attack, smiled self-deprecatingly as she raised her drill higher, making it spin even faster. I'm scared as well." Lillian's heart clenched, fear making itself obvious. However, just a moment after, that fear vanished. Upon relaxing and allowing confidence and bravery to appear once again inside her heart, Lillian took a strong step forward. "But even if I'm scared, not returning back to those waiting for me is even scarier. Then come. If you wish to return back to those you love, then show me your resolve." Lillian Ker Arius. With a rapid dash, the two charged towards each other for one last clash. The clash that would end it all. The clash that would decide the control of Lillian's body and the fate of the loser. Pulling her arm back, Lillian spun her drill even faster. Using every ounce of mana she had recovered into this attack. Raguda pulled back his arm and gripped his harpoon. At this very moment, he could dodge Lillian's attack and kill her instantly. And yet, ding dee zee zee. He didn't. The two clashed. The sound of Lillian's drill scraping against the tip of Ruguta's harpoon as they were then locked into a furious stalemate. Lillian, seeing that Ruguta didn't decide to dodge and counterattack easily, smiled widely at the man, who seemed to smile back as cracks began to form across his body. "D's easy." The water of the sea below them rippled as their intense clash caused the aura to whip outwards wildly. Lillian gritted her teeth, feeling her arm growing sore as she felt like she was pushing her muscles to their very limit. "D's easy splash." "NGH." Lillian let out a groan, watching as a layer around her drill shattered and fell apart. She was being forced back. Was this her limit? No, it wasn't. As long as I, NGH dash, as long as she had strength in her legs and mana inside her body. No matter dash, no matter how impossible the task was. ILL keep on fighting. She'll keep fighting. She won't give up, and she would rather die than break another promise. If she couldn't overcome an obstacle with her current self, then she just had to bypass her current conceptual limits. And D's easy splash. Breakthrough. Shattering through another layer of her drill, Lillian screamed out again, her eyes flashing intensely with a blinding light as her resolve to win exploded. And with that explosion, she was finally splashbished. Drip, 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 able to break through. "You have slain a master maw, Ruguta. The Drowned King, you have gained a shard 50 of the final boss. The Drowned King, Ruguta, has been defeated by Lillian Ker Arius and Niarlo Farland. All bosses needed for completion have been achieved." The Jester's trial, titled The Resolve Against the Sinking Feelings, has come to an end. Total time of battle, 1 hour and 7 minutes, Chapter 515. The meeting with captains? Under a storm that was large enough to encompass an entire country. A titanic ship that ran on both machinery and magic was in the middle of a harsh war between man and sea beasts. For large fleets that surrounded this titanic metal ship fought back against a swarm of leviathans that appeared from under an entire island that had unexpectedly surfaced with the help of a humongous bubble. It appeared to be the ruins of some powerful being in history. At the forefront of all the chaos, a tall individual stood at the bow of his ship, his clothes dyed in blood, as well as his large black beard. This was Captain Right Hook, and standing behind him were the other 3 captains, along with his second-in-command, Volcrum, who had prepared a group of sacrifices for his ability. "ARR, let us keep up the pressure, and put these eels back to sleep, you're all," simultaneously pulling out their weapons. They all rushed towards the sea of leviathans and began to plow away through for Noah's Ark to arrive on the 3-Temple Island. With an obscene amount of speed, they hacked and pierced through the army of leviathans, while narrowly avoiding fatal attacks that would meant instant death. Their experience in battle kept them alive. However, even if they were to perish in battle, with the help of Volcrum's ability, they would only be brought back to life an effective contingency plan. After roughly an hour had passed, they had finally cleared out the leviathans around them, of course, with the help of their crew on the powerful heavy weapons of Noah's Arkansas stepping foot on the island. They scoured around, turning over every rock or cracked brick they could find. With their search, they didn't discover anything that could be considered useful or noteworthy. Had the trip here been a waste of time and resources? Captain Right Hook scratched the back of his head, evidently distressed. If the journey to this island truly was a waste of resources, then his reputation would surely take a hit. Not only him, but the other captains too. He couldn't let that happen. "Have you found anything?" "A temple. We found one of the temples." The captain of the Leviathan Drowner yelled back, joyfully. Delight and excitement flashed through Captain Right Hook's eyes. He knew the call here wasn't in vain. This island truly did have temples. After rushing over to the discovered temple, their eyes sparkled at the size of the temple, but soon darkened as they were met with an entire army of undead pirates, something that caused them to freeze. But Just an army of the dead. Wasn't T going to stop them from plundering the temple of all of its valuable resources? Perhaps they could even find a divine treasure. Captain Righthook pulled back his arm, which was holding his cutlass, and held it in place, flexing his muscles. Then, after a dramatic pause, he swung horizontally with a burst of mana. He then roared out, "First technique of the deep SEA hunter. Tidebreaker slash." What occurred after could only be jaw-dropping for an illusory wave that was more like a disastrous tsunami rushing out from his blade, reaching a height of 100 meters. It collapsed onto the undead and crushed them near instantly, reducing them to dust and putting them to actual eternal rest. Once they got rid of the obstacle, they strolled over to the double doors of the temple, which seemingly began to open on their own. They flinched and immediately got into a stance, their reflexes built from the countless years of battle at sea. They scrutinized the gates, and when they discovered nothing hostile about it, they moved through the gap it had opened up, which was large enough for all of them to enter through. Upon walking in, they were met with the smell of death and plant life. Their eyes wandered all over the dimly lit inside of the temple. There was a corpse of a black man with a hole through his heart, another being a young man with a gaping hole through his lower abdomen, and lastly, a woman with a hole through their heart, similar to the first corpse. And at the end of this hall was a rather imposing beast on two legs that stood at a height of around 8 feet. Its head was in the form of a deer skull with a crown of bones melded into it. Its skin was black, and its muscles were skinny to the point you could even make the outline of its bones. Currently, this beast was standing over a shriveled corpse of what seemed to be a bare-chested man with tattoos. Immediately assuming he was the cause of the death of these people, they went into position, intending to destroy the threat. The Jungle Lord, having restored his vitality using the corpse of the drowned king, didn't he expect to be attacked suddenly? The lights in his eyes flickered a bit. Currently, he wasn't in a joyful mood for a battle. At this present moment, he was experiencing something he hadn't felt before. When his group had defeated the drowned king, he had gone through an unexpected change in his psyche. He felt more aware. Right before the captains were about to close in on the Jungle Lord, the Wendigo, Kra. Suddenly, it roared out with an unbelievable amount of pressure. And inside that short span of time between his roar and their charge towards him, he suddenly vanished. The pillars within the temple that had yet to fall were shattered instantly upon contact with the vines. With the response from the Jungle Lord against their assault, a rapid battle ensued inside the enclosed space. And only after a minute or two had passed, they ceased their battle as someone stumbled into the hall. Captain Righthook, seeing as the Jungle Lord paused mid-attack, felt something amiss and decided to turn his back to the Wendigo. He looked back and settled his gaze on a beautiful young woman with white hair and blue eyes. She was also carrying someone. Lillian, having managed to defeat the drowned king, awoke back in her physical body that was throbbing in pain. After drinking a health potion and draining the remaining vitality from the fresh monster corpses in her ring, Lillian quickly looked for Niarlo to find of doing the same. Fortunately, they were both still alive. The unfortunate part, however, was that the mana realm had now completely been shattered due to the existence of the drowned king no longer within it. They fell out of the sky, startled but mildly prepared. Flashing her hand out and creating a cushion of water large enough to catch them, they landed safely. What would been a time to celebrate? As they only had a few minutes before the exit portal appeared, Lillian and Niarlo both dashed towards the temple. Partway through, Lillian had to carry the man due to his legs giving out on him. He had overexerted his body in that battle with the drowned king. Upon arriving at the front of the temple, Niarlo, who was in Lillian's arms, widened his eyes as he found the remains of crushed undead, which numbered perhaps around 100 or more. But it was that interesting enough for Lillian to stop moving towards the entrance. And the moment she entered through the gap in the double doors, she immediately dodged as a stray attack, as SHWIP almost hit her. However, because of her dodge, those who were inside the temple were now aware of her presence. They instantly stopped what they were doing and gazed at her. Lillian looked at them, each individually, recalling each and every one of their faces before looking at the corpses of her group. Viesta, Emilio, and John were still lying strewn across the ground, but without any further damage that had happened just recently. Sighing in relief that their bodies weren't any further damaged, Lillian glanced down at Niarlo to find him wide-eyed and staring at someone with absolute focus. She then heard him whisper incredulously, "Captain Right Hook." Lillian looked up, and she found a tall man with a large black beard staring at them and a metal hook for a right hand. He was also eyeing her a bit too much. Lillian gulped. After placing Niarlo down on the ground, Lillian turned away from Captain Right Hook and towards a tall blond man, Volcrum, who still had a few criminals attached to him by leashes. Volcrum, seeing the approach of the woman, instantly took an offensive stance, and so did those who he came with. But then, thud, "Please." He watched as the woman dropped to her knees and placed her forehead to the ground in a desperate manner. Watching as the woman kowtowed to him, Volcrum took an unconscious step back, cautious but also curious at what Lillian was currently up to. However, he soon got the gist when he heard, "Please, Volcrum of the Blackbeard Cutlass, please bring my friends back." Chapter 516. Interrogated and running out of time? Volcrum stared down at the girl's prostrating figure, surprised and startled by her request. He took a glance around the hall again. She spoke of companions. Didn't she? He eyed the 3 corpses lying strewn around the hall with a glint of realization in his eyes. He then turned to his captain, Captain Right Hook, for his opinion. Running his hand through his beard, Captain Right Hook focused all of his attention on the girl. He pondered deeply and threw a glance towards the Jungle Lord, who had ceased all sorts of hostility towards him and his group. Why was that? Analyzing the way the Wendigo was gazing at Lillian, the captain concluded that this monster seemed to be part of Lillian's group as well. Could it be this monster was actually a human in disguise? Scrutinizing the Wendigo, he sensed a strange mana signature coming off of it. It was unlike anything he had sensed before. But if this Wendigo was truly human, then they must be a blessed and a powerful one at that for managing to hold their own against him and the other captains for a few minutes. But if this monster was actually this girl as companion, was this beast not the cause of her companion's death? He watched as the girl slowly raised her forehead from the ground and turned towards him, almost as though she had figured out that he was the one in charge of this decision. Seeing the desperate look in her beautiful blue eyes, the captain felt a sort of pride in his chest. He indeed was the one in charge of this decision. "ARR, tell me, little lassie, do you know the cause of your companion's unfortunate demise?" The white-haired girl nodded timidly and pointed towards the shriveled corpse of the drowned king, which had acted as fuel for the Jungle Lord's regeneration. The identity of that corpse is one of the 4 mighty sea kings, more specifically the drowned king, a sea king. X5 shock and disbelief appeared in the eyes of each individual captain and Volcrum. The prisoners held by a leash even began to whisper amongst each other, frightened that they were just in an arm's reach from what might actually be the body of a sea king. There was a myth that being in the presence of a sea king could bring a lifetime of misfortune onto the person. Apart from the captain of the Leviathan Drowners, the other captains were able to discern the truth in what the girl had stated. Due to their experience out at sea and their encounter with the Storm King several years ago, they were able to detect that the mana signature from the drowned king's corpse were rather similar to the Storm King. So then, that would mean both this beast here, and those 3 bodies over there had managed to put the Sea King down. Captain Right Hook scratched the scalp under his hat, finding it hard to believe before turning to the captain of the Seagull Brigade, whose eyes were glowing a bit. An activation of an ability. The girl speaks the truth. "You're pulling my peg leg," Captain Right Hook shouted, baffled, before pointing at the Jungle Lord with his thumb. "Besides this beast, none of them have even gotten their 4th blessing, much less 3rd, besides that one over there," Captain Right Hook commented while pointing at Niarlo. Right as the captain of the Seagull Brigade was about to respond, the white-haired girl interjected. The Drowned King was in a highly weakened state because of his war against the Storm King, so he only had about 30 of his power. Listening to her words, the Seagull Brigade captain activated his lie detector ability again before nodding. She speaks the truth. And, if I remember correctly, there was indeed a report given to me about high amount of activity happening in the Thundering Seas a while back, although I can't prove if it was a war like this girl speaks about yet. All right then, what's your name? Lassie? Lillian continued to be interrogated by the captains while under the prying eyes of the Seagull Brigade captain. If you're defeated the Drowned King, why was it that Yar and Yar partner over there were outside this temple? We were fighting against the lingering soul of the Drowned King, who was the cause of bringing this entire ruin to the surface of the sea. At this moment in time, Lillian was just following the script of dialogues from the game in hopes of them working. Although there were a few unexpected questions here and there, she was able to satisfy them without setting off their lie detector. 2M59's taking a glance at the timer, Lillian screamed desperately inside her mind. Come on. Please just resurrect them already. While we are on this island. And does this place truly have 3 temples? This place doesn't have 3 temples, no? In fact, my companions and I were on the island that you all were presumably after, but then we fell into this ruin. How'd you all fall? The island suddenly crumbled. The captain of the Seagull Brigade raised an eyebrow as he muttered again. Yes. Speaking the truth, Lillian internally sighed in relief, thankful that she didn't have to prove anything that she said. Captain Righthook brushed his hand through his beard, visibly surprised that Lillian had not once spoken of a single or disguised lie. He then turned to Volcrum. Lillian, watching as the bearded man turned towards his second-in-command, felt jubilant. It was finally happening. But to not do anything that may cause what should be predetermined to go off course. Lillian continued to remain prostrating on the ground. However, what she didn't expect happened next. She was asked a question. Oi, how were you aware that this person before you was capable of raising the dead? Captain Righthook asked, rather suspicious of Lillian. Are you perhaps a criminal that fled off of Noah's Ark to escape being used as a sacrifice? Lillian, slowly sitting up, was met with a swift kick that she narrowly blocked. With her back scraping the ground from the kick, she was left utterly confused. She didn't remember this ever happening. She even prostrated before Volcrum, just as intended, before shifting her entire attention to the narcissistic captain. After a roll, Lillian leapt back to her feet, cautious, and 1M20's desperate for time. What was it between what she did in the game and here any different? Could it be the way she expressed herself? The way she spoke? The impression she gave off? Even if she wasn't a very good actor, she still acted out the game's dialogue well enough. The Millis aura. In the game, the Millis aura was a term used to define the unconscious aura around Millis that affected those around her, making them more inclined to open up to her. Although there were a few exceptions, like Marionette, who was completely immune to Millis' charms, it was still effective, TCH. As Lillian did her best to dodge Captain Righthook's casual swings to put her on the ground, she gritted her teeth. Deciding there was no other option, she revealed her biggest secret. Chapter 517. The Exit Portal? I'm not a criminal. With her back against the wall, and her hands raised frantically in surrender and defense, Lillian shouted, I just know the future. Captain Righthook, having swung his fist, instantly paused it right before Lillian's face. His eyes slowly widened at what he heard. Seeing that she had captured the man's attention, Lillian gulped and continued. I know the future. That's why I know that you guys are able to bring my companions back to life. The god. Was it the god of futures that blessed Yar? No, the god of fate, with the unbelievable words echoing into his ear canals. The captain slowly turned back to the Seagull Brigade captain and found him nodding his head a bit, just as shocked. She speaks the truth again. Impossible. Quiet gasps filled the room. The ability granted to the captain of the Seagull Brigade never failed and was always right thus. This added even more weight to Lillian's words, and the fact that she was granted by a god that held control over the concept of fate of all things held even more weight. Turning back to the girl, Captain Righthook slowly muttered, Yar. How far can yours see? Gulp. Gulping again. Lillian muttered quietly already in too deep to back out now. I know of a great darkness that would someday become the vessel of the cause of all the world's chaos. And only I know of it, so. Lillian straightened her back, adopting a look of confidence. It would be in your best interest to revive my companions, Captain of the Blackbeard Cutlass. Captain Righthook took an unconscious step back, continuing to gaze at Lillian's face before narrowing his eyes slowly. Taking a step forward and leaning his face closer, he tried to intimidate the girl. You speak as though you have leverage over me. Little girl, what makes you think that your I will do as you ask? Because I know something that you wouldn't want anyone outside of the people here to know, the fear of the unknown. Who knows when a beast you cannot fight will appear? Who knows when the chance to gather material to repair Noah's Ark may appear? Lillian bowed. So please revive my companions, and my gratitude towards you will be plentiful. We're all fighting for the same goal, the betterhood of humanity. So why not have some better fighters on your ship? Captain Righthook, seeing as Lillian bowed towards him, looked towards the captain of the Seagull Brigade and found him frowning slightly. Not because he detected lies in what Lillian said, but because he could no longer tell. To use his ability, he needed to have constant eye contact with the individual. However, with the fact that Lillian hadn't spoken a single lie or anything suspicious, he decided it wasn't necessary to authenticate her words by giving away how his ability worked. And this was all part of Lillian's plan. Honesty truly does build trust between people, even strangers. But not only that, by mentioning the god of fate, who she had long suspected to be the mysterious Lady Luck, it would make them much more hesitant to oppose her. For no one foolish enough would dare go against a person blessed by fate itself. Lillian watched as Volcrum stood before each of her companions' corpses. Her eyes shone as a childlike emotion appeared within her chest, watching as a warm and embracing light emerged from the man's staff. Squinting through the light, she watched as the criminals who were leashed screamed their voices out to be freed. However, much to their misfortune, they weren't let free as their souls were, and dormant mana was offered to Purgatory. And in exchange, Purgatory responded back with souls of its own. It was a divine spectacle that captured Lillian's attention, but not enough to where worry began to appear within her heart. 0M5. She clutched the air tightly, transforming her hands into fists as her knuckles turned white. 0M4's Lillian watched, her body tensed as Volcrum still hadn't finished. Her eyes darkened, and fear gripped her heart. 0M3's raising her right hand, she clutched the necklace wrapped around her neck as she prayed that Volcrum would make it in time. Please, 0M2's, she had waited 7 days for this contingency. She had planned for this. So please, 0M, once please go as planned. 0M0 soon enough. The light from Volcrum's staff died down, but the corpses of Iesta, Emilio, and John remained unmoving. Then, without even a sound of warning, this world will now be plunged into a state of stillness. The entire world around here became monochrome. You have 3 minutes to make your way to the exit portal. Thud. Lillian collapsed on her knees as she watched the world's colors drain away, replaced by shades of black and white. The colors of her clothes, her eyes, the color of her blood too, they all turned shade of black or white. Everyone, apart from her and Niarlo, was trapped in a state of stillness, unmoving, including the only person who could bring back the dead. But I. Lillian's eyes became blank as she muttered in a broken voice, but I did everything right. Why? Why aren't you guys alive yet? Lillian gazed at Viesta's body, her face wrinkling as the muscles around her eyes tried to hold back a flood. She gripped the charm of her necklace harder as she felt like she would have a heart attack any moment. Niarlo, who had broken out of his daze after meeting Captain Righthook again, made his way over to Lillian and grabbed her by the arm, tried to pull her up to her feet. Come on, matey. We have to get going, or else we'll fall. Lillian slowly turned her head towards Niarlo like a broken cog. She bit her bottom lip and clenched her jaw as she wiped her nose and eyes with the back of her arm. Standing up properly, she looked towards the exit gate, which had manifested right behind the corpse of the drowned king. Gazing at the swirling green portal in the distance, Lillian began to walk forward before stopping before Viesta. She should bring back her body. Crouching down beside Viesta, Lillian held a hand out to her, hovering it above her, but then she realized something. The wounds on Viesta's body had disappeared. Even the wound that caused her death had vanished. In surprise, Lillian looked towards the others and found them to have the same condition. Could it be that Volcrum's ability was almost finished? Lillian gritted her teeth, feeling even more despair as she turned her head away from Viesta. After a moment, Lillian breathed in a deep sigh before turning back. But then, boo! Vuvaf. Chapter 518. Arrival to an awaited end of an experienced WWAH-. Lillian shot back, falling on her rear as she jolted from the unexpected spook. Placing a hand over her chest, Lillian's breath and heart rate became rapid as she stared at the face of a now sat-up Viesta, whose complexion wasn't as cold or pale compared to her deceased state. The rabbit couldn't believe her eyes as she met the living gaze of her friend, who summoned a cowboy hat and wore it, adjusting it slowly. Viesta raised an open hand and waved. Howdy, partner. This is a bit awkward now. ISNT-. Viesta. Lillian lunged at her with open arms, screaming her name as she embraced the woman tightly, with wobbly eyes glad that her plan truly did work out as planned. Viesta chuckled at the unexpected physical contact, but accepted it nonetheless. She then looked towards the two corpses beside her and watched as they slowly sat up as well, giving Lillian a fright just like she did. And just like a rabbit in a thunderstorm, Lillian jolted back, causing laughter to erupt from the three used-to-be-dead individuals. Niarlo, who was on the verge of doubting his magic teacher, Volcrum, bursted out into laughter at Lillian's reaction to their resurrection. After Viesta's laughter died down, she slowly brought her gaze down to her palms, sensing her vitality and the beating of her heart return ever so steadily. It was truly magical. This is crazy. So this is what it's like to be brought back to life. Why do I feel so cold? Viesta asked, expecting no response. Niarlo came up from the side and explained, if your body is feeling cold, then it means that your body has lost all of its previous warmth. Judging by how cold this hall is, I wouldn't doubt that your LL get warmer eventually. I see. Raising her gaze from her hand and away from Niarlo, Viesta settled her stare back on Lillian to find her. Pouting at her. Lillian, who was appreciative that she almost had a heart attack 3 times in the span of under a minute, pouted at the three, Viesta, Emilio, and John. After Viesta had explained that when they were listening in from purgatory, they planned to play a prank on her, her explanation caused Lillian to pout even harder. Soon enough, Lillian's pout disappeared as a warm smile stretched across her once pouty lips. She felt her heart finally calm down. However, a bit of her was still skeptical, so, another hug? Viesta asked, not expecting another hug from Lillian. The rabbit smiled, nodding as she could feel the subtle sensation of Viesta's heart beating through her chest. Just making sure. Lillian then went on to do the same thing to Emilio and John, albeit not on the level of a hug, just a tap or a hand on their shoulder. They weren't that close for such physical contact. After a hearty, brief moment of chatter, they finally got back up to their feet and made their way over to the exit portal. Don't take too long in here, Lillian. Viesta chuckled as she walked into the portal alive. Lillian nodded, watching as Emilio, Viesta, and John made their way into the oval-shaped green swirl before looking back at Niarlo, who was in a daze. The petite man gazed silently at his captain, who remained frozen in time. An indescribable feeling appeared in his chest, as he didn't expect to meet the person that he had been meaning to meet after so long. Although Captain Righthook wouldn't be able to hear or acknowledge what he was about to do, he still felt it was appropriate. Niarlo took a deep 90-degree bow and began to speak his parting words in a different way than usual. Thank you, Captain, for all that you've done for me. Thank you for taking me into your crew and training me. Unlike back then, when you found me in the stomach of that beast, I've become much stronger. If I didn't have a time limit for what I have to say, I would have told you all of the great stories and tales I made and came across in my time out at sea. Niarlo smiled as he rose from his bow. But I can tell you one thing with my time remaining, which would be that I had never once been led astray because of my gut, the same one you told me to believe in. After saying that, and even giving a captain a brief hug, Niarlo confidently strolled over exit portal and looked back at Lillian. He smirked, adopting an all-too-familiar manner of speaking. You look like you have some business left in this world. I shall go on ahead. I better see you're there, crewmate. Lillian nodded and watched as he disappeared into the portal. After giving a good look around, Lillian breathed in a shaky sigh as she walked towards the drowned king's corpse. Gazing down at it with a complex emotion, crouching down, Lillian picked up the metal nail that was dropped beside the corpse before picking up another object of great interest. A harpoon with a shaft of blackwood that was covered with uneven streaks of white glowing veins, a single needle-like metal head for piercing, and faintly emitted a subtle condensation. Item name, Acus Maris. Item type, weapon. This was the drowned king's harpoon. Storing it within her spatial ring, Lillian unsummoned the jungle lord back into her mana realm after praising him for his efforts. Then, with one last look back, she walked through the exit portal. With a flash of light, Lillian appeared under a blue and cloudy sky, her back resting against the flat surface of a seemingly infinite sea. She continued to gaze at the sky before slowly sitting up at the jester's expected voice. The gods shall decide on your boon. They have now spun the wheel to decide your boon. Your current chances are 21 element, 79 trait. Tick, tick, tick. Lillian continued to remain seated as her ears twitched at the resounding ticking that was closely reminiscent of a simple clock. Then, deciding to walk around a bit, Lillian stood up with a large and relieved smile on her face. She was finally going to escape from this place. Tick, tick, tick. The boss fight with the drowned king was a hellish one, something she was glad to be over. Tick, tick, tick. And not only that, but she was glad that everything went as smoothly as she planned. Sure, there was a few hiccups here and there, but still. Coming to a stop, Lillian stared up at the clouds again, watching as they glided through the air in a serene and calming manner. Then, she watched as the clouds abruptly broke apart into smaller pieces. Following that scene, her entire mana realm became flooded with a magical light, which soon faded. The gods have decided on your boon after careful consideration of your exploits. Slowly widening her eyes and adjusting to the light, Lillian listened closely and pieced together this dialogue with her memories. Wasn't this dialogue for a trait? While she was a bit disappointed, it's probably for the best. Maybe I might get some passive ability. After that conclusion, Lillian stared up at the sky, waiting for the pillar of light to take her away and return her back to Earth. Everything went well, at least. Lillian smiled before taking a glance down at her necklace. But I should really take into account the unexpected, more like what happened with Captain Right Hook. Who knows when I might be met with Anno a dash. Right as she was about to finish her sentence, thump! Lillian collapsed on her knees, her eyes shaking as she suddenly doubled over. Clutching both sides of her head tightly, Lillian cried out in terrible pain, "Arghh!" With a feeling akin to her brain being scraped against the inside of her skull with a rusty metal spoon, Lillian's face contorted and wrinkled rapidly in pain and confusion. What the hell was going on? Lillian's brain throbbed wildly as her vision swirled uncontrollably. What is happening to Emu? Feeling something rise up from her stomach all the way up her throat, Lillian threw up, tasting her stomach acid that subtly burned a thin layer on her tongue. Lillian couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on. She hadn't ever experienced this sensation before, and neither did she know what could be the cause of it. Participant Lillian Ker Arius' flaw is taking effect. Why was she throwing up all of a sudden? Why was she suddenly doubled in an extreme amount of pain? Lillian, who felt her ears were ringing and watched as her vision blurred, managed to catch a single word from what the jester said. Flaw. What flaw? Lillian clutched her head even tighter as the pain suddenly spiked up in intensity the moment she thought of the word flaw. Participant Lillian Ker is currently undergoing memory due to an influx of, with the ringing in her ears. Lillian had completely lost the ability to hear whatever the jester could be told her about her situation. Shit. But even without being able to hear what the jester said, Lillian was able to conclude one thing. She could feel something that made her Lillian separate itself from her, and at a wicked speed. As Lillian continued to suffer under the ambush of her migraine, a dense fog subtly appeared around her, shrouding her and everything that was beneath the clouds. While it did that, Lillian was slowly able to grasp the sight of 3 dark reflections in the water, blurry due to her vision. 2 of them were completely humanoid with varying height differences, while the third would be more accurately described as a wisp of smoke that gradually gained mass. Preparing to restore what has been damaged error. Intervention had appeared during the process. Only partial recovery was permitted. Crying out again, Lillian's voice soon became hoarse as the light in her eyes then disappeared, her gaze going blank as she felt the pain slowly subside and some of what she lost returned back to her. Then, without any warning, a pillar of light struck Lillian, swallowing her before pulling her high into the air. And as this was happening, the jester's booming voice erupted again. Rise, Lillian Ker, the pathetic rabbit of faded truths, and claim your boon. For this chapter in your life has reached its end. Chapter 519. Upgrading beauty? Below a gorgeous night sky without a single storm cloud in sight to ruin the day. A crack in space emerged, warping itself into a portal that hurled out 5 individuals. Niarlo, Viesta, Emilio, John, and lastly Lillian. Escaping through the portal and regaining consciousness, everyone quickly realized that they were headed straight into the sea. Niarlo, with a swift swipe of his hand, summoned his ship that crashed into the surface of the sea. Landing and rolling against the wooden deck of his ship, everyone slowly pushed themselves up into a seated position, rubbing their heads from the disorienting warp in space. Everyone then looked around, admiring their surroundings, as the reality that they had finally escaped the trial finally settled in, as everything slowly compiled in their mind like a compilation. Emilio, who had pushed himself to his feet, gave the person beside him a glance before widening his eyes, stunned. Standing beside him was none other than Viesta. But that wasn't what caught his eye or caused him to widen his eyes out of shock. It was because, Miss Viesta, you look stunning. Emilio shouted. Upon arriving out of their trial, everyone had gone through a huge upgrade in appearance. Viesta, having now grown an extra inch compared to before, 5 feet 10, was now much more beautiful. She almost seemed like an entirely different person. Realizing that she had grown a bit taller, she turned to Emilio after noticing his gaze and discovered that he too had grown a bit. But not only that, but his jawline had become even sharper, leading to a more masculine face. On top of his already handsome visage, because of his genetics, he became a rather attractive man who even caused Viesta to glance away for a split second. After a moment of idle chatter, they turned to the others and found them to be in the exact same situation. They turned to John and found that he had become larger. They turned to Niarlo, who had grown 3 inches, making him now 5 feet 3. However, they didn't have long to stare at his face before shielding their eyes. Due to him now being a tier 4 mage, he was granted an obscene amount of beauty. Suppose the gods liked rewarding daring individuals for their efforts. Then, they turned to Lillian, who was half groggy and was holding a hand over half of her face. Lillian, having just woken up, felt a sense of soreness in her mind, followed by a feeling of numbness. She was alive, right? They're back on Earth, right? Still ignorant of the changes that had occurred with her body. She looked around before settling her gaze on everyone, particularly on the 2 around her age staring at her intently. She hummed, silently discovering an upgrade in their appearance, before widening her eyes a bit in surprise as, "Emilio, is your nose bleeding?" Lillian inquired. Emilio, feeling something warm run out of his right nostril, quickly raised the back of his hand to wipe it away as embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Out of the risk that may happen to her, Viesta turned her eyes away from Lillian, reacting similarly to how she did to Niarlo. With a confused look on her face, Lillian tilted her head cutely before chuckling nervously at the stare she was getting. Whistle ARR. You sure did go through a glorious transformation, crewmate. Twitching at the sound of a whistle and a familiar voice, Lillian turned her head towards Niarlo and found him approaching her with his hands in his pockets. Lillian slowly squinted her eyes, affected by the blinding light that was his handsome face. "Ah, Captain. Glorious? Do I really look that different?" Lillian flicked her wrist and summoned an oval-shaped mirror out of water. She looked at her visage. What the dash? Staring at her face, Lillian finally figured out the reason for the strange looks she was getting. The transformation that they all had undergone had seemingly boosted Lillian's original beauty by almost threefold. Her skin was as smooth as polished jade. Her lips now had more of a soft, rosy pink to them compared to before, and her eyes were sparkling with even more brilliance than even the most prized of jewels. Quickly standing up, Lillian measured herself and found out that she had grown roughly 4 inches taller compared to before, making her 5 feet 9. She knew that the higher ranked the trial was, the more benefit it brought after completion. But wasn't this too much of an improvement? Staring at her face a bit longer, Lillian slowly began to twirl a lock of her hair as a rosy pink blush gradually appeared on her cheeks. I wonder how Marionette would react, Lillian thought shyly. She was soon broken out of her shy daze as an arm wrapped around her neck. Looking up, Lillian discovered the arm belonged to none other than Viesta, who was grinning at her broadly. I couldn't say this before because of the timer, but you really did it. You really did manage to get us all out of there alive. Viesta cheered, throwing the water mirror into the sea. Lillian smiled a bit before scratching the back of her head with humility. I didn't do much. Lillian glanced at her face before staring at the others. It was all because of you guys that we were able to get out alive. I just guided you guys along. Everyone smiled at her words, pride swelling inside their chest. Niarlo then laughed. Kahaha, just yourself some credit, matey. Even if it was your fault, without your future sight, we wouldn't have gotten out. Lillian froze. At the cost of convincing the captains, she had also caused Niarlo and everyone else to overhear her secret. Now, then, was it unfortunate for them to know about this secret? Possibly. Was she fine letting them know as long as they kept quiet and didn't ask about anything? Sure, all right. What was that about a great darkness and vessel? Viesta asked, curious. She had always wondered how Lillian was so knowledgeable about things she shouldn't know. So now that she knew how, there was no way she wasn't going to ask at least something. Lillian, hearing the question, sighed as she noticed the stairs. Pulling out a partially jagged mask from her spatial ring, the mask of deceit, Lillian wore it. Then, through the mask, she began to hypnotize them with her words, making them forget she had ever spoken about her knowledge of the future, gaslighting them, pretty much. It may seem selfish, but she felt like holding on to her secret just a tad bit longer before letting everyone know. I should probably make them forget I ever wore this mask. She wasn't sure why, but exiting the portal, her lost memories flooded back into her mind. And one of the memories she got back was her fight with the twin-headed seawater leviathan. While it probably wasn't needed for them to forget about her ever using the mask, she felt like she might as well. After doing all of that and staring into everyone's blank eyes, she pointed behind them. There's a monster over there. When everyone turned around, Lillian quickly hid her mask back into her spatial ring. She then waited for everyone to turn around. Emilio, scratching the side of his head in a confused manner, muttered, I swear I was told a monster was right behind me. Same here, Viesta murmured before looking around. Hey, where did that masked person go? Lillian, smiling gently while almost mischievously shrugged. I don't know what you guys are talking about. After a bit of chatter, everyone's attention was soon drawn to Niarlo, who had set up an assortment of furniture on the deck of his ship, which had been stolen from the temples. And placed on top of them were a variety of beverages, more accurately, alcoholic beverages, something that he had stocked up on in the supply island that they had previously come across. Standing on top of a table, Niarlo spread his arms out as he declared, "As a commemoration of our success of completing that trial and all coming out alive in one piece, I suggest we have a grand celebration." Hearing the words grand celebration, everyone's eyes lit up with stars as they cheered. Niarlo picked up a large bottle of rum and held it towards everyone with glass mugs in his other hand. "I believe you're all of age, correct?" One by one, Niarlo began to pour everyone a glass of rum before breaking out into a chuckle. "Kaha, not like it'll matter unless you're all tell on me to the authorities." Upon being handed a glass mug of rum, Lillian's eyes sparkled as her mouth seemingly watered. Getting drunk as a form of celebration for almost losing her life several times? What a great way to start a party. Right as Lillian was about to have a sip, she suddenly stopped. Niarlo, who had handed a mug over to Viesta, who seemed rather hesitant, felt a hand land on his shoulder. Looking back, he found the hand belonged to Lillian. "Hey, Captain, do you have any soft drinks?" "Soft?" Niarlo repeated, then realized what she wanted. "Not a drinker of alcohol, are you? I see." Lillian smiled a bit at his question, a look of warmth and remembrance appearing in her eyes as she responded with, "No, I just want to cut back on it until I know it's fine." During the time in the trial, she had realized a lot about herself that she wasn't knowledgeable of before, her state of mind and habits that had most likely affected her relationship with a certain beautiful assassin. If she wanted to be a better lover, then I should begin cutting back on some of my bad habits and cravings. Although she wasn't aware of most of them yet, she at least knew one, and she was going to begin with it, cutting alcohol out of her life. After being given the choice between lemonade, apple juice, or soda, Lillian joined in with everyone. The party wasn't extravagant by any means, although she and really participated in a party before, but there was one thing for certain. They were all alive and well. Chapter 520. Rewards from the trial? Today was May 3rd, 2034, just a day after Lillian and everyone had escaped the trial. After an entire night of partying, they found themselves collapsing onto their beds face first. Although the jester provided services in recovering injuries, there was one thing he didn't heal. It was mental fatigue, considering the eventful day that had all gone through. It was only right that they deserved rest for how much of the night they had left. Lillian, lying down on the top bed of the bunk bed she shared with Viesta, looked out the window beside her before pulling out her phone, sighing at the lack of bars and disappointment. She wanted to call Marionette. "Oh well, I will just have to wait." It wouldn't be long, for by tomorrow afternoon, they would have arrived in the Eastern Nation Luton. Seeing that everyone inside the cabin was asleep, Lillian decided to pull up her system screen, curious about what she had gained from her trial. Name: Lillian Ker. Arias titles: The Pathetic Rabbit of Fated Truths, Rejected Jungle Lord, 1 Affinities, Water, Parasitic Traits, Maiden of Sinking Mana Realm. Shards, Maximum Limit, 9 Regular S Last Grasp, Lady Fate S Lucky Necklace of Entertainment, Carapace Hunter, Kelp Strider, Jungle Lord, 1 Quests, 2-1 Theatrical Points. 43,621 to 543,621 System Shop. After claiming her reward for the mission given to her for escaping the trial and learning the Deep Sea Hunter combat style, Lillian smiled smugly to herself, happy about the points she had now. Just 500,000 points more, and I would have enough for December. Shifting her attention from her enormous amount of points, Lillian decided to look into the traits she received, intending to look at the new Mana Realm section later. Water Maiden. As a maiden, you're granted an immense amount of beauty and abilities that grow stronger relative to the concentration of water around you. The features of this trait are: 1. Your allies would find your presence pleasing to be around, while foes would find themselves hesitant to be around you. 2. Your foes would find themselves weighed down by a gravity-like force, as long as they are within 30 meters of you. This effect can persist even through obstacles. 3. The strength of any water-based attacks increases to a maximum of double its original strength. 4. Any water-based attacks that you're capable of defending against will passively come to a halt before you without intervention. So, you're the reason for how I look. Lillian thought and hummed silently. The more she read through what the trait granted her, the more pleased and satisfied she felt. As expected of a trait from a Tier 4 trial. Looks like the gods wasn't too stingy with me. Seems like I might have entertained them quite a bit. Although all Lillian really did was fight, maybe they enjoyed the more emotional aspect that went on inside this trial. Shrugging her shoulders, Lillian put the thought into the back of her mind. She then moved on to the shard that she obtained from killing the drowned king. With a wave of her hand, she summoned it from her mana realm. What appeared was a floating jet-black spiked crown with neon blue outlines that appeared as though it was made out of pure energy. This was the drowned king's crown, and it had an imposing dark aura to it. Sensing the volume of mana radiating off of this singular item, Lillian decided to sneak to the deck of the ship, fearing that the crown might cause everyone inside the cabin to stir awake. After sneaking onto the deck and greeting the captain, who was operating the ship without a sign of fatigue on his face, Lillian summoned the crown again before reading its description. Item name: Abyssal Crown. Item type: Accessory. Item grade: B. Item rank: and A. Item description. The Abyssal Crown, otherwise known as the Crown of the Drowned King, was a casual gift bestowed upon the Drowned King by his main patron, the drowning god who had usurped the powers of the Abyss God and was crowned as the king of the Abyssal Trenches. Enchantments: Abyssal Reservoir, Soul Split, Abyssal Dominion, Soul Recovery. Abyssal Reservoir. The Abyssal Crown serves as a secondary mana reserve for its wearer and can be used whenever. Soul Split. The wearer can separate their soul from their body, allowing connection between the two through the Abyssal Crown. However, the use of a tether is obligatory if the wearer wishes for their soul to remain undamaged outside of their body. Abyssal Dominion. As long as the Abyssal Crown is worn, these features will apply. 1. Seaborne creatures will either retreat or show hesitation to attack you. 2. Magical illusions or acts of possession will weaken within this aura. 3. Spoken commands hold an oppressive weight. Soul Recovery. By drawing mana from Abyssal Reservoir, the wearer could slowly heal the damage inflicted on their soul. If Lillian had to be honest, she had never ever gotten a shard from the Drowned King at all with every playthrough she made. So, to think she got his actual crown amongst all things was surprising to say the least. It was almost funny that the only time she ever got a shard from him was when she fought him in person instead of as a player. The enchantments aren't that bad. 2. With the enchantments on the crown, it was obvious this leaned more towards the supportive sides of things instead of the offensive. Lillian then held her chin, visibly confused. But whereas the enchantment that made it disappear? Shuffling through her memories, Lillian recalled that the crown would always fade away with the death of the Drowned King before the player could steal it. Lillian had always thought it must be had some enchantment that might be been the cause of it, but perhaps not. Could it be because of the Jester's doing? It could, but another reason could be that the drowning god would swoop in and take it. Summoning a reflective mirror of water. Lillian put on the crown and scrutinized herself. While repeatedly adjusting it, she smirked in satisfaction, finding herself looking more regal with it on. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself after a minute or two. She tossed her new crown back into her mana realm before checking out the brand new harpoon. She had gained something she was excited to look at properly. Appearing out of her spatial ring, Lillian marveled at the harpoon that laid in her hands. It was the Drowned King's harpoon. She gently caressed the harpoon's blackwood shaft and trailed her fingers over its icy blue veins that streaked across its surface, watching as a faint mist began to flow out of them. The rabbit then rested her fingers against the flat side of the harpoon's sharp head. which was matte black at the base and slowly turned silvery blue nearer to the tip. It looked more like a long, mystical needle than just a mystical harpoon. Lillian then waved her hand, bringing up the harpoon-s description. Chapter 521, Acus Maris. Upon summoning the harpoon-s description, Lillian was met with a tsunami of texts. Item name, Acus Maris. Item type, weapon. Item grade, A. Item rank. For item description, Thalasoth, a great whale that was once heralded as a catastrophic myth out at sea by brave seafarers, who soon returned to Noah's Ark out of terror. According to the tales, this great whale had a body capable of eclipsing an entire island, was capable of summoning catastrophic storms with its roar and pulling entire tides into its maw until everything was made bare. For an existence like this, many theorized this beast was most likely the mount or subordinate of a great and feared sea king, more accurately, the Storm King. When these rumors reached the ears of the newly ascended Drowned King, still at the peak of his strength, he immediately set off to slay the great whale out of hatred and spite for the Storm King. Upon finding the great whale and proving it to be real, he initiated the first attack. Their confrontation caused waves to rise, whirlpools to stir, and tsunamis to grow. Both of them, not willing to let the other escape, dragged each other down into the deepest depths of the sinking sea, where the sun's light couldn't reach. Eventually, after many days and several weeks, the Drowned King rose to the surface of the sea, dragging the corpse of the great whale by its tail. As a sign of mockery to the Storm King, he forged Acus Maris from the corpse of the dying Titan, despite his poor skills and craftsmanship. But to his dismay and bitter disappointment, the great whale bore no connection to the Storm King as told by the Sea King himself. Enchantments, Binding of the Drowned, Acus Mark. Deep Sea Annihilation, Binding of the Drowned. Targets struck or about to be struck by Acus Maris would find themselves affected by a gravity-like force. They would either find themselves dragged in line with Acus Maris or anchored to the ground. Acus Mark. Upon infusing your mana signature into Acus Maris, you would be able to transform it into a mark on your body and soul. The effects of Acus Mark are 1. Unless your mana core were to be destroyed, Acus Maris would always remain by your side, either in a spiritual form or physical. 2. Grants the wielder immunity to crushing pressure or drowning. 3. Will always be able to be called upon and recalled into your hand at any given moment. Only one Acus Maris can exist at a time. 4. Unless the wielder bore the Acus Mark or the title involving the Drowned King, all actions, even simple with Acus Maris 1T work. Deep Sea Annihilation. An enchantment with the sole purpose of killing the Storm King in mind. Sealed within the glowing veins of Acus Maris is an abyssal pressure so immense that even the ocean trenches can't compare. By channeling a massive amount of mana and having Acus Maris absorb all ambient moisture, the wielder can unleash one singular attack that at the point of impact releases a cataclysmic implosion in the form of a collapsing void relative to how much mana and moisture were used. This attack cannot be redirected. Due to sloppy handiwork, these are the blacklashes after use. The wielder would be inflicted with severe internal strain, temporary collapse in mana regeneration for several minutes, brief immobilization of the arm used to attack, and consecutive use may cause permanent damage. It's a lot bigger in person. Lillian blinked in awe, having to manually scroll through the entire thing. She hadn't yet seen such a massive description in person. Even her necklace or mask didn't have an overall description this big. Although it was unfortunate that the Drowned King wasn't able to max out his harpoon with enchantments, with 2 slots remaining. Rubbing the back of her head, Lillian shrugged. I can't do much about that. Can't add any more enchantments onto it now that it was made. Not like she would need to. However, what did bum her a bit were the drawbacks of the Drowned King's sloppy handiwork. But that was fine. Hee. Lillian made a silly expression as she continued to admire the weapon. For putting her and everyone's life on the line one after another, especially while fighting the Drowned King, and going through the thought that her plan didn't work. This was an excellent reward to have. And if she recalled correctly, everyone else got quite the nice ability from the trial as well. No elements from what she remembered, but rather versatile abilities. Lillian rubbed her chin in thought, looking back at the party they had just had. If I remember right, Viesta bragged about getting a shard from killing the Drowned King like me. Viesta, who was so deep in alcohol, boasted about her shard. Unfortunately, she was too drunk to summon it, which was probably a good thing in case she somehow managed to use it. Wu and T wanted to ship the only thing they could stand on, considering where they were broken. Well then, I should get to connecting myself with this, Lillian said, moving into a cross-legged position as she held Acus Maris. Closing her eyes and falling into a meditative state, Lillian cycled her mana throughout her body before slowly pushing it towards her hands that were wrapped around the harpoon. While the process wasn't hard, it did feel long and tedious as she had to coil her mana around Acus Maris. However, slowly but surely, she was able to do it. With her eyes still closed, Lillian's face twitched as searing pain akin to being branded with a hot red iron appeared next to her heart, on her mana core. Although the pain was slightly more amplified due to it happening on such a sensitive piece of organ. At this point, I'm just unfazed. With all that had happened, this might be one of the mellowest pains she had experienced so far. After the pain had ceased, Lillian opened her eyes and found Acus Maris to have vanished without a lingering trace. Searching over her body for the mark, Lillian's eyes managed to catch a glimpse of it in the center of her left palm. The mark took on the form of a tattoo of a small harpoon that glowed a faint blue light whenever Lillian's mana occasionally passed through her hand. After a moment of scrutiny, Lillian smirked at the placement of the mark, highly satisfied and even pleased, since she couldn't dictate where it might appear. In a slow and purposeful manner, Lillian pinched the mark with her hand and slowly pulled out the harpoon, watching as its entire 180 centimeters length stretched out from her hand. It was a strange but jaw-dropping sight to behold, and definitely one that made Lillian roll around childishly on her back over how cool it was. She could already imagine the scenes of her pulling out Acus Maris from her palm during dramatic situations. This would most definitely rack up some points for her. Lying down on her back, Lillian continued to look up at the sky and found the darkness to now have a vibrant hint of orange at the very edge. It was almost morning. I guess we partied for a while. Lillian sat up with a wry smile. All right, I should move on to the next thing. Crossing her legs again and closing her eyes, Lillian fell into a meditative state. After a moment, she later opened them and looked around, finding herself within her mana realm again. Standing up, Lillian waved her hand, summoning her system screen, and decided to look at the news section on it. Mana Realm, Chapter 522, Sea of Destined Serenity? Mana Realm, Sea of Destined Serenity Owner. Lillian Ker, Arius Realm Description. An ever-expanding sea purposed with the sole goal of being the resting place of those destined to have entered into this serene realm. Whatever belongings of those who had entered into this realm will find their way here, hidden, but discoverable with immense time and patience. Realm properties: Endless Sea, Serenity, Great Fog, Endless Sea. The sea is forever expanding. Serenity. Those within this realm would begin to lower their emotional barriers. Great Fog. Whenever loss or return is about to occur within this realm, a sea of fog will appear to enact on it. Lillian continued to read through the description about her mana realm and couldn't help but frown a bit. Other than how mysterious it was, that's it? It didn't quite help her outside of anything else. Lillian sighed, visibly disappointed that her awaited mana realm ability wasn't that great. I guess it isn't all too bad. Looking around, Lillian realized that her new trait Water Maiden would benefit well inside her realm, with all the water and moisture around her. Lillian hummed. Deciding that it was time to take a look at her title section, Lillian gently dragged her finger across the screen. Title: Heiress of the Drowned King. Lillian stared at the name of the title, her eyes glazing over as a memory from a recent past resurfaced in her mind. Flashback drip. Drip. Lillian, having managed to slip past the drowned king's stab, stood before the Sea King with an arm through his chest. The two lingered in place, silent, until Lillian eventually broke the silence. "You gave up?" Lillian asked, confused, as her water drill broke apart and fell, fusing with the water below. The harpoon of the drowned king did the same thing. Feeling whatever life force he might have had fading away, the drowned king smiled, not bothering to face the girl who had pierced through his heart. He instead stared up at the clouds of her serene realm. The drowned king then muttered, "There wasn't much point fighting any longer. Other than the fact that I didn't wish to inhabit a female body, I realized one other thing." The drowned king grabbed onto Lillian's arm and pulled it out of his chest. Like a broken faucet, blood gushed out of him, and yet he still remained standing. If I were to ever achieve my goal of revenge, what sort of goal would appear after that? Destroy Noah's Ark? Amass an army and become an even powerful Sea King to someday overtake the other Sea Kings? He shook his head at the thought. Beside my revenge, there isn't anything else that would keep me going. The only reason I've ever taken a high-ranking position is to grant my family a better position aboard Noah's Arkansas. With them gone, my strength and position means nothing to me. Holding a hand over the gaping hole in his chest, he dyed his hand red. The drowned king then locked eyes with Lillian, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "On the other hand, you have someone to go back home to. So, let us make a deal." "Ada. MMPH." The drowned king dashed forward and clasped his bloodied hand around the entirety of Lillian's face, holding her still with a firm and tight grip. "One day, the Storm King will birth or crown an heir, I'm certain. I wish to beat him in that regard. So, this is the deal. I shall grant you all that I currently have. In exchange, you will finish my business and exact my revenge. Not on a man himself, but his heir." The moment his words left his mouth, mana within Lillian's realm became extremely active as they swirled around the two of them, as though some divine pact was being created. And midway through the process, a dense fog began to appear off in the distance, quickly narrowing the distance and swallowing the two of them. Lillian, struggling to free herself from the drowned king's grip, felt some kind of binding wrap around her mana core against her consent. Looking through the gaps in the drowned king's fingers, her vision became obstructed due to the dense fog, with the only thing she was able to make out being the Sea King's glowing gold eyes that soon faded out of existence like a blown-out flame. Title: Heiress of the Drowned King. Description: the Drowned King was a vengeful Sea King who had no original plan of bearing or crowning an heir to his position. His only goal after his ascension was to end those responsible for all that he had lost. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if he were to one day perish without achieving his goal, then his efforts would be all for nothing. So, he decided to force his will and goal onto Lillian Ker in exchange for his authority and possessions. Today was May 3rd, the day after everyone returned from the trial. Unfortunately, unlike everyone apart from Niarlo, Lillian forgot to get any sleep last night, entranced in the thought of using Aegis Maris against the jungle lord inside her mana realm. Fortunately, though, due to entering the third tier, loss of sleep wouldn't impact her heavily unless she were missed several days in a row. Thus, she was still filled with energy. "You really are Niarlo. My eyes weren't tricks on me after all." Lillian looked back, finding Niarlo, who had reverted back to the form of Captain Right Hook, being pestered by Emilio. "I have all your action figures. Did you really kill that Kraken all by yourself back then?" Emilio asked. "ARR. After finding out about me hidden identity, your has been chatting nonstop, matey. And yes, I did kill that horrific 16-tentacled beast all by myself." It was safe to say that Niarlo wasn't a fan of Emilio, knowing who he really was now. However, what he was a fan of was his newly bought black cutlass. Last night, right before he went to bed, He had made an offer for Lillian's cutlass, something that Lillian had planned would happen. With the low price of what she needed to pay for the captain's services of teaching his combat style to her, she sold it to him. Standing at the bow of the ship, she watched other sea vessels pass by them. Where did they come from? Well, they came from the harbor that they were close to docking at. Chapter 5:23. Docking at the Eastern Harbor? Alrighty, everyone, the captain shouted, turning the wheel. We have arrived. Prepare for docking. A wave of excitement and relief spread across everyone's faces as they heard the captain's declaration. Finally, they had arrived at their destination. Leaning against the rails of the bow, Lillian looked over the part of the harbor she was able to see. She found that a lot of the area was covered in markings and banners of an azure dragon. Luton, otherwise most known as the Eastern Nation, prayed towards the azure dragon, the primordial god of water. If the vermilion bird of the south, the primordial god of fire, represented the flames to push through the unknown and continue striving forward in life, then the azure dragon represented the foresight into the sea of the unknown and making preparations against it. It's also a land with aesthetics similar to that of Japan in my old world. Unlike the South, which had a slightly more northwestern aesthetic, upon docking and anchoring the ship, everyone prepared to bid each other farewell. The captain opened his arms and brought everyone in for a large bear hug, completely intruding into everyone's personal space. You're all were the greatest crewmates a captain could ask for. I've already given my number over to you all, so send a message whenever you need something. After giving her goodbyes to the captain, Lillian smiled warmly, feeling rather emotional. Then it got to Emilio's turn. She still needed to tell him about that thing she wanted from him as compensation for her pills. Hey, Emilio, you remember that thing I want to tell you about for our deal? Oh yes, I've almost forgotten about that. What was it that you wanted? I'll try and get it as long as my family can. No. This is something you can do rather easily. Wrapping an arm around his neck casually and pulling him off to the side, Lillian leaned down and whispered into his ear. At first, Emilio became easily startled, but the more he listened to what Lillian requested and had to say, the more intrigued he became. Holding his chin, Emilio thought for a moment before asking, "What are your sources?" I doubt that family would pair up with a group of terrorists like the Cult of Jesters. Do you really need an explanation from someone who led you through an entire trial in the matter of a week? Lillian said convincingly. And plus, with that family out of the way, wouldn't that mean there would be one less family to worry about? That is true. We Night Ravens are looking to expand our territory. Rubbing his chin, Emilio looked up. Is that all? Oh, one more thing. Lillian scratched the back of her neck while looking away for a split second. Marionette von Roselle. You're familiar with that name, aren't you? Huh. Are you perhaps talking about the Rosellus Lady of Roses? The woman who managed to slaughter a bar full of mages by herself with just a shot glass, just to send a message? The woman who skewered 10 gang members on a wooden stake and placed them outside the gang as hideout, as an intimidation tactic? Lillian nodded energetically, folding her arms with a rather proud look on her face, completely ignoring how inhumane the last one was. The lovable Lady of Darkness herself. Lovable, huh? Well, a bit, then. Their family are quite close to ours when it comes to business, and I have seen her in person before. Emilio then looked away shyly for a split second. She was rather beautiful, to say the least. Just as Emilio was about to finish his sentence, he felt a hand land on his shoulder. Finding the hand belonging to Lillian, he found her to be wearing a rather unusual smile compared to her previous ones. Yeah, she is beautiful. Isn't she? So, I'm sure you've already known I'm with someone by now, yes? Emilio began to nod slowly, started to feel nervous under Lillian's gaze. But then, piecing it together, he jolted back with a shocked expression. In no way. Why you re with the Lady of Roast Dash? Clasping her hand over his mouth. Lillian stared down at him with a wry smile, briefly startled by his sudden loud outburst. Once she felt the stares of people walking by leave, she released her hand. She is mine, Lillian stated, her voice slowly becoming possessive. I'm just telling you this because the legacy table is coming up in a few days. I don't want anything funny happening. I shall. The legacy, but ISNT, that event for nobles between 18 and 19 who had yet to get into a relationship. Or for networking, but yeah, I'm not sure she'll be there. But there's a high likelihood with what her family is like, if you know. I think, Emilio muttered, rubbing the back of his head. So, her family doesn't accept you yet. Is that what you were saying? How are you planning on getting them to accept you? HM. Good question, I suppose. Getting on their good sides is definitely a start. Lillian placed a finger on her chin. After a few more chatters, Lillian waved Emilio and John off. Apparently, before getting onto the ship, he had enough of adventuring around and wanted to return to his family. His time in the trial only cemented that, as he was still tired from it. Lillian returned back to Viesta, who was currently reading something on her phone. Looking up from her phone, Viesta smiled wryly at Lillian. We'll be getting a train to Luton S School of Prestigious Magic. But the train won't arrive here for a few hours due to some repairs. Unfortunately, Viesta sighed. I wonder if there's a world where there are trains that aren't in need of constant repairs or being canceled. Doesn't that sound great? The two stared at each other for a moment before sighing in unison. Yeah, if only there were a world like that, Lillian muttered, remembering the number of times she was late because of public transport. Chapter 524. Peering into darkness? Within the Roselle estate, a maid walked through a damaged corridor, holding a folder of documents. The walls were stricken with gashes, each a meter or two long and half a meter wide. Even the floors weren't spared from what might been an enraged beast's doings. These damages weren't simple in the slightest. For each step the servant took seemed to stir a gaseous dark residue hidden deep within the gashes. However, with training from the Roselle program, the maid wasn't phased or nervous in the slightest. That was step until she neared the closed entrance into somebody else's chambers. The Lady of Rose's chambers. With keen senses, she locked eyes with a small fly moving through the air. A fly? We're becoming sloppy. Finding an insect within the estate. The maid scowled and raised a hand. But right as she was about to swat it away, in the span of a few milliseconds, the entire corridor went black. A power outage? With the darkness, a coldness unlike anything she felt invaded her systems. Once the light returned, the small fly that had flown in front of the Lady of Rose's room had disappeared completely. The maid gulped. Getting rid of a fly wasn't a massive achievement, but the speed at which everything happened frightened her a bit. Reaching and staring at the double doors that would lead into the Lady of Rose's bedroom, the maid felt a sense of unease. Knock, knock, knock. Upon knocking, the maid was left startled as her entire surroundings went dark before she even knew it. As she was about to back away out of fear, the light soon arrived to save her. Fearing that she shouldn't linger for too long, she spoke quickly. Miss Roselle, the Crown of Roses had tasked me to forward you this folder in my hand. I suspect it might be about the attendant who would be tasked to escort you during your time at the legacy table. No response came from the other side of the door. The maid, sensing it would be best to leave, set the folder on the ground.